to divine. No, the moment is mine, need an omen or sign. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it.
Let's go, baby.
That's cojones, man.
What are you doing, Ben? Oh my God.
I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do.
Wow. That's amazing.
Welcome back inside the Imperial Ballroom at the Atlantis Resort and Casino in the Bahamas for the PokerStars.net PCA. It's a Saturday, it's day 4 of the main event. It's James Hartigan alongside Rick Dacey, staff writer at the PokerStars blog. Rick, it's an either-or day today. Either we will play 5 full levels, but if we get to 16 players, if we get to the last 2 tables before then, we'll draw a line then.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is an either or day. Either you make it through or you don't. Obviously, those that will make it into the final 24, almost certainly. It seems more likely than not that will happen. And then the big pay jumps start kicking in.
And the big pay jumps are really when we get down to the final 13. That's when you lock up a 6-figure score, and that is when, for sure, you're on course to get to that final table and put yourself in contention for the first prize of more than $1 million. 1.8 million, in fact, the first prize this year. Just over $1 million, of course, for second place. So let's talk about some of the players still in the field today. Coming in with the chip lead, British pro Max Silver.
Yeah, Max has got more than 1.4 million. He's closely followed by a couple of other players, including Kyle Sorrell. So Max played incredibly well at EPT Prague, and he's likely to, well, do very well again. I expect him to make the final 24, possibly the final table.
And that would be obviously a great achievement for Max. Let's pick out some of the other Brits in the field as well. Tom Hall, online qualifier, qualified 4 times for the PCA. He's still going strong.
Yeah, and he's been smashing up the UK IPT over the last few seasons, has done very well on leaderboards and all sorts. So, yeah, again, another bit of British talent. But there's all kinds of European as well as American players. Paul Berende, who's been a face on the EPT for several seasons, is doing well, and he's a very likeable guy, so good for him.
The PokerStars badge still very well represented. 5 sponsored players still in the field, a few members of Team Pro and a member of Team Online.
Yeah, we've got Vanessa Selps, who's doing incredibly well with a little more than 900,000. We've got Liv Barry, who's very short, on about 110,000. So, yeah, she will need to spin it up quickly. But also Marc-Andre Ledoucier, Marcel Luskin and Angel Guillen.
So those are the 5 Team Pros represented, and let's talk about Liv Barry in another context. She's one of 2 former EPT champions in the hunt for a second title, Mike Timex McDonald being the other.
Yeah, and Mike did very well just to get here at all, because this morning he was tweeting and he was locked in a toilet at the Cove. So I don't know, maybe it was foul play. Maybe someone was trying to lock him out. Maybe Vanessa had knocked the door handle off. But yeah, he managed to get here on time.
So 72 players remain in the tournament. I imagine, Rick, that with 78 in the field, we probably will play the full 5 levels, and I think kind of 24 is a good number to set the line at. I'm going to say 23.
I'll say 24.
Not changing. The man's not for turning. Let's talk about the other events taking place inside the Imperial Ballroom today. Day 1 of the 25k high roller.
Yeah, and we'll be giving live coverage and news and interviews on that too. So you can go to PokerStarsblog.com, check the widget, and there will be links for the main event coverage or for the high roller coverage.
So live updates on the high roller and the main event, of course. These guys keeping across all of the outer table action, keeping up to date with the chip counts as we focus on our feature table in the 10k main event. Day 4 action about to get underway. So I thank Rick for his time and now hand you over to the commentary teams.
Hello, my babies. Thank you, James. Thank you, Rick. You are watching EPT live from the PokerStars.net 2014 PCA. Bermuda, Bahama. Come on, pretty mama. It is day 4 here at the PCA. We've got a fantastic feature table for you guys. Lots of interesting characters. And, of course, English is not the only language that we are broadcasting in. It is the language that I speak, and the language you're listening to right now, but we are all over the world here from EPT Live. The money bubble burst yesterday. Everyone guaranteed cash from here on out. Now is when the real poker starts. Lots of former bridesmaids, interesting folks at our table, some sponsored pros, some formerly sponsored pros. There are all the local language streams. Pretty much anything. James, they still haven't added Klingon.
That's ridiculous. Maybe by the time we get to the start of season 11, by the time we get to Barcelona, and maybe we can get Ferengi thrown in there by London.
I had a gag plan where I was actually going to speak some Klingon after that because it is a real language, but couldn't get it done. There are 3 remaining days of live broadcasting from here at the PCA. Today, January 11th, we start at noon. Tomorrow at noon, and then for the final table on January 13th, the main event will be giving away $1.8 million for first place that day. Cards up, final table, hence the delay. We will begin at 2 p.m.
A reminder, of course, that we welcome your contributions. nuts@pokerstars.tv is the email address, but as we always say, the best way to get in touch is on Twitter. Make sure you're following the @EPT Live Twitter account. But if you want to actually have your tweet read out on air, if you've got a question or a comment for the booth, use the hashtag EPT Live. And of course, there's another plug for the PokerStarsblog.com. Rick, Howard, Stephen, Brad, Kier, all the guys from the live updates team doing awesome work as we see the players arriving for day 4. Tom Hall, Sam Greenwood, the last remaining Greenwood. He shipped the Greenwood last longer.
I'm Mike McDonald, Vanessa Selbst, Liv Baree.
The last 2 contenders in the Team Pro PCA last longer. They're not the only women in the field, though. Jen Shahadi's just arrived. Max Silver walking in, accompanied by David Van Plu. Marcel Lusky is going to be on our feature table today. Marcel has now taken his seat at the feature table.
Lusky.
And here is the lineup in seat order. It includes PCA regular Chris Klodnicki, Ty Ryman, runner-up in this tournament in 2010. Mike McDonald, an EPT champ who we saw almost make the final table of the Super High Roller. Strictly speaking, he did by cashing in 8th place. Marcel Lusk from Team Pro, Jude Ainsworth, a former Team Pro, a very accomplished online player from Ireland.
And Mike McDonald's been sick this entire week, actually, it turns out. Hasn't been feeling too well, so I don't know if that makes it more or less amazing that he's this deep in the tournament. But you do find sometimes that people, when they're sick, kind of bring out their A games. Michael Jordan did it once 20 years ago. We hear stories like that all the time.
Now there is Roger Tesker, a guy who you may have seen on the live stream late last night. He was on the secondary feature table. Roger actually violated a couple of tournament rules and is actually going to be penalized and will have to miss the first 2 orbits today at our feature table.
What rules did he violate?
He was abusive towards the camera crew covering the table, and also he was interfering with the pot in the middle of the table.
And he's out for 2 orbits?
A 2 orbit penalty for 2 separate infringements.
Harsh but fair.
And here's the lineup at the secondary feature table, headlined by the tournament chip leader Max Silver. Now I know what people are going to say. You've got the chip leader, you've got Selbsty, you've got Hall. Why not make this your feature table? Breaking order, my friends, breaking order. This table will be one of the first to break today. And obviously it's very disruptive for the players if they're on the main stage, have to have their microphones taken off, then move back into the field. So this table won't be here for long, but while it is there, we're going to monitor the occasional hand. And obviously we have the RFID cameras on this table and we can log all the betting action as well.
If you guys are at all interested how this Twitter thing works, as we said, we want you to get in touch via Twitter. Use the hashtag EPT Live. Joanne Lewis, before we were even on the air today, tweeted a conversation between a friend and herself.
Yeah.
I'll play the friend. You play Joanne. Do you have Joanne's tweet?
I'll be the friend.
Okay.
Where are you playing this weekend?
Not playing. Study weekend.
Which book or blog are you reading?
Watching PCA 2014.
And that's as far as the conversation went.
Please send us the rest.
So here we go. Blinds currently 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante. It's level 19 of the PCA main event.
And it is midday here on the East Coast of North America, but it is all kinds of times all over the rest of the world. Poker Pharaoh says, good evening, guys. And it looks like Chris Klodnicki is going to raise the price of poker.
83.
Klodnicki all in for 83,000.
Trouble.
Shoving small to big, and Fabio Freitas calls in the big blind, putting Klodnicki at risk.
I'm sorry, I don't speak English.
Wrong Freitas. Spelt differently, not related.
Different country.
You know, like if I hit my queen, I'm in pretty good.
Queen 10 for Klodnicki, jacks the hand for Freitas, so Klodnicki does have an overcard. As things stand, he is going out. Diamonds are working for him. He picks up a flush draw on the flop.
And a gut shot.
Oh, no. I need one of these suckouts.
Actually the favorite right now, Queen 10.
Red.
Well, Klodnicki has a lot of outs, but the ace of hearts not one of them. He now needs to hit on the river. He's down to 34%, a 2-to-1 underdog.
Not terrible at all.
Tension. Wow, this is
Would you like a little sweat with your sweat?
It's a brick on the river, so Chris Klodnicki exits the PCA main event in 72nd place. Our first bust out of the day, our first elimination from our feature table.
Plays by himself.
Yeah.
I did nothing. My little kids play better than me, the hand. You saw me with my little kids.
Alex says, yo, EPT Live. I tweeted like 10 times at least yesterday and didn't even get recognized. What's up with that, lol? Alex, 11 is your lucky number.
John writes in to say, Joe, please find a way to reference the band Fish in your commentary today. You owe me. I've been tuning in since Super High Roller. Just do it. What does this guy think? I'm the Wolfman's brother? If you want me to reference Fish, you're going to have to pay me a fee.
At a good top of the head.
So as far as the tournament leaders are concerned, Max Silva comes into play today as the chip boss with just over 1.4 million. Roger Teska at our feature table, second on the leaderboard. Carl Sorrell, Jason Mercier's friend and business partner, third in chips right now. Those are the three players with 7-figure stacks, making up the top 10. Players like Vanessa Selps, who had a great day yesterday, most of it spent on the feature table.
Yeah, Vanessa had a huge double up yesterday, and it looks like she never looked back from there. I'd like to address JD's tweet if I can, James.
Yes.
Hey, Staveson Hardigan, where is my prize for lyrics game at EPT Prague? Hashtag rigged, hashtag Sunday Million ticket with interest. I don't remember offering a Sunday Million ticket ever. It was a Sunday Storm ticket that we gave away, I think, one time, an $11 ticket. And I think that, I don't remember that you won, JD, or whatever, but that was a one-time deal, my friend.
Roger Teska still watching from down on the main floor. He'll be called back to the main stage when his 2-orbit penalty has concluded. Aiden Sparks has just watched the replay of last night's PCA and now watching it live, back to back. True fan. Rainer says, playing horse on stars and watching. Where is yesterday's Russian Tarzan?
Well, I'm very sorry that I missed Russian Tarzan. Czar of the Jungle.
Almost 100%.
Somebody have to put something in there. One of the two. One of you two.
Yeah.
So the last hand at the main feature table was raise and take it for Jude Ainsworth.
Love your enemy.
Christopher Yap says that was a devastating case of too many out syndrome after Klodnicki flopped that well.
I feel like that's been going around worse than a case of typhoid here on the islands. I feel like all the times that at least I've been in here where a guy's been all in with tons of outs, they have just whiffed.
At the start of the show, Joe, we referenced the PCA Last Longer, the Team Pro Last Longer contest that was being run on Twitter. Diego says, if I pick Vanessa for the Last Longer and she wins the Last Longer, what happens? Hello from Mexico City. Hello back to Mexico City.
if you properly got your, tweet, there was a very specific way you're supposed to tweet, and I can't judge whether or not you got that. But if you did it right and you pick Vanessa, and she ends up winning the last longer, there's actually going to be a free roll on PokerStars, which you will automatically be entered into with a bunch of money added to it. And I don't remember how much, but it was something. Yeah, fans who voted for the pro who lasts longest will get a ticket to a 5K free roll on Sunday, January 26th. And that pro, so it would be Vanessa, will play in the free roll.
Wow.
With a $500 bounty on her head. And if I remember correctly, only a couple hundred people voted for Vanessa. So you're going to be in a 5K free roll with not a huge field.
Well, this hand saw a pre-flop raise from Fabio Freitas, called by Marcel Lusk in the big blind. Check on the flop. Board now reading ace, king, queen, 7. And another 7 on the river with the action going check on the turn. Marcel leads the river. Hello to David Olsen, relaxing after a 15-mile run and now watching the PCA live stream.
Freitas has played this hand pretty passively.
He calls. Marcel with an ace. Ace tray, and it's good. Lusk wins an extra 38,000 chips. Marcel now playing a stack of 322,000. So let's head over to the secondary feature table, where Tom Hall, the online qualifier, is in action. His opponent here is Jorge Jesus.
If you just tuned in and you looked at these names, you may think Jesus is associated to the guy with the red beard.
Jesus raised pre-flop, Hall 3-bet. Hall continued the flop for 42,000. Let's see if he bets the turn.
Hall does bet the turn and gets an insta-fold from Jesus.
By the way, at the start of the show, Rick and I were talking about side action here at the PCA. We mentioned that it's the first day of the 25K high roller. Johnny Lodden got a second place finish in one of the 2K events, event number 15. Meanwhile, the 5K No Limit Hold'em event is down to 24 players. Bulgarian player Simeon Naidenov has the chip lead coming in today. Ike Haxton's still alive in that tournament as well, and that is the tournament that you might get bonus coverage of during the breaks in the main event today.
Ooh. Doesn't the high roller start today too?
It does. I think tomorrow feels like more of a high roller bonus coverage today. Especially as only about 4 people will be playing it right now.
Yeah, it gets off to a slow start.
I think I'm second.
Kind of like the French commentary team.
Only 3 commentators today?
Flipping the cameras off.
Oh, serious? Don't be
Don't you think it's an awful coincidence that Roger Teska maybe had a little too much to drink last night when we gave out the recipe for Bahama Mamas on the broadcast yesterday? Maybe we shouldn't have done that. Maybe that was irresponsible on our part.
Except he was drinking Bloody Marys.
Oh.
And many people observing on Twitter that, yes, he was, quote, wasted, unquote, last night, and is suffering the consequences today. So Freitas raises to 17,000, gets 3-bet by Jude Ainsworth. Freitas calls.
Somebody's getting started early with the drinking today. Sounds delicious.
A queen 5 deuce flop with 2 clubs.
Somebody's practicing their suckouts.
Christopher Yap says Marcel Lusk today is looking like the man from Del Monte. He doesn't have the hat though, but he certainly has the power to say yes.
The fruit guy?
Ainsworth set to continue the flop. And a fold from Freitas.
Freitas coming off a little bit early here.
Robbie says, I'm in favor of Vanessa Selps winning the main event of the PCA. Joe Stapleton, please give a shout out for Robbie Hurd because I'm a big, big fan.
Who's Robbie Hurd?
Well, he's the guy who tweeted.
Can you send over a waiter? Thanks.
Please shout me out, Robbie Hurd. Yeah, no, I don't think so, Robbie. Should I say Robbie's name? I'm sorry, should I say Robbie Hurd's name?
It's up to you. The ball's in your court, buddy.
Nah. Thanks for getting in touch, Robbie Hurd. John tweets in to say, got a Hold'em tournament up here in Alaska tonight. Any advice? I will tell you the absolute worst piece of advice I ever heard before a poker tournament.
Oh, Nicole Shevchenko is on our secondary feature table, appears to have been eliminated. So we're down to 70 players now, 2 eliminations, 1 from the main feature table, 1 from the secondary feature table. And just 15 minutes into play today.
I'll get to the worst piece of advice. After Ty Ryman's all in.
Ty Ryman, a former PCA main event runner-up, shoves for 71,000 under the gun. Actions on Fabian Ortiz.
Was he the gimbal runner-up?
He was.
That shove is being counted down.
Well, obviously it's a sub 10 big blind stack, and Ortiz is in the big blind. He starts the hand with more than $500,000.
Got a decent hand. He's just trying to take me out.
Okay.
Well, the two are mutually exclusive, Ty.
Okay, cool. I looked at 1.
Ortiz calls. Ryman reveals he's only looked at one of his cards.
I bet it's an ace.
Ortiz has Queen 10 of clubs. Ryman has an ace, ace 9. So is ahead, but Ortiz has 2 live cards.
And this shove was for fewer than 10 big blinds, so this is, yeah, obviously a call from Ortiz. No big deal. Queen 10, perfectly good hand to call with here.
And practically a flip. Well, 9 on the flop means that Ryman is still ahead, but the Queen and the 10 are still live. And of course, Ortiz now has a gut shot. The Jack will give him a straight.
Looking pretty good for a double up here for Ryman.
77% favorite now. And it's a Jack on the river. A straight for Ortiz, and Ryman is sent to the rail in 70th place.
It feels worse when it happens in the river, although technically it was still just whatever, you know, you have to count when the money goes in, so it was a 64 or 60-40 or whatever it was.
It wasn't even that, it was like 53-47, it was very close.
Yeah, exactly, so it feels worse on the river. It feels like you got rivered, but no, it's all, you got boarded.
Ty Ryman did indeed come second. That heads-up battle against Harrison Gimble, when Gimble pulled off a big bluff on the river and got Ryman to lay down the straight, was probably the turning point in that heads-up battle, and Gimble went on to win. As far as previous winners of the PCA are concerned, none remain. As far as former EPT champs are concerned, we've got Mike McDonald on the main feature table and Liv Barry from Team Pro out in the field.
I'll get a water.
He was big blind last time.
I imagine we'll be sweating it all in from Liv pretty soon.
Pardon me?
So, Joe, what's the deal with poker in Alaska, then?
Oh, well, he wanted to know if there's any advice, and I will say this. The worst piece of advice I ever heard is a guy said, they asked a group of poker players, what is one sentence that you would give to someone starting, playing their first ever Hold'em tournament? And one of the pros, who will remain nameless, said, don't be afraid to fold kings pre-flop. Can you even wrap your head around that, Hardian? The guy said, if it's your first ever Hold'em tournament, the only thing I can possibly think of is that he was playing in the tournament
When he's at the table, you get action.
and wanted to try to convince someone to fold kings pre-flop.
Roger.
Here comes Roger
table, my
Teska.
Good morning.
That last hand, raise and take it for Mike McDonald.
Thank you for your generosity.
And the needle from Marcel. Well, Teska does have the table chip lead. We're currently playing 6-handed.
I don't think that was a needle. I think maybe Teska was buying him drinks last
We
night.
have to put it away.
What's that?
Do you think Marcel was saying thank you for all the blinds and antes for the last 2 orbits? Really? Doesn't sound like Marcel.
Okay. Okay.
Well, he's back in the action now. Meanwhile, I see a Greenwood standing up.
with a member of the floor staff.
We are
which
getting
means-
confirmation that Sam Greenwood has gone broke, and we now have fewer than 70 players. 68 by my calculation. We'll get the tournament staff to confirm that ASAP.
Can somebody get on the horn to Sam's parents? Have them come pick him up. He's got a $5 bill pinned to the inside of his shirt.
Chip denominations scrolling along the bottom of your screen right now. Just 2 denominations in play. The Sunlight 1,000 chips and the Deep Lagoon 5,000 chips. And confirmation that Lee's Lowdown is on the way. We'll be joined by Lee Jones, head of poker communications at PokerStars, very soon.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Fabio Freitas. Real interested in how many chips he has left. Pretty sure he knows the action's on him. And that was a slow, painful, tedious call. Mr. Supernova. Mr. Rubber Burner. 3-4-4.
Freitas checks. Meanwhile, there is a new player being mic'd up, coming to our feature table. Looks like Patrick Sluzerak. Obviously have to keep the tables balanced. We can't play 6-handed for too long.
I tried to pick Sluzerak in the Team Pro last longer, but he's not a Team Pro. Weird.
Talking of Team Pros, Jake Cody sent out some nice tweets earlier on today. He points out that it was 1 year ago today that Jake became part of Team Pro. He says it's been an amazing experience so far. I feel extremely proud and grateful every day. Thanks to everyone who has made it so awesome. And Jake confirms that he is playing the 25K high roller today.
Oh, that's awesome. It really only feels like 12 months ago, but I guess it's been a whole year, huh?
No.
Are you still awake, Mary? You know that one?
I haven't heard it.
Now he's got a trophy. He said that's the Irish pro player. I'll make it 24.
Marcel raising. Full 3x raise to 24,000 for the second hand in a row.
We've got all those extra chips from Tesca to splash around with now.
Freitas in the small blind. Calls. And Mike McDonald folds the big blind. Heads up to the flop once again. Lusk against Freitas.
Once again, Freitas out of position.
Queen, Queen 7 with 2 hearts.
Once again, a paired board.
Once again, Freitas checks. But Marcel does not see bet. He checks behind. We get a third queen on the turn.
The dealer puts out a queen once again.
Deuce on the river with still no betting action post-flop. Check. Well, Freitas leads the river rather for 20,000. Marcel calls. Freitas shows a pair of 6s for a full house. Wins.
I love Jonathan's name here.
Nice hand.
Jonathan says, "Hello, I'm John Cake. I'm looking forward to watching Vanessa take this one down. Got to love her style." I got to love John Cake's name.
Poker Ferris is watching Manchester United then football along with PCA 2014. A good Saturday.
He's going to watch Manchester United and then watch football?
I believe that the Poker Pharaoh lives on this side of the Atlantic. So to him, football is the game that is being played later this afternoon. Divisional playoffs time. At the risk of infuriating Neil Johnson. Go Saints.
David Olson writes in to say, has no one noticed how awesome Timex's shirt is? David, Might I suggest you watch the super high roller final table from PCA
Oh,
Barcelona.
Joe. Barcelona, season 9.
Season 9.
Mike McDonald made the final table, and Joe worked in countless Anchorman quotes.
Available on PokerStars.tv. I'm kind of a big deal.
And the PokerStars YouTube channel. Raise and take it for Teska, who is now back at the table. And I tell you who is back with us in the booth. Head of Poker Communications from PokerStars. Lee Jones is here for Lee's Lowdown. Please, 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 please. Give me some of that Lee's Lowdown.
Ooh, that was the best.
That was like the best one ever, you guys.
Well, I feel that, you know,
was
obviously because you've been treated to Matt and Mark for the last few days, Lee, it's been a while since you've had the anthem, since you've had the jingle. And I kind of feel that we had to make up for lost time.
I have to say, I miss it. I really do. But it's good to be back with you guys. I mean, I enjoyed working with Mark and Matt, but, you know, man, and you guys look sharp today. You guys doing VTs out there or something?
Thank you. Yes, we're doing all kinds of links and fun little whoozy watsits.
Is that the technical business term? The fun little whoozy whatsits?
Yes.
Sluzarek all in. He's just arrived at the feature table, only brought a stack of 69,000, and his remaining 68K is now gone across the line.
I may have a short period of time on TV here.
And he's been called by Teska with action behind.
Just a call with plenty of action behind, but it looks like...
Well, Marcel in the small.
Not much else is going to happen. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay, just want to make sure we saw them.
Both blinds fold. So Sluzarek at risk.
Doesn't look... Snowman. And... Queen 10.
Oh, man, Snowman, I just now got that.
8's the hand for Teska. Queen 10 the hand for Sluzarek.
The first time you'd heard that, Joe.
Queen 10 is 1-1 today in all-in situations.
Whoa, a little something for everybody.
Very
now.
likely to go to 1 and 2.
Unless we see a 9.
Gets a 9 of hearts. Doesn't change anything.
Takes away the 9 of hearts as an out. 3 9s in the deck, working for Sluzarek.
Good game.
But it's a full house on
Good
the river
boys.
for Teska, and we lose Patrick Sluzarek.
Teska sits out 2 orbits, comes back, wins a race. I don't know. I'd be fine with it.
He set out 2 orbits. Just
well, he was penalized 2 orbits.
What did he do?
Last night he was not a nice person. He got one penalty for that, and he got another penalty for splashing around a pot, touching the pot on the last hand of the night.
It's just he's just needs to learn to play better in the sandbox, I guess.
It's a clean slate today, as far as I'm concerned.
Rob Cena says today is going to be a great day after a rough week, watching EPT Live, then a date with a great girl. Lee just bought your book again. Multiple copies. The guy's buying multiple copies of your book.
Maybe he wanted to read it twice.
I don't even know who this guy is, but he is my new best friend. Thank you, sir. I do appreciate that.
Do you still get residuals?
Do you know, I get royalties on occasion, and, you know, I mean, they're not a huge amount of money, but I actually notice them when they go into my checking account, and it's kind of like, whoo, free money. Uh-oh, that's all of Liv's chips.
Liv Barry, one of 2 former EPT champs remaining in the field. And those of you who have a vested interest in the PCA last longer will be fascinated by this hand. Remember, Liv and Vanessa are the last 2 players in that last longer.
I really hope Liv doesn't go broke before we get to watch her eat that banana.
Liv have kings? Oh, go ahead, show us.
Kings and Queen 9 are the 2 hands.
Yeah, but there may be some suits involved.
Liv with the Queen 9 of diamonds.
That's going to do the job.
That is a king on the turn.
That's all she needs, right?
Double up. Oh, double up. The banana lives.
So I've already tweeted it, but I have to say I take enormous joy in saying, people, if you voted for a guy in the PCA lasts longer. You blew it.
You blew it. Yeah, I voted for a guy. What can I say? It actually came down to Eugene or Vanessa Selps for me. And I just felt like Vanessa Selps, there was like a good chance she'd go out in like the first 2 levels.
How'd that work out?
In the words of Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade, I chose poorly.
Back at the main feature table, Jude Ainsworth's pre-flop raise from the small blind called by Fabian Ortiz in the big blind.
God, that guy looks like the heavy in a sci-fi movie.
26,000 apiece on the flop. The board, 6, 6, 7, 10 with 3 spades. And with the 10 of spades hitting the turn, looks like Ainsworth will barrel. A bet of 48,000.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah. It's too good for the Wi-Fi's working and somebody's paying.
Yeah.
Money transfer.
Ortiz makes that call with little deliberation.
Here we go to the river with 198,000 in the middle. Queen of clubs.
Oh, it's the kid. It's the dealer, Kinney or something. Is that his name? He's one of the best dealers in the house, and he's got just a beautiful dealing style.
I was thinking beautiful also.
There's a whole lot of chips coming to the table.
2 pair. 7. You got? Straight.
Check, check on the river.
8, 9.
Eight, 9 the hand for Ortiz.
Such an annoying board to have a straight on.
Jude Ainsworth with a 7. Ortiz wins the pot. Aniel Guillen is coming to the feature table as well. So 2 new players taking their seats.
Where's it going?
And Lee, just before we kick off the lowdown properly, a couple of pieces of housekeeping to deal with.
Yeah.
Colm asks, is there a free roll again today? Yes, there is, Colm, at the usual time. He asked, when will the password be given out? Later is the answer to that question.
Can I give a hint?
Well, Joe, I was going to say, when we were shooting a link this morning, I tweeted a photograph of the 2 of us standing on a balcony overlooking the Atlantis Resort. What could you see in the background of that picture?
Stuff.
I think you could see the manta ray pool. I think you could see, obviously, the Atlantis Towers.
Yes.
You could see the water slide.
Yes.
The water slide was definitely a shot, right?
I don't know if the water slide was in the shot, but I bet the water slide was.
Okay. Yeah. So, Lee, what is on the agenda for today's edition of the Lowdown?
Okay, we've got a few things coming up. Coming up right on the heels of PCA, about 6 days afterwards, is Aussie Millions, which is part of the family now.
And so this is now part of the Asia Pacific Poker Tour.
That's correct. It's part of the Asia Pacific Poker Tour. It's in Melbourne, Australia. If you've never been to Melbourne, Australia, you must go. It is an awesome town. And, of course, while most of the North America is trying to dig itself out of a deep freeze, it's 32 degrees Celsius in Melbourne, Australia, and it's a fantastic town. Main event kicks off on January 23rd. We've already got satellites running on PokerStars. Tomorrow, January 12th, we have a mega satellite on PokerStars, 5 packages guaranteed. So it's the Asia Pacific's largest poker tournament, richest poker tournament. So get thee out there and give a shot to the Aussie Millions. And
I would like to encourage people to go out there because it is probably going to be fun, even though I'm not going to be there.
It will, even despite your absence, Joe, it will probably be fun. And in fact, I know that there's a bunch of people that are planning to basically go to ground. Whoa, okay, we got a raise, a call, and a raise.
Yeah, McDonald the opener makes it 18,000. Lusk flats, and here comes a 3-bet from Jude Ainsworth to 74,000.
We do know that Jude can play very aggressively and can sometimes go a little crazy in these spots.
Both blinds fold.
And of course, McDonald, Timex can be opening with pretty much anything. So,
by the way, we referenced Aniel Guillen coming to the table. The other player sat in the 2 seat, who was in the big blind this hand, is Andrea Balagoya, and he's brought 312,000 chips to the table. Guillen playing a stack of 485,000. So action back on Timex.
you know, his hair's getting positively long by Timex standards.
Timex very interested in Jude.
Woof.
Shipperoo. Timex shoves for 336,000
If
total.
we had a red triangle, we'd throw it.
Marcel's out of the way.
What you playing?
335,000.
No, they're 40s, yeah?
They're not 40s.
30s?
After this hand, I'll let you know how.
Just so you know, he's asking how high the chip stacks are that Mike has. So he started. Normally they're stacked in 20s. Mike's are obviously higher than 20, and I think it got the job done.
And I think Jude probably was getting a little out of line there. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
I was just going to tell you how Sam Greenwood went out in the tournament, by the way. Pretty sick hand against Madis Moore. Greenwood flopped top 2 with ace-queen. And unfortunately for him, over the next 2 streets of betting, Mr. Moore, having kind of floated the flop, then caught runner to catch a straight, snapped off Sam's all-in on the river, and Moore is now sitting at the top of the chip lead with 1.6 million.
Say afterwards. Yeah, you don't need to apologize. If I take them off, does that mean I can't wear them anymore? Or? Oh. Okay, gotcha. All right.
It's patch politics, folks.
Those of you asking, by the way, about whether there'll be any pros joining us in the booth today, Lex Veldhouse will be here a bit later on, about an hour's time after the first break. So level 2 of the day, level 20 of the tournament, Lex Veldhouse back in the house. But Lee, sorry, we were talking about the Aussie Millions. The reason, by the way, that Joe and I can't go is it does kind of clash with EPT Deauville, and the European poker tour does have to remain our #1 priority.
As it must, and that's, I mean, you know, and obviously they'll miss you guys out in Melbourne, but you know. But since we're talking about Deauville, let's talk about Deauville.
Yes.
January 22nd through February 1st at the Casino Barrière in Deauville. And it's the French Poker Series, Season 3 final. That's January 22 through 26. And it's a 500K guarantee, 1,100 buy-in. And then the EPT main event, which is 5,300 euros. And that's going to be right on the heels of the French Poker Series final.
Now, Lee, do you get to choose which event you go to? Do you get to choose between the Aussie Millions and Deauville?
I'm actually not going to either because I'm actually going to take a little downtime after PCA. So otherwise I would have...
Whoa. No Lee's Lowdown in Deauville? Is that what you're saying?
Unfortunately not, but I will be in Vienna. So we will party hard in Vienna with pastries coming out of our ears. But no, I will not be in Deauville. Unfortunately,
you know, I don't think I'd be any good to you guys right now. I'm very disappointed with this. I'm just gonna take a minute. Because I seriously don't think I'd be any good for you. So I'm just gonna.
Well, let me just tell you what's happening here. Freitas opened under the gun +1 to 19,000. Ortiz on the button, 3 bets to 35,000 with both blinds folding.
Man, you guys have got an action table here. You know, there's no. It's really rock and roll. But yeah, the Deauville's going on. And then along with Deauville, we are doing the European Poker Awards. And that's on Wednesday, January 29th. And that's powered by the Global Poker Index, GPI. And we're very excited about that because it's a industry-wide index that they've developed to rank tournament players. And, of course, we're all aware that Daniel Negreanu has gotten their Player of the Decade award. But the thing is that now we're doing a industry-wide ranking, and I think that's just good for the business. That PokerStars isn't driving it; it's not our algorithm; it's GPI's algorithm, and that gives, I think, some legitimacy and some credibility to the whole index.
And also, a member of EPT Live is nominated for a European Poker Award. Mark Convey.
Really?
Is nominated for European Poker, like a Lifetime Achievement Award or something.
I believe it's Poker Industry Staff Person of the Year.
There you go.
Really? Awesome. Awesome. It'd be cool if our own Mark were to take that down. And but you know, I mean, I just think it's cool that we are sort of, you know, holding out our arms to the whole industry and coming up with this industry-wide standard.
it's a little less self-aggrandizing when it's someone else giving you the award.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, guess who's hosting the awards? Guess who's the main presenter for the awards?
Who?
The lovely, talented, and awesome Kara Scott.
Okay.
Oh, look, it's Vanessa Selps and Max Silver deep in poker tournaments.
By the way, I didn't mean to sound disappointed that it's. I love Kara. Kara's the best.
So let's pick up the action here at our secondary feature table. Shyam Srinivasan was the original raiser. Bet the flop, bet the turn, let's bet the river. It's fired all 3 bullets.
David Bridgman writes in, Lee's dough down.
Well, Luke Jordan points out that in Deauville, Lee's lowdown is a no-ville.
Man, now I'm all disappointed.
Triple.
So 17,000 pre-flop, 21,000 on the
Did she
flop.
just say triple?
41,000 on the turn, 162,000 on the river. Selps playing close to $1 million at the start of this hand.
And this is weird. Somebody putting Vanessa in a spot.
I call.
Obviously thinking of hearing with something, and
Oh,
that
he's got the nuts.
isn't good.
Whoa, wow, full house.
Nice.
Very specifically the nuts.
Bad hand.
Vanessa's still playing, more than 800K, not all hope is lost.
And I wonder just how light she called off there.
Well, yeah, it was interesting because I think I heard her say the word triple. And if she did, she was asking him and herself, is this a triple barrel? Did you just fire 3 streets with nothing?
By the way, the new player who came to the table after a little bit of player ID confusion is Isaac Barron.
Isaac Barron?
Westman Low Aces, of course,
Yes.
player who made the final table
Oh,
of
yeah.
the grand final back in
Yeah.
season 4 of the EPT.
Old friend of mine, California boy. Quite a poker beast.
So we rejoin this hand on the turn.
McDonald, the pre-flop raiser. Got called by Isaac Barron on the button. McDonald, bet 30,000 on the flop. Looks like he's barreling on the turn. Tournament clock currently showing 64 players remaining. So we've had 8 eliminations so far. 45 minutes into level 19, the first level of the day.
So Mike's betting more than half
Is that
the pot.
Isaac Barron?
I mean, really, it's anybody's guess, but
I mean,
Bloomin' hopes so. We've misidentified him once. I don't want to do it a second time.
it doesn't... He's wearing his hair very differently than I recall him doing. But, I mean, I'm sure our guys are right. It's just...
I'm willing to go with it.
So 70,000 apiece on the turn. 3 of hearts on the river.
Okay, if that is Isaac Barron, the guy has gone into a diet and exercise regime that impresses the heck out of me.
I'll be honest with you, Leo, I haven't actually seen Isaac since he made that final table, and that was back in 2008.
Right.
So that was nearly 6 years ago.
I know, but wow.
Action finally slows down on the river.
Check, check.
Pocket Queen's the hand for Mike.
I think it's good.
Isaac Barron mark. So
after, sorry, James, but after Mike was stationed for big bets, he bet more than half the pot on the flop, more than half the pot on the turn. You can see why it wasn't like a crazy draw heavy board, but then the river came down and you know, is kind of a blank, but you're a little worried at that point when you get such big bets called, so you can see why maybe he wouldn't want to squeeze value out of that river.
Well, the net result of that hand is that Mike McDonald's now playing 583,000, 73 big blinds. By the way, just a quick aside, referring to this table, the secondary feature table, we got very excited about the combination of Max Silver, Vanessa Selbst, the qualifier, Thomas Hall. Should also be pointed out that Schaim Srinivasan is an online beast, and as Justin Fairbanks points out on Twitter, second only to Chris Moorman in online winnings.
Wow.
I know who he is.
Many people saying they're fascinated with the dynamic between Max Silver and Vanessa Selbst. Those two have actually played heads up before at the UK IPT High Roller just a few months ago.
Good work.
And who won that? Vanessa? Max?
One of the two.
One of them?
As will happen in heads-up matches.
Brandon Myers says, yes, it is Isaac Barron, and he lost the weight years ago.
What a guy. Isaac, you are the man. Well done.
Well, here is Max Silver in action. You would have said you wanted to see the dynamic between Max Silver and Vanessa Selbst. Internet, you're welcome. Silver raised pre, Selbst 3-bet. Check on the flop. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Delayed C-bet from Vanessa.
Funny thing about Max Silver, his name, Max Silver, would indicate that he's silver, but he's not. He's actually human person colored, Caucasian. He's not silver.
Max Silver calls the 54,000. I'm sorry, Lee. I try to control it.
I didn't know if I was supposed to say anything or what.
There's like 6 people out there who know what I'm talking about.
Listen, the last time I tried something with Max Silver, I tried to do something with Max's silver hammer, and it just like went nowhere.
Yeah. Happens.
Reference a obscure Beatles song.
Vanessa checks the river, which is a 9.
What? Here we go.
Those are little stacks of 5K chips.
I think 107 is the number.
A little bit of yellow icing on top.
No, I'm wrong. It's 100 and it's 25 more than that. It's 132 if I'm not mistaken.
You know, he took all that time to stack it out so carefully, drops the blue, and then just sticks it on top. Come on, Max, take a little pride in your work.
Well, I've heard of the cycle. This looks like a yawn call from Vanessa. She does call.
Wow.
Got there.
Oh, well, he had diamonds on the turn.
Smile. Smile.
Wowee. They're winning.
We've seen Vanessa
Check raise.
lose 2 big hands in a row now.
That's some bad news.
She's down below 600,000. Max Silver increases his stack. He's now playing more than 1.5 million.
And Max is a guy who, you know, we really didn't know much about him here on EBT Live till he played in Prague. He is really fun to watch. He is a great player, and I like having him at our feature
He's
tables.
also a stupendously nice guy.
Yeah.
He and some other guys saw me eating by myself at a little restaurant when we were in Prague, and he says, "Hey, come over and sit at our table." And we just had a glorious time, and he's just as sweet and unassuming as you could ever want. So.
Something I wanted to clarify about the live events you were talking about, Lee. Obviously, Aussie Millions coming up and EPT Deauville. satellites still running for both those events? It's
Absolutely.
not too late to get in
Oh,
online?
no. Get the Into the Satellites. You go to PokerStars, go to events, and you'll find satellites for both Deauville and Aussie Millions, and you can just put a little search. There's this little search box, and you put Aussie in or you put Deauville in, and you find all the satellites that you could beat. And I mean, starting at really low values.
And whenever possible, Joe and I encourage people to play these sats. We say the experience of playing any PokerStars-sponsored live event is just amazing. I mean, imagine coming to the Bahamas and having a free poker holiday. But the same goes for any leg of the EPT. But if you don't manage to make it through the satellites, or if you can't get the time off work, we encourage you to watch our live streaming from EPT Deauville, which starts on Tuesday, the 28th of January. Carrying right through to the final table on Saturday, the 1st of February. So back to the action at our main feature table. Jude Ainsworth, the pre-flop aggressor, got 2 callers. Jude's continuation bet of 22,000 called by Freitas and has now been raised by Mike McDonald. Ainsworth gets out of the way. Action back on Freitas.
So McDonald
He's just so monster like that.
flatted out of the big blind before the flop.
What did he say?
Have a good hand.
He said, well, we'll go in.
He's got kind of a Sylvester Stallone look, doesn't he?
Double draw side. I fold. Maybe it's a double draw on side. Good hand.
Thinks Mike had a double draw or a set.
Let's see what's good or not in an hour.
The old double draw set polarization.
No, I fold.
You talk about Max Silver, Joe, coming to our attention, really, when he made that final table in Prague. Of course, he was well known on the UK circuit before that. Should point out that Max is a former employee of Full Tilt Poker.
Yes, he was.
And carved up the UK IPT. He's won a main event, a high roller. He's made several final tables, and many of our audience will be familiar with Max from the UK IPT TV shows, which, of course, are available to watch at PokerStars.tv.
They won't show whole cards until like 4 months from now or something.
Night until the final table.
Not this.
It's 1 hour delay.
Is it 1 hour delay on this?
Yeah.
No.
I think it's only 12, right?
Nope. Stop talking. Nope.
You know, if you want, I can prove it to them by running down there and telling them.
Not being funny, before someone throws the toys out the pram, we need to get a message to the players at the table that they are not being streamed with whole cards.
Yeah.
I'll tweet at him.
Okay.
Somebody send a tweet to Timex.
Meanwhile, Vanessa tweets to say, was up to over 1 million, then down to 575 after a bad hero call and a big cooler.
I'm not going to tell.
Okay, I'm not going to tell us.
Mike, he's like, are you trying? He's trying to get Timex to tell him what he had. And it's like, I don't think so.
Just to clarify, by the way, to anyone watching, because I know there are other tours, there are other festivals where they are prepared to put whole card information out on a short delay. We would only ever do that at the final table, because I will make this point again and again and again. It will be brutally unfair to the 8 players at the feature table to have that information sent out to the world and their opponents when nobody else in the tournament is having to do that.
Absolutely not, and we're not going to do that. So going on PokerStars this month, the January Daily Challenge. And this is something where we're giving away, Joe, the Fat Cat is shipping money out. It's $500,000 this month.
What?
What? Yes. I think we did it. Maybe we didn't tell the Fat Cat we were just going to give away $500,000.
That is one bottle of his 1,000-year-old brandy.
That's correct. And all we have to do to get these magic dollars is opt in to the January. Oh, somebody's out.
Ismail Bojang.
Okay.
Eliminated.
All you have to do.
Hey Lee, it's time for Bojang to Gojang.
Oh man, maybe he can go to Bojangles and get a biscuit.
Maybe I was trying to avoid that one, but you know, you got it. You got there.
Okay. But yeah, all you have to do is opt into the January challenge, and each day we have a challenge, and if you complete that challenge, then you get a ticket into one of our all-in shootouts. And each all-in shootout gives away some money. And as I said before, if you've seen the all-in shootouts, basically everybody's all in every hand. You just have to register for it. You don't have to be there for it. You just register and then go to bed, and then you wake up and either you won some money or you didn't. Today's January challenge, you have to play one real money hand on Zoom in a ring game. That's all you have to do. Get on PokerStars, play one Zoom hand for real money, boom.
If you play more than one Zoom hand, does that count as failing? Is it a very like,
no,
it's like a trick?
You get as many as you want to.
Okay,
It's just
at
fine.
least one hand.
You play at least one hand of Zoom real money, and you've completed today's challenge. And if you complete 10 challenges during the month of January, and if you're just getting started on the challenges right now, you're going to have to kind of hustle. But if you complete 10 challenges during the month of January, you're going to get a ticket to the big final all-in shootout on February 4th. That gives away even more money. So, again, just sign up, and I'm going to take a second off air here and tweet out the link to the January challenge and also to the Aussie Millions.
Meanwhile, we'll call the action at our feature table where Isaac Barron has raised under the gun to 19,000. Called by Fabio Freitas, and now a 3-bet from Mike McDonald on the button to 65,000. The blinds are folded, so action is back on Barron. By the way, Fabian Ortiz is at our feature table. I'm informed is the champion of LAPT Chile from 2009. Have to remember, we do get a lot of Latin American players here. I think I'm right in saying the PCA is still part of 2 tours, the LAPT and the EPT.
Chile.
Barron folds. That's what Guillen does.
And Andre has written in a few times, giving shout-outs to Aniel Guillen. I think Andre, excuse me, it's Diego. Diego, super big fan of Aniel. Hashtags a tweet, get it done, son. Get it done, hijo. Aniel out of position, getting around 3-1. But a lot of players in this spot, when they're out of position, aren't thinking about calling as often as they're usually thinking about raising again. And Aniel decides to ditch it. And let's take a look at the chip leader.
Yeah, this is Madis Moore, who we've seen on the European Poker Tour many times. He is the current chip leader after eliminating Sam Greenwood, currently playing a stack of around 1.6 million.
Do you think that when we do the TV shows, when he's under the gun, we can do it UUTG?
With the umlauts?
Yeah.
Graphical Nick, start working on it. Lee, sorry to bring you back in, but there is some confusion.
You mean I sat down and confusion reigned, huh?
Paul Waters, the site says you need to earn 1 VPP, not play 1 hand. I didn't qualify today, played loads of hands. And Matthias says, yeah, it says earn 1 VPP playing Zoom ring games for today's challenge.
Oh, I have, the DJ has made a mistake. I apologize, folks. Yes, you actually, and I'm checking that right now. I'm going to confirm that, but I'm sure that's correct.
Thank you for your corrections. Poker Pharaoh says, why doesn't PokerStars run live events in the USA? Poker Pharaoh?
Well,
think about it.
Joe?
Well, that was going to be my entire explanation.
There we go. Okay.
Well, no, you know what? But we do encourage people who are new to poker and new to the broadcast to ask questions, so I don't necessarily want to
I mean, I think that's, and I'll tell you what, let me answer that. I mean, I'm head of poker communications.
Yeah,
that should be my job. What is your name, sir, who asked that question?
It's the Poker Pharaoh.
Oh, Poker Pharaoh. We would love to offer poker tournaments in the United States. At the moment, PokerStars is not offering its products, its software product in the United States. And so there would be limited value to us to offer any kind of live poker tournament because, as most people realize, the poker tournaments and the online product are complementary and give each other strength. So because we are not offering our online product in the United States, there really wouldn't be that much value in having live events in the United States. We are continuing to pursue opportunities in the United States. We believe that at some point we will be back in the United States, and I can promise you that the moment we are offering the online product in the United States, we will have live events in the United States immediately on its heels.
Good stuff, Lee. Last hand, raise and take it for Fabio Freitas. Just very quickly, an update from the outer tables, courtesy of the reports on the PokerStarsblog.com. Sergei Fedorov has just been busted by Madis Moore, who has extended his chip lead. He now has more than 1.8 million, and we are down to 59 players. Still 30 minutes to play on the first level of the day.
Looks like Lusk and Barron are exchanging gazes.
Lusk's open is to 24,000. Isaac Barron's in the big blind.
Double block.
Yeah, double block and the stack is 60.
That's good, that's good.
Yeah, get all the yellow chips.
That's kind of mine turn. Where do you leave it?
I keep waiting for a sort of a break in the action to discuss some of my topics. These guys don't seem inclined to have any breaks in the action.
Not this time of year.
Barron 3 bets.
And I just want to say, as somebody who's gotten a lot of weight off in the last 2 years, when I knew Isaac, 5 or 6 years ago, he was pretty round, and now he's looking just in really good shape, and it's really good to see that because that's hard to do when you're in the poker world.
Lee, questions are coming in actually, and I want to put a couple of these to you. Stephen Nichols says, Lee, if you have self-excluded from PokerStars, can you still play live events?
Yes, I believe that is true, and I am not the final arbiter on it, but I believe that there is a 90% chance that you will be able to continue to play in our live events.
And Horace is going to give you an opt-out clause, and so you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to, but are the live tours profitable, or are they loss leaders for the online product?
It's really not my place to discuss the financial results of our live tours.
He took the opt-out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a perfectly legitimate question.
You do know the answer, though, right?
I do know the answer.
Yeah, he knows.
And I would like to keep my job, so I'm not going to discuss the answer on air.
Just write down the answer on a piece of paper, and I'll read it.
Kyle says you guys...
Lee?
Kyle says you guys should snag a red triangle and give it away sometime. Kyle, we regularly give away all in triangles.
If we had a red triangle, it would be down there on the feature table,
exactly.
I assure you.
No triangles in the Bahamas, unfortunately.
I keep telling you, Martin, the guy out there, Martin's got a bag of them. I just know this. Martin, you got any signed?
I don't think Martin's listening to the live stream.
No, but people that know Martin are listening to live stream. They're going to be, hey, Martin, you're on the live stream, man. Yeah, right. Martin's out like moving tables or loading lorries or I don't know, whatever he does.
Aniel Guillen's under the gun open has been flattered by Lusk. And we are going heads up to the flop. Which is King, Queen, 7 with 2 clubs. I can confirm, Lee, that self-excluded players can play live events.
Awesome. Thanks very much for that confirmation. It turns out I was actually right this time.
Should point out there were 2 callers here. Isaac Barron calling out of the small blind as well. Or not, as the case may be.
Whoops. Hey, Marcel's gone legit on us. He's got his sunglasses on upside right.
Betting a call. James, maybe Isaac Barron just checked out that hand. Maybe he just, folded out of turn and with no betting action in front of him.
Maybe. 5 of hearts on the turn.
You know, we don't. It's been a while since we've seen Marcel deep in a no limit tournament, but people should realize that he's out there in the side events. Basically, anything that's mixed games, you know, generally limit poker, he's crushing.
Memory serves me correctly, Marcel pretty much crushed the Berlin Festival that we ran towards the end of EPT Season 9. I think he won
2 side events?
2 side events.
And he won. Didn't he win 2 at the PCA last year?
I'm pretty sure
side
he did.
events, yeah. I mean, basically, it involves mixed games and stud and stuff like that. Marcel, basically, take Marcel and lay the points.
52.
52,000.
Quick fold that time.
So, Lee, what else do we need to check off here?
T-Coop. And that's the big one. We've got T-Coop.
That's going to be huge in England, huh? They love their tea.
Yeah. You want to handle that one, James? Or?
I just ignore it.
Okay, there we go. T-Coop
Chips
is
for T-Coop.
Yeah, there we go. T stands for turbo, which means it's fast. 50 events, 15 million guaranteed. It starts on January 23rd. The satellites are already running, and the buy-in you can get in for 22 cents or 5 FPPs. And as James and Joe are telling you, play the satellites. You know, you can never know when you could satellite your way into one of the main events in T-Coop. But in some senses, the other thing is be in the moment. You're playing poker. Yes, it's a satellite, but you're having fun and playing poker. And if you get in, then you can be part of 50 events and with 15 million guaranteed. The main event, $700 buy-in on February 2nd with a $2 million guarantee.
All of which will be finished in time for tea.
That, in fact, is true. That part is absolutely correct because the average time to cash in T-Coop is 2 hours and 10 minutes. So it's not like you're there like playing a Sunday Million where it's like 12 hours and 3 in the morning by the time you discover if you're going to be in the cash or not. It's 2 hours and 10 minutes is the average time to cash. We had one Hyper Turbo last year that took 1 hour and 37 minutes to reach the cash. And we have a tournament leaderboard for T-Coop. So if you win the TLB for T-Coop, you get, I mean, it's weird that we're talking about this, but a PCA 2015 package.
Cool.
I mean, we're already talking about PCA 2015.
There's no better time, though, to give away a PCA package than the dead of winter.
At the previous PCA, right?
That too, but just in the middle of the dead of winter, like you win a PCA package in August, it's still good.
Yeah.
But knowing that a year later in the freezing cold, instead of shoveling your driveway, you're going to be a PCA.
Or yeah, and telling your girlfriend, honey, could you go out and find us a 2015 calendar? Because we need to write the Bahamas on January.
Ainsworth raises to 17,000. Gets a call from Fabian Ortiz in the cutoff.
You'll basically be the first person with a PCA package.
Ace, Queen, Jack on the flop. 2 diamonds. Ainsworth continues.
That was quick.
Gets a fold.
And do you know what? I love that some people just go, okay, you bet and I fold. Boom. Next hand, please.
Keep it going. A couple of quick questions, one of which I can answer, one of which is for Lee Jones. Brad says, how many levels are you playing today, or are you playing down to a certain number of players? Brad, we're going to play 5 full levels unless we get down to 16, in which case we'll finish earlier. And Aiden Spark says, can I have a lock of Lee's hair for good luck?
Ooh.
Oh,
boy.
That would be...
Aiden, I do not mean to disappoint you. I don't know if... Aiden, are you sitting down? Yeah, check out Jude Ainsworth's head, and that should give you your answer.
That's about how much hair. I actually have a little more hair than that, but not much.
We can do is we can take a picture of my hair in the reflection of Lee's head and send you that. Probably the best we can do.
Yeah.
You know, every time I go on
camera,
camera,
Lee, we don't see much of you from the neck down. Is there any other area where maybe we could harvest a lock? I mean, if Aiden really wants one, we can probably make it happen. All right, fine.
James, help me here.
I can't help you on this occasion, Lee. He's a lost cause. Ezra says, so, we know who buys the calendars in Lee's house.
Oh, sick brag. Aaron Bass who says, you guys looking for one of these? And then tweets in a photo of his all-in triangle.
Oh, now that's strong. That is very, very strong. You know what we could do is we could actually take a picture of an all-in triangle, cut it into a triangle shape, run down and like give it to the dealer. That would be. And when somebody went off, if the dealer threw out a piece of paper shaped like an all-in triangle, I think that'd be pretty awesome.
Ortiz raises to 20,000. Gets a call from Freitas, who checks this Queen Jack 6 flop.
30,000.
Ortiz continues.
Man, I like this. Bang. I bet. I call. I bet. I fold. This is good poker.
Board pairs on the turn. Puts a second flush draw out there.
You know, it could also be just two guys that aren't even thinking a little bit about what's happening in the hand. So there's a flip side.
Well, you know, we've actually been talking about that, about these situations where it goes raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, tank, right? It's like when you put the 4-bet out, you should have been thinking about what was going to happen when the 5-bet happened.
Very common theme here.
It's nice to see guys that are thinking, okay, I'm going to make an action, and if he does X, I'm going to have Y already queued up.
Well, there's Y.
Freitas checks a second time. Ortiz bets a second time. 57K.
Freitas looks pretty excited.
The thing is, you can have a lot of all kinds of combinations here.
There are plenty of hands.
You can have a queen with hearts and all kinds of stuff like this.
That you can be excited about.
10 of diamonds. Check. By no means a brick.
And he's not excited about that one.
No.
Check, check.
He's got...
He does have a flush.
Wow.
Lee, I think your read may have been a little off.
My read was a million miles from correct.
He wasn't as excited to get chips in, hence the check.
Yeah. Dude, bet your hand.
I should back.
I just said that.
Which two diamonds did he have?
I think it looked...
Maybe he's on air also.
I don't remember.
Ace King is gonna fold.
Good with the speeches, this one.
Yeah, he does. He kind of like talks through what he's thinking, and it's kind of interesting. He's like, so Mike, what do you think? Mike's like, I'm going to just like keep my thoughts to myself. Thank you very
Just
much.
not him to bluff. I don't think so. If he's gonna bluff that way.
And you know, with the, I think we see the Latin American players tend to be more kind of vocal about this stuff. And if we were in a Q&A session yesterday, okay, here's something for you. Last year, how many Brazilian players in the main event at the PCA? Any idea?
From a field of 987, I'll say 42.
You were close, 32. This year,
Thanks.
how many Brazilian?
Thanks for letting me take a guess.
Oh,
I want to guess it this
All
year.
right, guess in this. Okay, so 32 Brazilian players last year. This year, Brazilian players in the main event.
90.
Not quite that many. I'm going to say 67.
You're almost like you read it to 62. But we basically doubled.
62.
We basically doubled the number of Brazilian players in the main event at the PCA this year, which gives you an idea. And anyway, the point is Andre Akari was talking about what poker is doing in Brazil. It's exploding. I mean, it's just going through the roof. They are getting corporate sponsorship. It's a big, big deal. And you're going to see more Latin American players out here. I think it's awesome. And they do have a different, I mean, the Latin American culture is a very different thing. And you're going to hear more of this kind of stuff where people are just like, they're talking through their thoughts.
And bonus, Latin American men, amazing lovers. So we got that going for us too.
Makes such a difference at the poker table, I
Doesn't
find.
it?
Is it? Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Marcel Lusk raises under the gun, gets 3-bet.
Another
by
country
Fabio
known
Freitas.
for its amazing... No, wait.
Freitas has made it 54,000. Marcel would be in position if this goes to the flop.
Oh my God.
I don't feel like it.
Good.
I don't know.
That was a...
You show me a bluff, you humiliate me.
No, I'm never humiliated.
2 tens get shown.
I'm not here to humiliate no one. I'm here just to win.
I just feel like this vibe
He was
Somehow.
and,
Somehow I felt the vibe.
it's a good phone.
The vibe of the guy who is going to
Maybe
3-bet
I'll
with
see
two
later
tens
if
and show
it's-
you.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a good phone.
exactly. I can fold and
Maybe
I'm going to
the fourth
find out
stage
that I was right.
somehow
It's hard to go
Could be.
wrong.
You can hit the quads and four.
The one
I
final
think he must
topic I
want
want to
to
cover
deuces out.
before we get out of here is Joe's favorite game in the world,
This hand you could not do to
Facebook.
do this.
PokerStars on Facebook. Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I lost a minute.
No download, no real money. Just get in there and play poker.
I'm logging in right now.
And if you've not played
I don't have to play my hands. I can play the.
if you've not played PokerStars on Facebook, you're missing out on a big time because it's great fun and it's a real Facebook game. So it's got colors and animations and fuzzy dice and all the stuff that you want to see in a Facebook game.
And you get to see Liv Barree's face, and we're getting to see Liv now
Yes,
because
we're
she's got a new seat
Yes.
at a new table. Table's breaking all the time, by the way, with us down to 57 players.
With not very many chips, unfortunately.
Well, she did get that double up early on, but she came in short stacked at the start of the day, still short stacked now.
But the good news is that the chip leader in the tournament has left the room to have lunch.
Hey, here's another thing I like about the Facebook app that you don't get on the client.
Mm-hmm.
When I log in, I have all these little messages and requests and things that make me feel like I have friends, which is something that's very important to me.
But yes, oh, and you get scratchers.
I have 5 scratchers.
You
Everybody,
have 5
let's
scratchers.
Sweat the
Let's-
scratchers.
let's
Here we
sweat
go.
the scratchers with Joe. He's going to scratch with the little 1,000 chip. He won 1,000 chips.
1,000. That's the minimum. Here we go. Another 1,000.
Another 1,000. Come on, Joe. You can do better.
I've
than
run
that.
good in scratchers.
Do you
though.
really?
Check out this one.
You run good in-
200,000 was right there.
There you go.
I
Come on,
guess
you can-
that's the bad boy.
Yeah,
though.
that's the bad boy. You're kind of running bad in scratches.
And my
Joe.
friend Lindsay on Facebook sent these scratches to me. There's a 2,000.
Oh, there's a 2,000. Okay. And finally,
And
another 2,000.
Look at that. Now I can. Oh, that was sent to me by Patty.
Do you know Patty?
I think that's Patty Daniels' assistant, Patty Landis. I'm gonna return the favor to Patty.
There you go.
Done.
But yeah, I think people will really enjoy Facebook poker on PokerStars, and we've got a pot building here.
Well, it's been a showdown to the river. And Marcel shows King 9, Ace King. The hand for Roger Teska, he had 64,000 chips to his stack. Roland says, evening all, just turned in. How's that silver Selps table going? Not well for Vanessa is the answer, Roland. Any plans to show some of that? It is our secondary feature table at the moment, Roland, but it's high on the breaking order. That's why it's not our main feature table. That lineup will not be there for much longer.
But I assure you that if something changes dramatically in the fortunes of Vanessa Selps, we will definitely bring it to you.
Are you aware of the expression, the hair of the dog, Lee?
Yes.
Clearly, it's something Roger Teska firmly believes in.
Oh, maybe that's what you should send the guy that wants the lock of hair. Send him some hair of the dog.
Hair of the dog, right. It's interesting, James, that I know that because I think that's a relatively old school expression. Probably not everybody knows that.
All right, can I get 7 back?
But yeah, I mean, the thing that's really cool about Facebook is we've taken the underlying PokerStars poker engine, the best one in the world that drives the same client that everybody plays on PokerStars. It's the same random number generator. It's the same, again, poker engine, and you're actually playing against the same players on PokerStars.net.
And I know you have a mantra right now, Lee, and that mantra is that we've got to make it clear to people who haven't yet discovered this great game that poker is fun.
Poker is fun.
And I think the Facebook game does that. And I also want to bring up the new TV show we've just made, The Shark Cage. We've been showing some promos for that. That is another great example of how we can show people that poker is just awesome entertainment.
It really is, and you can have a lot of fun. There's great competition, and the cool thing about Facebook, the game, is that it has quizzes and tips. And so as you progress through the game, you learn more about the game. And obviously the quizzes start out with things that challenge only, say, Joe Stapleton, like how many suits are there in the deck? Or what do we call the first 3 community cards? But as you move along, the quizzes actually get more and more sophisticated. And get you to actually become a better poker player, and you're not spending a dime doing it.
The quiz was really hard yesterday. It actually asked me which number comes after 7.
No, we didn't.
In an 8 high straight.
Wow, that's a little nervous.
I'm kidding. So in honor of our friend here at the table, Roger Teska, who likes his beverages, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on the Facebook app, and you can buy drinks for the table.
Can you buy Bloody Marys?
I don't know if they have that, but I'll see what we have here.
If that doesn't work out, buy them fruit.
In the store. Is it? Let's check under the luxury gift. Nope, it's not luxury.
It's not luxury. All gifts. Buy them.
There it is, right there.
Oh, that looks like a boat drink if ever I've seen one.
Boom.
That's 25 grand. I'm gonna buy for the table. It's gonna cost me 200,000. You know what? We can afford it.
You know what? We can hook you up if you kind of run short.
Okay, I just bought Bahama Mamas for everyone at my table.
There we
and
go.
You know
Boat
what?
drinks.
And I'm also gonna. I can't even believe this is on here. I'm also gonna get them. Sure, I'll get them the round of lap dances. This is weird that that's even. Why is that even a thing? It's just a poll.
Has anyone said thank you in the chat box?
I don't know.
Have you
Hold
typed,
on, I'm gonna type to them.
Have you typed your mom in the chat box? So
y'all enjoy.
I really think that if you're just kind of getting into poker, or if you have friends that are just getting into poker, please take them to the PokerStars.net app on Facebook. Again, no download required. If you can get to Facebook, you can play PokerStars.net there. And it's a great game, a great teaching tool for people that are new to this amazing game that we're part of.
We've gone 4-way to this flop. Mike McDonald's raise called by Marcel Lust, Jude Ainsworth, and Fabian Ortiz.
Hope y'all enjoy the drinks from the Bahamas. Your mom.
Aaron Bass asks, was Teska disciplined at all for reaching into the pot multiple times yesterday? Aaron, if you're watching the start of the show, you would have seen that Mr. Teska started the day with a 2-orbit penalty.
That's got to be awkward for the tournament guys, you know? It's like, I'm sorry, sir, you're going to have to sit out 2 orbits.
You guys, I spent $200,000 in play money on play drinks, and I'm feeling kind of play sick to my stomach about it now.
Kind of a play hangover?
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make my play mortgage this month. I've got play child support to think about. Four-way action here, huh?
Yeah.
Marcel is getting into it.
Well, it looks like the action was checked to Marcel, and he's going to bet the flop.
The thing is that you just have to play a little bit more honest poker when you've got 3 people in the pot with you. That hit everything.
My bad. Ainsworth actually led the flop for 23,000. Got a fold from Ortiz and McDonald, the original raiser. Marcel called in position.
Was it really your bad?
Now things get interesting because basically everything that Marcel might have been calling with speculatively just arrived. Your 5-6 got there, your hearts got there, and Ainsworth is still betting.
I just bluffed a huge pot and won back all the drink money, all the play drink money.
Bluffed?
Sorry, guys. I'm
Bluffed?
out now.
Are you going to type your mom?
No. I don't. I do that as a greeting.
Oh, okay.
And as a goodbye, but never as an insult.
Never as a tilt-inducing.
No. Meanwhile, back in the world of real poker,
yes,
Jude Ainsworth has bet 45,000 on the turn.
Marcel does not have a great deal left.
No, he sure doesn't.
And they're out there. I think he's got a 9. I think he's got a value hand. Maybe with a medium to good singleton heart behind.
Well, it's a scary board for just a 9, I'd say.
I know, but he's just... We're not going to... Okay, well, there's a brick.
Not the worst river.
If he's planning to bulldog with a 9, and now Jude is like, can I move him off of 122K in a 208,000 pot? He's only got half a pot left.
By the way, those of you who are fascinated by the lineup at our secondary featured table, it's being broken already, and we haven't even finished the first level of the day. That means we're down to 56 players in the PCA main event, and it means we'll have a new lineup at the secondary feature
Marcel's
table.
got a 9.
After the break. This goes check, check on the river.
Start.
Marcel has 5s. And Jude turned a straight.
I mean, look, 9s were about the same as a 5.
I mean, it
there.
was.
They're
It was
bigger,
like
it's
it
bigger
was,
than the 4 and the 3.
exactly. It was just kind of like a value hand that, and obviously he did have a fairly massive draw on the turn.
So you can see that racks have been brought to the table because they are about to break this table. This will be the last hand we'll be able to show you of these guys.
Thanks.
So a new secondary feature table when we come back from the break. 5 more minutes on this level.
We warned you. We said it was going to break soon.
It's all UK. It's a silver haul.
Silver was the pre-flop aggressor. He 3-bet. All checks the flop. Silver continues for 48,000. And registration is now open for today's PCA Live free roll.
But we haven't given out the password yet.
People are still getting in. I wonder where they got that password from.
I think it was written on one of the water slides.
Paul calls the 48K. We're heading to the turn. 236,000 in the middle. 6 of clubs on the turn.
That does nothing. Hall looked down at his chips before he checked.
Max looked at Hall before he checked.
No, but there's something, it was almost like
Wants a queen
it
on
was
the river.
almost like Hall was thinking about betting.
Let's see if he bets the river.
See him? That right there. He just looked down at his chips.
I think that queen's going to improve.
Yeah.
Sometimes both these hands.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it hits a gut shot. It doesn't. He's going to bet.
Well, Silver's been the aggressor here the whole way, except for the turn where it went check, check.
Right.
And I think if Hall then decides to lead at this, then that's going to look pretty strong.
Yeah, sure enough. He's going for chips. $125.
Silver looking back at his hand.
Silver knows that he checked the turn, and that makes him look weak, which could induce a bet.
So a quick reminder, these guys are on the move after this hand. This table being broken. Silver folds.
Max also thinking it looks pretty strong to lead there.
So as we leave those guys, Thomas Hall has a stack of 720,000. Max Silver playing 1.28 million. So a reminder that we'll get a new secondary feature table for you after the break, which is coming up in 2 minutes' time. Just a few more hands at 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante. The blind's going up to 5K, 10K. The ante stays the same.
And we just saw Vanessa stack. I didn't see how. Is she still like 5 whatever?
Vanessa playing 615,000.
And she got a few back.
Back to the main feature table. Ainsworth makes it 16K. Ortiz 3-bets to 40,000.
How much you playing?
Dude, if those Bloody Marys got you in trouble yesterday, maybe
2 columns of blue, is it?
Stand down for a while.
3, 5.
Mickey Peterson has just retweeted 2 tweets that need to be read in tandem. We'll wait till the end of this hand. looks like this 3-bet's going to win. So I read this one tweet from Mickey. It's a retweet by a guy named Reese Jones that says, just got shouted at mid-river decision by Josh R.A. after no previous warning about time taken. Amazing how some people act at the table. Then Mickey retweets Josh R.A., who says, level 1 of tournament. Check to German guy in the river, and he tanks for 3 minutes before betting. Is this typical these days?
I'm sure Reese Jones is delighted that Josh R.A. thinks he's German.
2 sides to every story.
That's kind of fun.
I want to say a quick hello to the Canuck Monkey, who says, today I learned I need a 3rd monitor to 6-table PokerStars, watch EPT live, and keep up with Twitter all at the same time.
Just get a bigger monitor, man.
This, the last hand of the level. Folded around to Ainsworth.
That was a loud apple right there, Marcel.
16,000.
Jude makes it 16K. A min raise. Folded around to the blinds. Roger Tesker in the small. Folds. Aniel Guillen in the big blind.
Just remember, you're eating into bonus coverage.
We're going to have bonus coverage. We've got some nice break content for you. Highlights from days 2 and 3 of the PCA main event. A key hand from last year's PCA involving Phil Hellmuth and Sam Greenwood.
Nice.
2 diamonds. Jack 9-3.
Check.
Actually, a very interesting pro explains that hand between Greenwood and Hellmuth. A 14-minute break.
51,000.
Could be shorter though if this hand goes the distance. Ainsworth continues to flop for 21,000.
Yeah.
It's the kind of flop that could hit a lot of hands, you know?
Call.
Again, check calls. Turn card. It's the 10 of clubs.
Check.
I think we learn a lot more about Aniel's hand when he calls there than we do from Jude betting, because Jude's going to bet a lot, and Aniel's probably just not going to call with nothing on a board like that.
So check on the turn, and then the 10 of hearts on the river. An update from Ike Haxton on the 5K event, by the way. Out in 20th for $10,000. Jumping in the 25K event, lots of familiar faces, and one Russian with a pretty baller watch.
And that Russian, Reese Jones.
45.
Huh, so after taking the turn off, Ainsworth decides to bet 45,000, just over half pot here on the river.
Just want to quickly read this tweet from Sam Grafton. Just got sent a private message by Reese Jones revealing to me his German heritage. It's a weight off his shoulders to finally have it made public.
And maybe Aniel was checking the turn. I mean, obviously he was playing in flow still. Maybe he's checking the river here, excuse me, to try to induce a bet from Jude.
But if you're going to try to induce a bet, then you should have your call planned, right?
It looked like that's what he was doing at first, and now he's kind of second-guessing it. So yeah, at this point, I no longer think he was trying to induce.
Right. The interesting thing is that either one of these guys could have the 10 of diamonds. And that would have, you know, been consistent with both betting and calling the flop.
I wonder if Aniel really thinks this long with, you know, if he flopped top pair. We've got another German tank situation happening here. I think that every time someone tanks on the river, they're just going to be referred to as a German.
Nice one.
The German folds.
So that's the last hand of the level. Players going on break. We're going to do the same. We thank Lee Jones, head of poker communications at PokerStars, for today's edition of Lee's
so
Lowdown.
great to be here. Thank you.
When we come back from the break, blinds up to 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. Stapes and I'll be back. Lex Veldhouse from Team Pro will join us. More action with 56 remaining here at the PCA main event. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan with the PokerStars Daily Roundup from the 2014 PCA here at the Atlantis Resort and Casino in the Bahamas. So, day 2 of the main event in the books. The day started at noon with the registration desk closing, and that means we now have the final facts and figures. 1,031 entrants, a prize pool of just over $10 million, a min cash worth $17,600, and the winner will receive more than $1.8 million. Still a long way to go though. We started today with just over 640 players. While a host of big names made it through today too. Daniel Negreanu, Liv Boeree, Vanessa Selbst, Eugene Kachalov, and Jason Mercier, just to name a few. But our feature table was undoubtedly the most star-studded. We had Chris Moneymaker, Antonio Esfandiari, EPT 8 Berlin champ Davide Katai, and EPT 6 Warsaw champ Christoph Benzimra. They were headlining, along with Nadia Magnus. She crushed the PokerStars.net big game for over $63,000. And with this lineup, there was bound to be fireworks.
Oh wow, Moneymaker, he 4-bets.
Chris Moneymaker, not all in.
These are 2 of our larger stacks at the table too.
Moneymaker 4-betting to 12,300. Katai is calling. He calls the 4-bet out of position.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot to be in. I mean, it's the kind of thing where I'd be very worried if I'm Chris, because a lot of players, when they have a huge hand like aces or kings, can just call out of position there because they don't want to scare you away if you are bluffing, and they want to just give you some rope and let you hang yourself. You don't usually call out of position the 4-bet with a really speculative hand, so I'd be scared if I'm Moneymaker.
King 6-3 with 2 spades.
What kind of price was he getting? Sorry, I was looking at these other prices.
A decent price, to be fair. Katai was in for 6-6 and Moneymaker made it 12-3.
Which is also scary, that little tiny, almost click back in position too. I mean, I have a feeling we could have 2 huge hands here with kings, aces, ace-king, like queens, like 2 very big hands.
Well, Katai checks the action to the man with the pre-flop betting lead, and Moneymaker continues pretty small, 5,500.
And you bet about 1/4 of the pot. Actually, 1/5 of the pot, excuse me. Which is kind of like, what is going on here? Is it 3 kings? Is it the aces? I have a feeling we could have aces versus kings right here.
I'm all in.
Katai raises all in, and that would put Moneymaker all in. And Moneymaker calls. Moneymaker says, I do not have aces.
Wow. Katai flopped a set. And, oh, no set.
Wow,
I
2
thought
draws.
I saw. What is aces and kings? This is what we've got.
Wow. Ace, queen of spades for Moneymaker.
which is actually the best hand right now,
He
with
is
just ace high.
Destroying Katai, and look how foolish I look.
Katai,
well, you're not the only one.
Up and down, but has dirty outs.
Ooh, the dirtiest would be like a 5 of hearts. You know, just like you make that dirty little pair. Oh. I'm rooting for my fellow team pro here.
Haven't died yet.
And the best hand. I always like to root
I like
for
to
the
root
best
for
hand.
the best hand myself.
And ace high is still the best hand with one card to come. It's a deuce.
Oh,
Katai.
And a deuce just seems like such a, I was like, oh, it's a deuce. He's saying no.
Katai rivers the straight, and we lose Chris Moneymaker.
That was grosser than the towel I keep next to my laptop.
Oh, Moneymaker's not happy. He takes his own microphone off. Doesn't want to call. You know, he's like, I'm out of here.
With the elimination of Chris Moneymaker, we switched up the tables. The new headliner, Jennifer Tilley, and joining her, Sam Greenwood, one of 3 Greenwood brothers playing in the tournament. But after a promising start, Jennifer Tilley bust during the last level of play.
7! 3.
Well, we ended day 2 with roughly 230 players, and that means tomorrow, day 3, will be a very exciting day. It'll be a day when we hit the money. 151 players will get paid. The bubble will burst when we lose our 152nd place finisher. Live coverage on the PokerStars YouTube channel kicks off at noon Eastern Time on Friday, the 10th of January. Plus, of course, you can read all about it on the PokerStarsblog.com, a full roundup of day 2, the latest chip counts, and of course, live updates from day 3. Follow them on Twitter as well, at PokerStarsblog. I'll see you soon. Hello, I'm James Hartigan, and this is the PokerStars Daily Roundup from the 2014 PCA. Day 3 of a main event is always an exciting day. It's the bubble day. We came into play with 215 players. We planned to go hand for hand when we got down to 153, with 151 making the money. Plenty of big names came into day 3, all hoping to cash. Guys like Dario Minieri, Jason Mercier, Mike McDonald, all 3 of the Greenwood brothers, and Umberto Brenes. Headlining our feature table, 3 players who cashed in the super high roller earlier in the week. Vanessa Selbst, Antonio Esfandiari, and Ola Shemian. The bubble approached and players fell, desperately close to the money. With 155 remaining, it was Vanessa Selbst who featured in our hand of the day. Did Vanessa declare all in? She did. She shoved. 218,800.
And Rojas just asked for a count. Wow. This could be at the start of this hand. So it's a 440,000 chip pot if he calls.
Hi-ya!
Average stack's only 200K at this point. This is huge.
My impression was that Rojas wasn't super strong, and he seemed to just kind of be puffing his chest out a little bit. I mean, just from his body language. But I don't know if Vanessa would make that same read, and I don't know if she would, after he's put this many chips in, do this on a bluff. Now, we know she's capable.
He's getting almost 2-1.
Yeah, the call is for just over half his total stack because he started the hand with 392K. She started it with 219, or 218 rather. Oh no, it's 400 ante. Okay, yeah, 219 too.
She gave him a really great price on the 4-bet. Now not such a good one.
He doesn't look real happy about it.
No.
I mean, he looked really comfortable when he was making the raise and the 4-bet.
Too comfortable.
Or excuse me, the 3-bet and the 5-bet, but
he was focused way too much on her when he was making the bets, and I just feel like when you have like a huge hand, you're not that engaging.
Now, what do they say about having a plan when you reopen the betting?
Well, this is what we just talked about. It's like in this circumstance, I'm fine to give him like 2 minutes to do this. But again, even here, and maybe there are people at home who would disagree with me, this is not a 5 to 10 minute decision. This is not, you instigated this. You 3-bet, you 5-bet. You know, as what James, what you just said. What's your plan? What's your plan when she shoves?
I think also that given who you're playing against, you have to know that this is even more of a possibility. Against any player.
Call.
He's called.
Ace, ace? Looks like ace, ace for Vanessa.
Vanessa with the aces. King, queen, the hand for Rojas.
He really thought she was out of line.
That is loose.
She's got both his suits covered, too.
At the super high roller final, we did see aces cracked by King Jack.
Yep.
Just saying.
That was Vanessa who got him cracked, too, wasn't it? Or was it the... Oh, no, it was somebody else who had the aces cracked.
It was Dan Shack. Point being that 12% is 12%, although that's a pretty safe flop for Vanessa.
That is less than 12%.
Rojas now down to less than 1% equity.
And it's going to be a double through.
So Vanessa doubles up. Her opponent drawing dead on the turn. Full house on the river, just for good measure.
Do you want me to break one of these down for you?
She's now up to 445K.
Okay.
Welcome back to day 4 of the PokerStars.net PCA main event with 56 players remaining in this $10,000 buy-in tournament. These are the players we're watching right now on our feature table. They include one of the tournament chip leaders, Roger Teska. Isaac Barron, final tabled. The grand final in Monaco a few seasons ago. Aniel Guillen and Marcel Lusk, both members of Team PokerStars Pro. Mike McDonald, an EPT champion. Jude Ainsworth, a renowned Irish pro. So some great results online. And we'll have a new secondary feature table for you very soon. James Hartigan rejoined by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. And not only do we have these interesting characters at the table, but they've been playing. Lots of pots happening. We do have a brand new secondary feature table.
Not sure those chip stacks are right. Mattis Moore was up to 1.8 million at one point. Pretty sure that Mattis Moore is still the chip leader. We'll get that corrected. I think he's the guy with more than 2 million right now. We'll come back to that table in due course when we've got everything verified.
And yeah, nothing against Lonnie Harwood, but I don't think that she's got over 2 million in chips.
All right.
So blinds are now 5,000 and 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. This is level 20 of the PCA main event, the second level of the day. Our plan is to play 5 levels today unless we get down to the final 2 tables, unless we hit 16 players. You can get in touch on Twitter, tag your tweets EPT Live. You can also email us nuts at pokerstars.tv. In the next couple of minutes.
The only person I expressed any displeasure towards was the camera. You know, I don't think that it was really that cool that they just selected it to that table and it wasn't random.
I'd say you weren't at all disrespectful to the players, but I think you're pretty disrespectful to the tournament staff.
Well, the camera.
No, you
accepted every penalty that they gave me, so okay, you're right.
No, that's not. It's not about the penalty because if you go over the line for a rule, then you get a penalty.
You're just flipping off the camera non-stop.
Yeah, you're just putting your fingers in the air all the time. That's
I mean, I know I was, but...
And you should not touch the chips in the middle.
Oh, yeah, I was doing that too.
That's a bad habit.
I just feel like that and splashed the pot so I could see how much was in the middle.
Today?
That was yesterday.
Even just stuff like your offer to pay the guy to not put you on the TV table, when you're like under your breath, you're like, listen, you make 15 bucks an hour, I'll pay you 10K to not put me on the table tomorrow. Like, that's pretty disrespectful.
So then you know you're on the television.
Well, at least he's not drinking to... Oh.
Today we're on the television table because it's payback time.
Well, I wasn't trying to be rude. I just don't think it's fair. I asked if it was random that I ended up at that table, and they said no. And I said, well, you know, screw you guys. That's not cool.
Which table? This table?
That one right
Yeah,
there,
like
the second TV
features,
table,
yeah.
where they're still showing your cards and putting you on TV.
Why do they want you on there?
Because I was drunk.
You were drunk?
Yeah.
That's not true, by the way.
That is not why that table was selected.
I made them show me where I signed an agreement that was okay for them to do it.
We definitely don't decide who gets moved to the feature table. That's up to tournament staff. They would be moved to that table regardless. It just so happened that that table happened to be the secondary feature table.
Also, when he asked for the terms and conditions to be shown, we are very easily able to produce that because every player who enters this tournament agrees to cooperate with the television production and have their whole card information recorded for future use. The whole card information was not being live streamed yesterday, something we don't do on PokerStars sponsored tours.
Now, we may have shown him where it says, if we ask you to move to the feature table, you have to move to the feature table, but that's it.
Anyway, hopefully Mr. Teska is over it now and we can move on. Let me introduce our guest in the commentary booth. Get your questions in now. Hashtag EPC Live, nuts at PokerStars.tv for Lex Veldhuis from Team PokerStars Pro. Welcome back, Lex.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
We're good. How are you, sir?
It's pretty nice. I have my flip-flops on. Just came from the beach.
Yeah.
Just wiped a bunch of food on your shirt.
Yep. Just, you know, I'm in that mode. I can wipe food on my shirt. I have sand on my feet. It's nice. Get to talk to guys, you know, who are working about how nice it's outside. It's amazing. It's my kind of day.
So first hand of the new level. First hand back from the break. Isaac Barron raises to 20,000. Gets called by Fabio Freitas in the big blind. A 10-7-4 flop with 2 spades.
Isaac Barron, blast from the past.
Action has been checked to the razor.
Quick bet, quick fold.
So are you done with the poker at the PCA now, Lex? Is it all about just enjoying the Bahamas, or
Yeah.
are there any side events that might just tempt you?
No, especially this time. I mean, there's so many side events, but just having finished Supernova Elite and just grinding for 4 months, I decided to just take it easy and do the least amount of poker possible. You know, that. I mean, I'm not saying that's why I busted after 2 hours.
I mean, you could say that.
No, yeah, but I know I'm too competitive to bust on purpose, but I mean it does play a role in deciding if I'm gonna play more or not. What are the greens? 25?
The green chips will be the 25k, except we don't call them green. They are garden moss.
Moss garden.
Ah, garden moss. Okay.
Moss garden.
Moss garden. Okay.
David Bridgman says, seems like just a misunderstanding on Roger Teska's part. Doesn't seem that bad a guy. As I said, I hope it was the drink talking and that he doesn't have too many of those things today.
Well, if you say to somebody, you make 15 an hour, I'll pay you 10,000. If you ever utter words like that, you're gonna have to do some convincing for me that you're actually not a bad person. But we'll see today. A lot of action players at the table.
Erica asked a question for you, Lex. How do you handle people who are out of control at the table?
Just, you know, you don't do anything to make them more rowdy, or
You
just,
are completely full of it.
yeah, okay.
What are you saying right now?
I talk a lot of smack. Okay, no,
Lex
okay.
would have had that guy turning over tables.
Okay, let's put it this way. If he's just drunk and he's just talking and he's just sitting there and he's a little bit loud, then I probably don't say anything. If he would get rude to a dealer, then I'm probably going to get in his face or just say like, okay, you need to just calm down. I mean, you can't really say or leave in a tournament, you know, but just, you know, don't be disrespectful, that's all. Because guys in that position a lot of times will get disrespectful to people who can't really say anything back, which is like the lowest of low. It's just so easy to try and be a tough guy then, but if people are drunk and they're enjoying themselves, if they're loud, I don't really care, to be honest.
Daniel Guillen raised pre. Mike McDonald called in the big blind. Guillen continues for 25,000 on a king-queen 4 flop. Paulia says, so much respect for Lex for keep coming back to the booth. Love your hand analysis.
Thank you. Nice to see Marcel Lusk on the table too. I think the only remaining Dutch player.
Has Paul Berenda gone out?
Yep. He busted.
Paul, we hardly knew ye. 55 remaining now. A check raise from Timex to 70,000.
It's the kind of thing that people like Timex like to do a lot the last few years. Is on boards where you normally always see a call, like you know, boards with 2 high cards or 1 high card, like also King Jack 5 or whatever, King 5-4. They like to raise the flop bet because it's really hard to play against that. You know, like you can't really float because your hand doesn't have equity. If you have 8-6 here, your hand just doesn't have any equity whatsoever, so it's just hard to continue. It's kind of the opposite way of people playing cash games.
Aniel calls the raise. Take this to the turn.
Is that how you say his first name, Aniel?
193,000 in the middle.
Cool.
Sí, Aniel. Sí.
How big a part of Mike's range is Jack 10?
I think he would check raise more with hands that have less equity and more equity. So hands like 10-9, Ace-10 would check raise, and really good hands maybe, or you know, like hands that he's confident with, they're the best at that point. Jack 10 has so much potential that you can just call, hope somebody checks behind, and you fire the river. That's more kind of line for that sort of hand. And you can balance that out with King 10, King 9 type of hands. I think the check raise on the flop here is more polarized.
Mike now leads the turn for 70,000. Following up that check raise with a bet of the same size.
Looks pretty strong because the same size bet, you know, now Aniel gets better odds, so, you know, he's more enticed to call. So Mike shows with this size that he doesn't really care about that. Also, the 9 gives a lot of bottom pairs or middle pairs a gut shot, or a lot of gut shots a pair. So it just shows, I don't know, maybe Mike wants to get rid of jacks and 10s and stuff like that on a really cheaply, but to me it seems he doesn't really mind a call, that he has some pretty decent showdown value. You can just see, like, with a bet like this, that Mike balances his game really well. That, you know, we talked about it last time too, is that when a bet can go either way. Works out when he's bluffing, and when he has value, he still could get called by like 10-9 or Jack-9 or Queen-Jack, stuff like that. It's really hard to play against this. Somehow you always end up on the river with a tough decision against people like McDonald.
I mean, that's part of his plan too, is to put you to a tough decision on the river.
Yep, he doesn't mind blowing up pots.
Yen folds. And Mike's cards will be logged when the TV shows are produced in the next few months.
You do want to see that one? Yeah. I can tell you
He
after
adds
the
100,000 to his stack. And we mentioned that Mike is one of 2 former EPT champions in the field. Let's relive the moment when Mike won in Dortmund back in 2008.
And call. He's good with the decision. Ace king for Mike with 3 kings. Wanna see the hand? And 10-7 was the hand for Andreas.
He must have had an amazing prom that year.
Just 18 years old, the youngest ever EPT main event champ. And of course, the very next year in Dortmund, he made the final table. I think Mike finished 5th that year, but make back-to-back final tables in a field of near enough 1,000 players. Pretty impressive.
Yep, he's a pretty good track record.
Lex, I have a question for you. How many times would you write into a live poker broadcast asking for the free roll password before you finally, you know, just felt really terrible about yourself and stopped bothering everyone?
Probably once.
Once, yeah. Okay, I'd say, yeah, 1 or less.
1 or less.
Yeah. Lalo Fuente. He's closing in on 5 in the last 6 minutes.
Well, he's about to get the information. The free roll starts at 5:30 Eastern. $1,500 in the prize pool. And water slide. Who would have thunk it? Water slide is the password for today's free roll.
Did you guys do any water slides today?
No, Lex.
No?
No, we didn't.
Oh. I did. It was fun.
Cool story, bro.
Ainsworth raised under the gun to 20K. Baron re-raises a 3-bet to 52,000.
It's cool. Darth Vader's thinking.
That's a tell.
You must be aware that you're just like breathing into a mic, but it's cool to see Isaac Barron play. I haven't seen him in ages. He used to be one of the sickos, or you know, his mind still is.
Yeah.
So he used to be good at cash, heads up, tournaments, whatever.
Jack 9-6.
It's the kind of thing with poker weeks like this. You know, all the people, even people who are less active or people who haven't been playing in for a while, they just come out and play these because they're too good to miss.
Yeah, we do get a lot of, I think, specifically American players who you don't always see on the EPT coming out for PCA.
Definitely after Black Friday and stuff.
It'd be awesome if Jude Ainsworth had like a Sharpie in there and he was just like...
Isaac Barron continues to flop for 56,000, gets a fold from Jude Ainsworth.
You guys know Sharpies smell awesome, right?
Let's check in on the secondary feature table and bring you up-to-date chip counts on the players at this new table, a new lineup. Confirmation that Mattis Moore is still the chip leader with a stack of more than 2.1 million.
Hi-ya.
That's like the perfect table for him too. There's like short stacks, medium stacks that he can put pressure on. That is pretty nice.
What do you know about Mattis Moore? Do you know anything about him, or you're just saying it's a nice table for him just based on the fact that he is
just a stack and the other stacks?
It looks like Mattis Moore is involved in this hand. Oh, he is the one that they wouldn't let me make that joke about on the TV show. Remember, James?
To be fair, that does cover off 90% of poker players, Joe.
I wonder if I'll find an opportunity to sneak it in here in the live webcast.
He had a deep run in EPT Barcelona, finished 12th in the main event, and that was from a starting field of 1,234. Set for another deep run here at the PCA.
So Breda check raised.
Pretty strong on a board like this.
Yeah.
Moore was the pre-flop aggressor. He continued the flop, and Brady's now made it 117K.
It's kind of the problem with playing these boards really fast. You know, if you can't really be bluffing too much anymore. Especially if he barrels a river after he gets a call here, then it's almost always value.
And we don't know how Murr's been playing, but also I think in general, like trying to bluff the guy with like way more chips than everybody else at the table isn't always the best idea.
Yeah, and if he's really bluffy, then you can always, if you have value, you can always do something like call the turn and then fake block bet the river so you get raised, you know, to induce or something like that, or check raise. And if he is bluffing, then all props, but you know, it's kind of hard to bluff in spots like this because you get called so often on dry boards.
Whoa!
Hello. This is really confusing.
Well, it's basically enough to put Breda all in, right?
I see. He didn't put out his chips, which is like a little tell normally, because people expect to get them back, so they don't shove out the stack.
Ah.
Also, I don't really like, because he cannot be bluffing here. Let's be honest. You know, if he gets, I don't think he bluffs there that much.
I don't think so either, because Breda just invested such a huge portion of his stack. I mean, you don't expect him to be bluffing very often.
Yeah.
Dimitri is a big fan of yours, Lex. Emails not to PokerStars.tv to say, Lex, what do you do to prepare mentally for a long cash game session? Thank you in advance for your time.
Just make sure that you're rested, that you didn't drink the night before, stuff like that, because that's all stuff that makes you tired and unfocused. And just eat really well during the session. That's really important too.
We head back to the main feature table to find Marcel Lusk raising the flop. He called the pre-flop raise of Fabio Freitas. Freitas continued the flop for 27,000.
I'm all in.
Wow. Fabian Ortiz is the other man in this hand.
Oh, it's easy.
He also called pre, and looks like Marcel is calling.
Oh, you got the nuts?
Oh boy.
The nut flush for
I'm gonna
Ortiz.
call you.
Think I'm running good?
And
Isn't it?
Marcel not looking good.
That is a little sick, wow.
Good luck, guys.
Marcel, the player at risk.
What's he need? The 9, 10 of diamonds?
Put a jack.
Should be a diamond.
Marcel Lusk drawing dead on the turn.
Should be a diamond.
A great round for Marcel in this year's PCA, but out in 55th place.
Oh, it's too bad to see him go.
55th place is worth $32,000, so that's almost twice him in cash.
What a boss.
He is a boss. Easily one of the most approachable poker players, great with the media, will talk to anyone.
Definitely. You always see Marcel walking around the tournament talking to somebody or to some fan.
And he's one of those guys, too, that every time he sees you, he makes you feel like he specifically remembers you, shakes your hand, looks you in the eye.
And he does, too.
Yeah.
So.
Marcel, they don't need the money.
Wow, follow-up question. This one from Joe. So let's talk about healthy eating. What do you eat when playing a 24-hour session?
I'm probably not the class example of the stuff the way you should prepare and the stuff you should eat. I usually stop eating after a while too in really long sessions because then it just makes me tired. So I stop eating after like 15 hours in. And then I eat when I'm done and then I just pass out. But
when you
should probably eat, okay, if you want a serious answer, you should probably eat like durable carbs, so complex carbs like brown rice, quinoa, stuff like that. Because it gives you energy over time and not in one boost, like white rice does, for instance.
Or my favorite, white rice with Red Bull.
Do you mix the two? Do you,
oh yeah,
do you eat it like soup?
Soupy little mess. Oh,
that's great.
Check.
Ortiz calls in the small blind, and Isaac Barron checks his option.
I should remember that one when I want to make one of my friends puke when he's drunk.
8-4-3 on the flop. Ortiz now playing 664,000 at the start of this hand after eliminating Marcel Lusk.
if you're Isaac Barron and it goes limp in the small blind, then your opponent checks, are you going to bet here like almost always?
Yeah. This is just, if he bets, I'm probably almost always calling or raising. And if he checks, I bet so much. Especially this, like, you expect people to limp kind of with the 10-7, King-8 type of hands. And they just miss so much on a board like this.
Not literally King-8, but yes.
It's a little hard when I call a flop and another 8 rolls off, then a 3 and a 4 is always calling twice. So, you know, even ace high or a good king high might call twice, so then you just kind of have to slow down.
Aces!
Wow. I think that after the turn gets checked through, you really have to bet and hope somebody has a 3 or...
Yeah, no betting from Ortiz at any point.
So earlier we had Vanessa Selps on our secondary feature table. She's now out in the field. Obviously didn't get off to a great start today. Still has around an average stack though. Max Silver started the day as chip leader. He's currently 4th on the leaderboard with around 1.2 million. Vanessa now sharing a table with Jennifer Shahadi and former tournament chip leader Pascal Lefrancois.
5 and 10, yeah.
No problem,
Christopher Yap wants to know, Lex, a lot of mouth covering going on these days. Who is the original? Brian Townsend on High Stakes Poker?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm sure there's people who did it, but the first thing that came to mind to me was Scott Seaver, but then Brian Townsend was earlier than that.
Yeah.
So
And
it's a good
Scott
call.
had that very bizarre cupping his hand over his mouth thing he was doing for a while.
I'm really much more of a fan. Like, whenever I started playing tournaments, I just didn't play with sunglasses, stuff like that, because I just wanted to get used to being out in the open, so to say, and then get used to that, being chatty, talk to people, and I learned to hide my tells that way, you know. And then whenever there was like a TV recording, look if I had any tells, because then you can just enjoy yourself more, have fun, and less of instead of being so robotic.
Then like literally covering up your expression. You cover it up by having fun, by having a conversation.
And then, you know, once in a while it goes wrong, and Ivy shoves $220,000 on you with 5-2 offsuit on TV, and then well, whatever, you know, I'll take it.
Second hand in a row where the action's been folded to the small blind. Isaac Barron calls. Roger Teska does not check his option. He raises, makes it 30,000. Barron calls, and we will see a flop. Ace 10-9 with 2 hearts.
You find these blind on blind to be more or less interesting than other?
I think they're more interesting because the hand values go down on average, which means the situations get more marginal and you have to bluff more to win hands. So you see a lot of the times people who understand dynamics really well will win the blind battles the most of the time, especially in the limp and checked pots.
Action check to Teska. He continues for 30K. Isaac Barron calls.
Yeah, this is hard for Isaac because now you're going to face 3 barrels there so many times because people don't limp aces in the small blind that much. You can trap with it, but I didn't mean because of the last.
The guy who literally limped 2 aces.
And I meant ace X.
Ace, right.
I meant ace X. Aces is actually better to limp with than ace X because you can limp raise, which can look bluffy and stuff. And you don't really want to do that with like ace 7 or whatever. So, but he's not gonna put Isaac on an ace all that much. And he has plenty of chips, as you can see. Looks like he's going for 80,000.
Roger that.
Really bad turn card for Isaac if you look at the ranges, because Teska kind of represents the stronger range and Isaac the weaker, and then the king is really easy to bet. It makes it a lot harder for when you have like a 10 or 9x to call with. And then it's always a question, you know, is there going to be a river barrel? Or maybe it's a heart, maybe it's a spade. Like there's so much.
I mean, it does make a call a lot harder with a 9 or a 10, but probably rightfully so most of the time.
Yeah, that's true too.
Now I noticed that there is a pack of PCA 2014 playing cards sat in front of Lex Veldhouse.
Yeah.
Which implies that we're going to get Lex to sign those cards and run a competition on the live stream.
Yeah, so if you're down to sign this deck of playing cards, we'll give them away during this level.
I just want to say I have the ugliest autograph in the world. Like Evelyn laughs at it all the time. But
Your girlfriend laughs at your autograph.
it's like, it's disgusting. I'll put some more things on it just to make it look like an autograph, but it's like almost a line. But sure, I'll put a line on that deck.
Thank you. We would very much love for that line to come from you, Lex.
I'll put my name under it just so you can prove it's mine.
So I have another receipt here.
Oh, it's another edition of How Much Does It Cost?
How much does it cost? Atlantis edition. And I was thrilled to find out that the Chinese restaurant at Atlantis offers takeout Chinese food.
Really?
Yeah, really. And I thought to myself, well, it's Chinese food. How expensive could it be?
We're about to find out.
So here are the things I ordered from Chopsticks. And you know it's cool because it has an X in the title.
Oh, it's like a Tupac song.
Chopsticks. I got 1 order of pork pot stickers, which included 3 entire pot stickers.
I like your order so far.
I got 1 order of crab rangoons, which included 3 whole crab rangoons, which, by the way, these things I'm naming are 1 bite of food each. They don't even take, it's 1 thing you stick in your mouth. I got 1 order of crispy wontons, meaning 3 of them. 3 wontons. 1 order of honey chicken, and 1 fried rice.
So basically 3 appetizers, an entree with rice.
Correct, with a fried rice. And as all the other restaurants here in Atlantis, there was an automatic 15% gratuity added. So what I'm looking for is the total number. Whoever comes closest to the penny.
So dollars and cents, Peter.
Dollars and cents, and whoever's first to come closest will win.
Okay.
And I think as a tiebreaker, it'll be whoever comes closest without going over. Going over will not disqualify you, but if there's a tiebreaker, whoever hasn't gone over will win.
Okay, well, I make it 2:21 Eastern. I'm going to give you 7 minutes. At 2:28, I'm going to close it. Tag your tweets, EPT Live. Twitter entry only. How much did Stapes' Chinese takeaway cost? Tag it, EPT Live.
McDonald gets a 3-bet here from when he raised under the gun +1. You don't see it all that often these days. You know, people flat a lot of the good hands just because it looks so incredibly strong. So I think McDonald's himself has something pretty decent here, especially if he calls twice. A small continuation bet. And that is just a perfect card for Ainsworth, whatever he has. If he has a bluff, it's good because there's very little chance that McDonald's hand improved. And if he has value, he gets more action because it's more likely he will bet it.
Jude continued for 55k on the flop, right?
Yep.
Now he's thinking about whether to barrel the turn.
I think he bets like, oh, he goes pretty small actually. Is that 90?
Well, there's 248,000 in the middle.
80. Wow, that's really small. I mean, McDonald has to have something on this flop, you know, like he has to have a pair. Or, of course, like 6-8 or something like that. But I think that it's more likely he has a pair, so either Ainsworth is just absolutely milking him or trying to make McDonald make a really big fold, which I don't think he will if he bets this small.
By the way, if anyone is sending in a question right now, good luck getting it read out because the timeline is full to bursting with entries for our competition, which closes in 4 minutes' time.
How much does it cost?
5 minutes, actually.
It's always interesting to see people like McDonald and Vanessa Selfs play pots like this. It's like nice to commentate on because it's very interesting because it's their forte because they play these so much, you know.
10 of spades on the river. If Mike checks a third time, we'll see what Darth Ainsworth decides to do.
If he checks behind with a bluff here or ace-king type hand, I really don't like his turn bet. Would be kind of cool if he just bombs out 300k. Because now he's really assessed that McDonald has a pair. So now he can try and make him hero call. Yeah.
Ace queen for Mike. And Jude Ainsworth marks. Mike McDonald adds a significant percentage to his stack and moves over the million chip mark, whereas Vanessa Selp's stack is moving in the other direction. Vanessa tweets to say, lost a big flip. 3-bet jacks, then got it in on a 9-7 deuce board against King Queen of Hearts. There were 2 hearts on the flop. He spiked the river, now have 300k.
I don't want to give away anything about the answer for the how much does it cost Atlantis edition. However, I do want to... Uh-oh. Kyle Sorrell has busted another one.
They're falling pretty quickly today. Rudy Johnson out. And we may be at around 50 players right now.
So I don't want to give anything away, but Gary Morris included his answer and also said, and a complimentary fortune cookie. My answer to that is, lol. Fortune free? Are you kidding me? There was no fortune cookie in that bag.
Complimentary.
It was barely what I ordered.
I hate it when fortune cookies have like an empowering message. Like that's not what I want. I want my fortune, tell me what's gonna happen.
You want it to destroy you. Oh, you want an actual fortune.
Yeah. You want it to destroy me.
Like you just get one that says like, you said empowering, so I figured you wanted the opposite.
Oh,
Like
the opposite.
you're terrible.
Yeah, just put it on like a beach and put it on Instagram,
You're
beach
just
picture.
the worst.
Wow, I love Yoram's boast. I already have an autograph from Lex on a t-shirt, but he's still entering the competition anyway.
Shout out to Yoram.
James says, can we get the Chinese order one more time? 1 pot sticker, 1 crab rangoon, 1 wontons, crispy wonton, 1 honey chicken, 1 fried rice, 15 percentage points of gratuity. All the players at the table very quiet. They're all submitting their answers for how much does it cost Bahamas edition.
They're all thinking.
We got some raise here from Roger Teska.
Where's he from?
The United States of America.
Oh.
America!
Look, oh, there's the flag.
Just over a minute to go on the competition, by the way.
America.
Oh, no. No, not that. Mike McDonald's last tweet. You know what? I'll bet him. Mike's just tweeted, I'm becoming a TV table conspiracy theorist. Let me know if anyone wants. I'll accept 30 to 1 that Selps gets moved to the empty seat.
30 to 1.
I wish we had that control. I wish we could pick players.
Now, just so I'm clear, if I take this bet with it, I'm betting that it won't be her.
Yeah, you're taking the field.
I'm taking the field, but I have to.
Just kidding, bud.
And he's going to give me 30 to 1 on that?
Yes.
I
So if
didn't know
anyone
what
but
you said.
Vanessa
It's
Selps.
a Bloody Mary magic.
Quickly.
Oh, magic, I agree. It's
Yeah.
wonderful.
Done.
Kidding, Joe. You have to pay like.
You just start.
What now? What did I just do?
You have to pay 3K.
I feel much better.
Good luck.
I didn't really just do that bet, did I? That I have to pay 3,000 if I lose.
You can still delete the tweet. He might not have seen
No,
it
no,
yet.
no, 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 no.
You guys
Be
are
a
messing
man.
with
Be
me,
a man.
right?
No, you be a man, Joe. Like you put it down.
You guys, I'm sick to my stomach right now.
Let fate
Hardigan.
decide.
Hardigan,
Wow,
help
you're
me out
really
here.
panicking. It's funny.
I can't help you here,
Oh,
Joe.
he's replying too. Look, he's on his phone.
Oh,
you're
it's booked.
screwed.
It's booked. Actually, this bet, by the way, has to be invalidated.
Why? I can't bet?
You're not allowed to gamble,
Oh,
Joe.
thank God.
It's just for funsies.
What is this cop out?
It's actually a legal thing.
Wow, you guys are really good friends, huh?
Oh, thank God. He answered, by the way. You risk 3K to win 100 or $100 to win $3.33.
Please explain to Mr. McDonald that you were just joking and that you are in no way gambling in violation of the rules of this tournament.
Joking.
It's funny that he was actually replying to you.
Oh, competition closed, by the way.
Okay, thank God.
I'm calling it at Mark Forrester's entry. At Mark Forrester. That's the last one you should read, Stapes.
You can call cocktails, please.
Who is that asking for cocktails?
You know who.
America. All right, competition closed. Can you tell me who the last person is that got in?
Mark Forrester. At Mark Forrester.
Forrester, okay.
Those are a lot of replies.
$23,000 was Jude's pre-flop raise from the small blind. Fabian Ortiz defends as big. Jude continues on an ace-high flop and gets a quick fold.
Oh my God, there's so many numbers to scroll through.
Wow. Someone actually went to the trouble of going to the Atlantis website, finding the menu for chopsticks, and actually pricing the individual items and adding 15%.
Okay, so he's... I mean, do you guys reward the Sherlock, or is it...
Well, let's see if she wins.
I mean, it's kind of smart, you know?
Since all the guesses are in already, I can start laughing at some people's. To anyone that thought it was less than $20, lol.
I love the fact that Lila West went to the trouble of doing that research and still got it wrong.
Yeah.
Ooh, she needs to send in her own deck of cards, I think.
Wish someone would just get it right on the nose one of these days, so that way I don't have to scroll through all of them.
Well, that's not fair, because what if somebody else gets it right on the nose then too?
No, but the first person that gets it in right on the nose wins. So it's like getting the ace of spades when they're dealing for the button. Mark Forrester, where are you?
I want to know if Mike actually did get any genuine action.
Sorry?
Let's have a look. Where's that tweet?
You can call those cocktails? Yeah.
Nope.
It's kind of a funny line he set for the thing. We could bet it, I guess. I mean, why not? We know it's random, so.
I don't think the way he presented the bet, though, proves any sort of conspiracy, though. Like, if he really thinks that there's a conspiracy that Vanessa would be put up there
Well,
next.
he doesn't think it 100%. He thinks it's enough that, you know, to give 30 people, to give 30 to 1 on a field of 52 players, or
not good
51
enough.
because he's himself.
Dave says, how do they choose who plays on the feature table? Not random, I suspect. Dave, the table draw at the start of the day is completely random. And what we do is we look at all of the tables. We have to look at the breaking order as well, because there's no point picking a table that's going to break soon as our feature table. By the way, we hear Liv Marie has just doubled up, and that may be why she is smiling right now.
Boom.
And we look at the tables, and obviously we pick a table that we hope is going to be interesting and has some good characters at it, some good stories. Over the course of the day, people get moved around. The tournament staff decide which player goes to which table. We do not influence that at all. We are simply trying to televise a tournament and not control that tournament in any way.
It's just like, okay, I need the next big blind from this table. They just
Exactly.
balance everything out.
But we can't say, for example, to the tournament staff, oh, when you do the seat draw, can we please have a table with Mike McDonald, Vanessa Selbst, Liv Marie, that qualified guy? No, it doesn't work like that.
I mean, if you have a field like this, there will always be one table with 4 or 5 people that are known or active or interesting enough to be on the feature table.
Sorry, I'm taking so long. I had to look at Lila West's avatar.
You scroll, but it doesn't seem to be moving.
There is Vanessa. Remember, Vanessa and Liv are engaged in the PCA Last Longer competition. And I'm sure at the start of the day, everyone who had Vanessa was feeling very confident. But if you've got Liv, you're clinging on in there.
Yeah.
What was the name again? Forster? Mark Forster?
At Mark Forrester.
There's a blue avatar.
What's up?
Wow, I'm going to have to start giving people less time if it's going to take you like an hour to work your way through the timeline.
Do you know
There was something
Rodrigo
like
Natali?
250 tweets.
Okay.
And I don't want to mess it up because people take this real seriously.
Casey says, so it's not exactly random. Well, Casey, it's random in the sense the seat draw is random. Which table we pick is not random, but we cannot control which players then come to that table during the day.
Okay.
And this is the point when they randomly select Vanessa Selfs, and suddenly I'm
Yeah,
acting like
I
an
was
idiot,
thinking
right?
that too.
Ask me if he want to come to the table. That's the internet thing, man.
I found Mark Forresta. Okay. Well, the competition is closed. And we're going to do this hand, call this hand before I announce the winner.
Kyle goes, I would go to the trouble of guessing, but don't value a LOL card protector or deck of Copags. Are you calling an EPC10 card protector a LOL card protector? A rare collector's item? And a pack of Copags signed by Lex Veldhouse has
the hell?
value.
I mean, I'll win a tournament eventually. Put it on eBay.
Oh, I really don't want to announce the winner of this competition. I'll tell you guys why after this hand.
Fabian Ortiz raises to 22,000. Isaac Barron 3-bets to 56,000.
Ortiz gives it up. I suppose we have to give away this deck of cards now, huh? Oh, maybe it's not so bad. Okay, never mind. Crisis averted. Anyway, we did have some people come very close. Stephen Nickel guessed $84. AKA Nosebud, guessed $78.99, $79.25 for Blake, $79.99 for Andy, $80.45 for Martin. Joe Coldbella guessed $82.80. Stones Jones guessed $81, but the closest was Andrew Tang, who guessed $81.11, the true price of my dinner at Chopsticks, $81.65. So congratulations, Andrew Tang. Make sure you follow at EPT Live. Lex Veldhouse is going to sign this deck of cards for you, and someone will message you, and we will get you your prize. Congratulations, Andrew Tang. Matthew says Mark Forrest is the one that won that contest. Oh, no, Olivia.
She just doubled up, and now she is out. We'll get the details in a moment. Liv Bury out of the PCA main event. So we've lost one of our former champions. We've lost another member of Team PokerStars Pro, and that does mean that Vanessa Selbst has shipped the PCA Last Longer contest. It also means Mike McDonald is the last player in the field who could potentially become our first two-time champ.
So congratulations to everyone who picked Vanessa in the Last Longer contest. Assuming that you got your tweets done correctly, you guys will be entered into that free roll with $5K added and a $500 bounty on Vanessa.
Why don't they put me in those Last Longers? Oh, wait.
We could do a last shorter.
Oh, I win those.
Well, Liv got it in with queens against ace-king. Guess what happened? An overcard hit.
But I like those fun jokes. Yeah.
Twitter's awesome for that.
Meanwhile, Carl Sorrell rather has just busted another player. Marcello Francesca is the player who has just been eliminated from our secondary feature table.
Oh no. Oh no. Looks like I missed another one.
Joe, we're going to have to put an end to these competitions if you can't run them properly.
Well, I have to double check that this one came in time.
They talk that is because they like that.
Are we about to slow roll Andrew Tang?
Maybe. But you know what I do? I always make good. Vader Nader is claiming that he got his on time. He guessed 81-18.
He wasn't on time though.
But
that was 13 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think that.
It's 22.
Trying to figure out where Mark Forresta. No, this came in before Mark Forresta's. I have to come up with better games where I don't have to do this. Yep. Just a few tweets, maybe about a dozen tweets before Mark Forresta. So I did slow roll Andrew Tang, but Andrew, I do have a PCA. God, I'm so bad. I'm so bad at everything. I am just the worst. Oh, God. I've got the card protector from the PPA that I'm going to get Lex to draw his line on for you.
Check.
And we're going to send you that. So,
you're gonna have to pick it up for the last 2 days, Staves. That's all I'm saying. This is like, you've had 2 strikes now, 3rd strike.
Every time Ainsworth is in the hand, it's like we're in a wind tunnel. Interesting that McDonald's checks twice on a board like this. It's normally a board that gets c-bet and hits his range. And Isaac Barron's range from the big blind usually misses this because there's no middle cards.
And Isaac folds. McDonald also folds. Ainsworth picks up this pot, worth about 100K, including his own chips. To all the people out there who are trying to give me advice on how to run the contest, all I will say is that there's no amount of hashtagging or whatever that can make me able to like scroll through 400 answers.
You just need to cap it at 1 minute or something.
Yeah, maybe it's just 1 minute. Yeah, maybe it's just shorter. Yeah, it's going to be a speed thing. Like for the next 2 minutes, you can answer. Good idea, Lex. Good idea.
Yeah.
I'm just not that smart. I don't need to tell you.
So in future, what, 2 minutes max?
Yeah, maybe we just do 2 minutes.
Depends also what you do, because if you do an amount, then people are just going to randomly fire. So it's going to be way more than one that's like...
It's still one guess per person, though. Justin writes into nuts@pokerstars.tv, that email address on your screen right there, to say, loving the coverage. Just wanted to give a shout out to women's grandmaster Jennifer Shahadi, who's still in the field. The chess community is all rooting for you to take it down.
Freitas raises to 22K. Teska defends his big blind. Ace-6-7 on the flop.
kind of flop that you'll see the chip leader of the table always continuation bet. Anyways. Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad. It was Freitas that raised pre-flop. Well, same goes for him. Raises from early position, so gonna have a lot of strong aces in his range.
By the way, that's not Vanessa Selbst.
Could have made a lot of money, Stakes.
I didn't make the bet. I was only joking. I can't bet here in the Bahamas.
45.
Are we sure that's not Vanessa Selbst? Like, the hat's shading the face a little bit. Oh, she's out already, right?
No.
Oh. She's just short, though, huh?
No. I mean, she has
Are we
less
sure?
than before. Yeah, we're pretty sure. I think she has
a
like
700K pot.
She has 300 still or something.
Oops. Vanessa's still alive. Busted a super shorty. Have 440K. Thanks to all my supporters in the PCA Last Longer who had faith. So just to clarify, everyone who picked Vanessa in that PCA Last Longer contest will get to play a free roll with Vanessa.
Sick. Can't wait till she wins that, too.
We're down to around 48 players. I think it might be fewer than that. Waiting for the tournament clock to be updated.
Ace.
Tusk announces ace. Well, looks like ace-jack is good here.
Freitas' his kicker plays, and he wins that pot.
Really weird line here from Tuska.
Call you. I promise I'm never calling. You raised.
Check calls the flop, then leads the turn. Kind of turns his hand into.
What do you promise?
Kind of a bluff.
So
And
if you
then
bet the river, I might win that hand.
slows down on the river.
You will win the hand. Yeah, you re-raise me.
Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry, you say by
I can
betting
put
the
you,
turn, he turned his hand into
I
a
don't
bluff?
wanna give
Yeah,
that-
because
that space to you.
Let me see what they're saying. It seems like he's only gonna get called by, you know, he folds out all Freitas' bluffs, which means that you go up against his value range, and ace-4 doesn't do too hot against that. So, I don't know, kind of a weird line. But it's so it's kind of smallish too, the bet. I don't know. I just don't see the purpose of the bet.
So we mentioned that Liv Paris was taken out a short while ago. It was Antoine Saout who eliminated Liv. He's now on our secondary feature table and is one of the big stacks in the tournament. Saout playing at 1.557 million. Madison still the tournament chip leader, and he's built that stack up to over 2.3 million now.
He's a competitor at the table now, though, in Antoine Saout.
Back at the main table. Button raised from Isaac Barron, called by Anyel Guillen. C-bet of 25K.
Cocktails.
Have another Bloody Mary, Victoria.
He had one ready. He had one ready. Had one in the weight.
Casey offers an idea. Let's all drink with Teska. Drink for drink. not a good
See your chips real quick.
idea. Ian calls the c-bet, checks the turn, 6 of hearts, pairing the board.
And not a ton of chips left behind for Aniel. My guess is we're not going to see Aniel call here very often.
And obviously we're a few days away from the final table, but Bobby Tarbasi's hoping for a heads-up battle between Mike McDonald and Jude Ainsworth. A battle of passionate stare-downs and deep, intense breathing. Hashtag erotic.
Well, still, if you have in Aniel's spot, if you have a queen, you know, like a weak queen, there's no point in raising really. So if you go all in, you only get called by better. And it's still a board that Isaac might triple barrel on.
It also looks like we have his chip stack incorrect because we have him on 55K right now, and I see a bunch of greens there.
But the greens are on the stack in front of him.
Oh, is that in front of him? Okay.
But I do think
It
if
looks-
I have to eyeball it, it's 80.
Yeah.
That he has left now. Yeah, he had at least 60 sunlights. Yeah, there it is. Oh, it's like
75.
84. No, 70. 74.
So with a queen, is there an argument though for moving in there so you don't have to face a decision here?
No, because you wanted to face the decision against the weakest range possible. If you all the hands that have you beat here when you call will call when you shove, but all the hands that you have beat when
Some may shove here.
Yeah.
Put you in here. Okay.
You still keep those in by letting him bluff the river. So it's always better to delay that decision. And the board is, you know, not dangerous at all. It's a really tough spot.
Those of you are asking for specific updates on players, chip stacks, don't forget the live update section of the PokerStarsblog.com, keeping across all of the outer tables as we focus primarily on the players at the main feature table.
I kind of think that Isaac has it here though, just with his betting pattern, and Aniel's range is weighted so much toward queens, and it's hard for people to fold queens against triple barrels on a board that runs out like this. So I don't know, it feels like he has it, but he's very aggro.
By the way, that flip that Liv lost with queens was a 1.2 million chip flip.
Wow, that's painful.
Yeah, you would expect Isaac to be stronger here because if Aniel has something with the queen, even though we got his chip stack wrong to start off with, he probably shouldn't be folding it, right?
Well, it's hard to fold. That's what it makes it. And the board doesn't, you know, the board doesn't look any scarier for Isaac. Like, it doesn't get any scarier. So there's not a lot of things that Isaac can represent that he backdoored into. There's no king, there's no ace, you know, stuff like that. So that just means that Isaac just tells a pretty solid story. I just had a hand the whole time, he's pretty much saying.
I like that story. It's one of my favorites.
Teska is the table chip leader. Aniel Guillen the table short stack with 74k remaining. Just 7 big blinds. 30 more minutes, half an hour left on this level with the blinds at 510. Then we go up to 612 and the anti-doubles from 1,000 to 2,000. It'll be the third level of the day.
Baron back at it. Pulls all the way around to the big blind. And the big blind also folds. Raise and take it.
Martin says, when can we look forward to the 5th episode of the EPT10 Barcelona Super High Roller on the PokerStars TV channel? Martin, it's there. It aired in the UK on Channel 4 earlier this week. It's now been uploaded to PokerStars.tv. So all 5 episodes of the EPT Barcelona Super High Roller are now available for you to watch from day 1 through to the final table. And next week, you can start watching the TV shows of the main event.
Spoiler alert, something bad happens to Ned Stark in episode 5 of the Super High Roller show. I know, I shouldn't have said that.
I'm out.
Well, it's nice having you, Lex.
By the way, in half an hour's time, when this tournament goes on break, when the main event players take 15 minutes away from the tables, we'll bring you bonus coverage of the 5K side event. We'll get Broughton and Convey to sit in the booth and call the action. We've got Mohsen Charania, Kerry Katz and Grant Levy at our feature table with 14 players remaining in the 5K side event.
Tesca McDonald, this should be interesting.
Jack 9-7 on the flop.
Got to meet Mike's dad last night. That was a thrill. Rick McDonald in the house.
Lovely guy, a regular viewer of EPT Live. If you're watching, Rick, good afternoon, sir. Probably out enjoying the water slides, Lex.
Yeah. I feel like you guys now. It's okay. I'll send you guys a tweet from the beach later. You can live vicariously through me.
So check on the flop. Mike checks the turn. Tesca bets 25,000.
Lex, you're making a face.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Just, Tesca don't give nothing about it. Just, I don't know.
What? It's okay. It's okay to say why it looks odd to you.
No, it's not. The thing is, it's not about strategy. It just kind of just rubs me a little the wrong way.
Okay. All right. Well, some of our audience agrees with you.
So a short while ago, we lost Liv Barry. She lost a huge flip, queens against ace king, and Liv is now on the rail.
So today, started pretty short, doubled early on, grinded it up to 250-ish, stayed around there for a while, and then just doubled up to 600k. And then the very next hand, I get queens and play a huge 1.2 mil one with queens against ace king. I hit an ace, and that's that. How do I feel? I mean, I'm pretty sad, yeah, but I don't know. This is a great start to the year. I played my ass off, pardon the expression, but I'm so pleased with how it went. I feel great. I can't complain. You know, I cashed for 32k. Like, life is good. Yes, and of course I lost out on the last longer, but you know that wasn't really on my mind. It was about the title. Oh, and the funny thing, add insult to injury, I'm busy playing the queen's hand, and obviously I'm just very engrossed in the hand, and then I lose, and I stand up, and I'm like, oh, I've lost, and I look down, and I see that my top has fallen down, and my bra is hanging out. So I'm sure that'll probably be on TV, so that's just perfect. So, yes.
When I said that about Tesca earlier, it's just, when you hear somebody say like, oh, you make $15 an hour, well, I'll offer you 10k, blah, blah. If you sit back, and this is a pretty big table, the TV table, the dealer really has to reach. If you sit back and you fling your chips in right over the line, it's just, I don't know.
Ah, it was the way he put the bet in.
Yeah, so it's just like, because I started looking for stuff like that, because you guys said, maybe it was a bad show of character, and maybe he'll improve, so I started looking for stuff like that, so that's all I'm saying.
This hand goes to showdown, and Freitas wins with a pair of deuces.
Man, I feel like King Queen should win there. I don't know why.
Nuts at PokerStars.tv is the email address. We have an email from Jim Barron, a relation of Isaac's. Thanks for giving some coverage to Isaac. His 4-year-old brother in Connecticut is having a blast watching him play live for the first time. Sadly, fans of Mihai Tuznia will be very disappointed to see him leave, putting a dent in Joe's prediction that 2014 will be
Year of Romania.
Oh, Cheyenne was the player who took him out. So thank you for getting in touch, Mr. Barron. Glad you're enjoying watching Isaac on the main feature table. A question for Lex Veldhouse from Peter on Twitter. I moved to the mighty Netherlands a couple of months ago. Do we have any admirable poker tournaments here?
Yeah, there'll be a big one in Utrecht coming up.
Yeah.
In the casino there, and then in November there's always the gigantic Master Classics of Poker. It's actually like a pretty big field, and also like it's been one of the oldest big tournaments in Europe. So check that one out too.
I'm just gonna die laughing at the stare.
Mike McDonald's Open, 3-bet by Daniel Wyman, a recently new arrival.
Wyman said he would just laugh his way through the stare.
And oddly, it's like the first person I've ever heard say that to him. I couldn't keep a straight face.
Yeah.
12,500 people have now registered for today's free roll. Password reminder coming up after this hand.
That's what he thinks of you laughing at his stare down.
Yeah.
Yeah, how funny is that?
Stare at this. A 4-bet to 105,000. Ooh. That's a 5-bet.
I like.
Do you just like it because it's action, or is there a specific?
No, I just like it because it's action, and I want to. It's interesting because, you know, if one of the guys has nothing, and if it gets a showdown, it's interesting. You know, it's just, it's cool to see somebody fight back against people like McDonald and Phelps. I mean, this guy could have a hand, obviously, but it's just it's fun to see pre-flop things like this. Even though I think pre-flop wars are a bit overrated in tournaments, but you know, who cares what I say about
yeah.
Wyman, the effective stack here, starting the hand with just over 600k. On. Mike McDonald shoves, and Wyman folds.
Wow. So we really like the 5-bet now.
I mean, maybe not, but he got shoved on.
Mike McDonald now playing 1.1 million. Wyman down to 427,000.
No, I don't have any.
I would like to say that I have a lot of respect for Weinman's instant fold.
I have like 6 chips.
Yeah, he's green on top. What do you see?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
We
you
know
got, like,
lots and lots
a
of
lot
players
less
that would just sit there for a while,
yeah,
knowing they were folding, not wanting to give anything away.
Your parents over there?
Pardon me?
Is your parents
Yeah,
over there?
I'm over there.
Mom and dad?
Yep.
Oh, good.
Casey gets back in touch today. Timex for the win. Selpst
That's
second.
Real first friends.
Still a long way to go.
That's a real
Around
real first
45
friends.
players
Oh, yeah,
remaining
exactly.
on day 4 of the PCA main event.
My dad
Tomorrow
was
they
my
play
first
down
man.
to the
It
final
took a while
table.
before
We'll
my mom
see
came
the
around
final
to it.
table play
Yeah.
out on Monday
That always
with whole cards
Yeah,
revealed.
exactly. Not
By
as
the way,
fair.
the free roll password, those of you looking to
Yeah,
play at
that's
5:30 this
After I won an
evening,
EPT, then
$1,500 in the
became my
prize
second
pool.
fan.
Password, water slide.
That's an easy way to be. With gifts or without gifts?
Look at that teenage Mike McDonald up there.
Or without gifts.
Maybe grinning silver, but this
Yeah,
baby's
some,
winning gold.
Nothing right after that. Like some gifts, but nothing crazy.
Okay,
Yeah.
Understand.
Yeah.
That's fine. You play very well, man.
Thanks. You too. Pardon me? Yeah, you should
Roger
know him,
Tesk
yeah.
is in action against Jude Ainsworth.
Roger Teska. Wow, let's try this again. Roger Teska has got some big shoes to fill. If you remember Ryan Fair from last year, he made himself into the villain. Teska's trying, but he's not quite there yet.
had a shot in there. Like he was only chip leader for like 5 hands or something, but he was chip leader. I mean, if he
Peter's written in, Lex wants to know, do you have a blog where you write about your online results?
I have a blog, but not one where I don't write about my online results that much. But if you want to check out my blog, it's on lexveldhuis.com.
Usually write about traveling, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, or whenever kickboxing, or I write about poker a lot, or like grinding online, just the grind, but not. I don't like discuss results that much or whatever. It's pretty much none of your business. No.
Is that what it is? Is that you just?
No, it's like, you know, whatever. I think it's. People are really curious about the results, but I think it's way more interesting. Like, how do you handle certain results, or more like the things you go through.
Right, I guess that was my question, is do you write about those other things because you're avoiding results or just because you find them to be more interesting?
Yeah, it's just more interesting. You know.
Ian shoved for his last 63K.
Rob says, James, sorry, buddy, you can't pull off the rap verses. Love the coverage, but rap is not just your thing. Using my correct Twitter handle is not your thing, Rob.
Boom.
Hey-o.
Sorry. You were.
Is it due to ask for a count?
6.5 big blinds. I mean, not even.
Call it.
Jude calls. Small blind folds. Isaac Barron folds the big blind. Showdown.
Heard ace-7 for one player.
Well, that's what Yen shoved with. Queens, that's what Jude called with.
So I think Jude's asking for a count to sort of maybe try to get someone to come along behind.
I don't think you really need to ask for a count, though. You can just wait. I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's like, you know, 2 stacks, but whatever. Whatever you can to make somebody else behind you. It's not a slow roll or whatever.
No, it just seemed pretty obvious, like that it was super short, and if I don't know what hand you would like need to have a count with.
It's almost you trap people less if you ask for it because it's so obvious. It's just like, oh, so you want people to know.
Oh, yeah. Ace on the flop, but Ainsworth turns a straight.
Can still chop, yeah.
Nice hand.
2 pair on the river, not enough. And Daniel Yen sent to the rail.
Thank you.
With fewer than 45 players remaining in the tournament.
You had an ace? No. Yeah, I didn't like the didn't like the flop.
Really? 25, break even at 25.50 or something.
And here is our trademark superfluous slow-mo replay of the moment the 10 hit the turn.
I would guarantee it.
I like the giant seat open graphic appearing behind your head silently. A
Really?
lot better.
It says that?
Yeah.
Wait, what, really?
He's messing with me, right?
I've never seen that.
Oh yeah, giant seat open as Aniel is walking away up on the.
Oh wow.
Which I like a lot better than the dealer screaming seat open while you're still sitting at the table.
The worst thing is when you're in a country where it's normal to applaud for people who get knocked out.
It's just like,
what countries are those?
It's kind of like irritating that, you know, me and like hundreds of my friends every year put so much.
Well, I had one tournament in Belgium once.
In Belgium? Well, there you go.
Let's have an old peek.
Erica asks Lex, what is your stance on calling the clock?
I think you can call the clock on somebody after like 2-3 minutes. And there's definitely situations. If it's like some really sick chip lead pot and it's been 4-bet and they go to the river and somebody gets check raised, you can think for 5, 6, 7 minutes. But sometimes people think if they should check or bet in a single raised pot on the turn, you can call the clock after 30 seconds as far as I'm concerned.
Rob G tweets to say $120. I'm assuming, Rob, that's an entry for a competition which we closed 40 minutes ago.
Also wrong.
Way wrong.
You made me hungry talking about food the whole time. Maybe I'll order some pulled pork at the pool soon.
You know what, Lex? With all your needling right now, I may or may not have a couple of hours of spare tonight, and I may or may not come make your life a living hell at the pool.
I can testify that he's capable of doing that, by the way.
Well, I don't get embarrassed very quickly, so you can do everything you want.
That would be a really fun video for us to do.
Yeah.
Who can make the other one fold first?
Well, I mean, you make such a fool of yourselves. I don't think you get very embarrassed quickly, too.
I sure don't.
This
This guy loves everybody.
He's a lovable guy. Someone's very popular at the feature table.
Or someone's just a huge egomaniac and has their phone set to go off every time they get an @ reply on Twitter.
Chilies. Baby back ribs.
Barbecue sauce.
Same situation. Ace high board, limped pot.
Yep. Teska fired flop. Teska fired turn. Teska's fired river.
So hard. But this time, Teska checked pre-flop, so there's also not very many aces in his range, or even fewer than in Isaac Barron's range, maybe. So this fold is going to be harder.
So Stapes referenced Ryan Fair, the player who bubbled the final table at last year's PCA. Their man they're now calling last year's Roger Teska. Let's remind ourselves of the antics of Mr. Fair.
When you grow up, your family kind of forces you into their profession. My dad was a doctor, my brother's a maxillofacial surgeon. While in dental school at University of Florida, I got into poker and I didn't really know how to play, but I knew I had some kind of natural ability because I was still beating people without really knowing the rules. So I said, hey, give it a shot. That's where it all began. You know, I think people get too caught up with, you know, how many people are left, what chip stack am I. One of my greatest skills is I don't care. It's a business trip for me. I like the beach and everything like that, but to be honest, it's a business trip. I'm not trying to brag. I just want the 1.8 million. Every tournament I play, I'm playing for first. I'm not playing to cash. I'm not playing for fifth, first, and that's my goal.
I was trying to find my joke about those sunglasses that I wrote for the TV show, and I can't remember what it was. Damn it.
Yeah, right. I just received the big prize with like 7? Yeah, king. Yeah,
Anyway, interesting guy, that Ryan Fair.
One big one.
Yep. Also, I just wanted to point out that playing for the win in a tournament with staggered prices, if you say that, can you say it like that, like layered pricing?
Yes.
Is not correct.
The same.
Sometimes it's just more profitable, you know, you just have to cash sometimes, and it's just kind of stupid to take a risk and not min cash when you could have just waited it out and have a sure cash, you know. It keeps you alive way longer, it keeps your bankroll right.
7.
I don't want to be rude, but those glasses were the stuff of nightmares. It's like Groucho Marx melded with the dashboard of a car in a dystopian vision of the future.
10 minutes left on this level, but sadly, Lex Veldhouse has to leave us. Other media commitments, Lex. He's a popular boy, you know.
Yeah, Lex has to leave us. He's got a real important water slide. He's
Yep.
got to go on.
Gonna do the rest of my media outside in the sun while drinking Bahama Mamas. I'll tweet you guys. I told you.
Yeah,
so
send us some drunk tweets.
Yeah, I mean, be nice to me. I was gonna send you a picture of the sun.
Make sure you tag him, EPT Live.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to Lex.
All right, thanks as always.
Always a great guest to have in the booth. So 10 minutes time, the main event goes on break. We've got bonus coverage of the 5K side event that we've got on the webcast set. And that's when Mark Convey and Matt Broughton will be joining you, and they'll take you through the next 2 levels of the day in the main event. Let's pick up the action here. Isaac Barron raises to 20,000. Roger Teska 3 bets to 50K.
I think no matter what, that all of the Teska Baron confrontations have been pretty interesting.
Like not all of them, but
Baron
some
gives it
people
up
will have
again.
maximum, I guess. I'm not sure. That would be my best guess.
Teska still among the chip leaders, building that stack up to nearly 1.7 million now. Mike McDonald, the other player at this table, with a 7-figure stack.
Pardon me? I thought you said 20-minute break. Yeah, I'm not going to question it. If it's 20, it's 20. If it's 15, it's 15. When there's this few tables left, I wish breaks were like as short as possible. Like, you know, give us 7 minutes to go to the washroom and then get playing again. If no one needs to go to the washroom, keep playing. Like.
Roger Teska finished 4th in the WPT Championship in 2011
yeah, I think this is a tough table.
for $371,000.
I think is this table 5, is it?
Yeah, we just broke 7.
Yeah, so it'll be a while before we break. Probably, I guess we need to get down to 32
Also
players.
final tables, the 1K Turbo Bounty here in 2011.
Pardon me?
Raise and take it for Teska.
How's Jason doing?
Kyle Sorrell talking to his family.
No shoes, walking over like he owns the place. What's up, Palm?
Looks like they're in the shark cage.
Yeah, 750. Good jet. Pay no attention to the man who's facing the window.
The what?
Pay no attention to the
Same people, just different.
So after the break, bear in mind that we have to be conscious of the actual breaking order in the tournament. Our secondary feature table will become our main feature table, and we're going to bring Max Silver back to the secondary table. So there will be some shuffling during the next break. Mike was saying that this table wouldn't be broken for a while. I think Mike was still under the impression that we're playing down to 32 today. No, more than that, Mike. We're playing down to 16.
I think, pardon me? No.
Raise and take it for Timex.
No, now it's on him, yeah.
Wonder what Timex thought of Anchorman 2. Haven't met anyone that's liked it. Ben Hughes written in to say that he thinks Fabio Freitas is getting all buddy-buddy with Mike McDonald, so he'll 3-bet him less.
Evoke says, yesterday, did you say Dan Harmon is in the shark cage or Mark Harmon? Answer, neither. Jen Harmon, Jennifer Harmon, is in the shark cage, and that means she's in the TV show. She's not actually in a shark cage.
Evoke, would you rather see the creator of Community or the guy from NCIS in the shark cage next year?
Who also played the Secret Service agent that CJ developed a relationship with in the West Wing Season 3.
Also played Ted Bundy.
So Max Silver fans will be delighted to know that he'll be coming to the secondary feature table after the break. The players who are currently on that table move up to the main stage, and they do include the current tournament chip leader, Madis Moore.
We want more.
You're going to get more. You'll also get Antoine Saout, who eliminated Liv Bourree with that big flip, ace-king against queens. Carl Sorrell, Jason Mercier's friend. Lonnie Harwood. So all those guys coming up to the main feature table in around 5 minutes' time.
I think Lonnie Harwood, also the winner of a Bluffy. I think she was Breakout Player of the Year or Rookie of the Year or whatever their version of new player on the scene.
Those of you asking about the high roller event, the 25K event, as the PokerStars blog, just remind us on Twitter, live coverage on the blog at this moment as I speak. Click on the link. Do it. Do it.
Ace high flop, 2 spades. Teska checks to the razor. Mike did raise fairly early. And make no mistake, players like Mike McDonald, they know whose big blind they're raising too. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes it is specifically to pick on a particular player's big blind. Five of diamonds on the turn. Teska lackadaisically tosses out some chips, 25,000. McDonald calls.
To the river we go. King of diamonds. Teska checks. And Mike checks behind. Pair of nines for Roger Teska. Nines no good. Pair of aces for Mike McDonald.
You know, and that's Mike playing that hand kind of conservatively, but also at the same time just wants to make sure that he gets to cheap showdown with a hand that he thinks is going to be best a lot of the time. Teska's already shown himself to not to fire quite a bit with hands that maybe hands that, you know, as Lex said, he turned a hand into a bluff, or he wasn't really sure what the bet was in that particular spot. So I think Mike did well there to sort of check and let his opponent fire.
Let's head over to the secondary feature table, which remember will become the main feature table after the break for level 21 of the PCA main event. Start familiarizing yourself with these guys. You'll be seeing a lot more of them. For the
And
next
one
2
girl.
levels. Of course. I was using guys in the metaphorical sense.
We're all just a bunch of guys.
22.
Under the gun raise from Mike. Makes it 22K. Fabian Ortiz. That's 3-bet to 50,000. Roger Teska folds out of the small blind. A lot of people watching that hand at the outer table. Looks so many people crowded around that camera. We can't get our camera in there.
And it looks like Vanessa's stacking chips. Not too many of them in front of her. I think she's restacking chips, and she's taken to Twitter. I can't imagine she won a pot and would have that few in front of her, so she must have lost that last pot. And it looks like Jen Shahadi sitting next to her is stacking chips, and a lot of them would be my guess from the way her arms are reaching out, and she's still moving.
We are hearing from the floor that Vanessa Selbst has just been crippled in a big pot at that table. Yeah, just some stacks of sunlight left with a few deep blues on top, and it was Jennifer Shahade who won that pot. And you're absolutely right, Vanessa taking to Twitter, so I'm sure we'll learn from our timeline very soon what happened to Vanessa, the last remaining team pro in this tournament.
Jen trying to hide just how happy she is with all those chips.
Well, this is the last hand of the level. Mike called the 3-bet. He checks the flop, and Ortiz continues for 40,000. Mike calls, and we get the 10 of clubs on the turn. Yeah, Vanessa tweets, lost another flip. Lost sevens to King 10 suited. Down to 100K, so coming back from the break, we'll be grinding. Wow, fewer than 10 big blinds, with the blinds going to 6 and 12.
Never count Selbsty out, though. I mean, unless she's actually out, then you can count her out. Usually.
Ortiz fires again, 50,000, a reminder. He 3-bet Mike McDonald pre-flop. He continued the flop, and he's now barreling the turn, but these are relatively small bets to the size of the pot.
You know, that's something that you can't get much of a read on unless you know a little bit more about the player. Some players just, you know, don't make their bet sizes the way that we're used to them currently.
Teska's off to get another Bloody Mary.
Are you saying the drink Bloody Mary, or are you saying Mary, but with the English curse word in front of it?
No, I'm talking about the drink.
Okay.
So a reminder that Vanessa may be the last team pro, but as Justin Fairbanks points out, Marc-Andre Ladouceur is representing Team PokerStars Online. But as far as the other team pros are concerned today, Liv Boeri gone, Marcel Lusk out, Aniel Guillem busted.
Ortiz just moves out an entire stack.
All 3 streets. 115,000 is the river bet.
And even though those are small bets from Ortiz, I wouldn't say that he's particularly timid. He does seem to like his hand very much. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's going to 3-bet pre and barrel 3 streets with absolute nonsense.
No.
McDonald makes the call.
We'll see the hands, or at least one of them.
10's full, turn 10's full.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Mike McDonald coming to the same conclusion I came to, just 1 street too late.
Not happy with himself about that call. So that's the end of the level, and these are the stacks of the players that we were watching on our feature table. A reminder that we'll have a new feature table for you at the start of the next level when the blinds go to 612 with a 2K ante. And Madis Moore will be the chip leader at our new feature table. He is the tournament chip leader with a stack of nearly 2.5 million. So Joe and I are going to step out for a while, but M&M are back for the next 2 levels of the main events. And Mark Convey, I understand that you and Matt are going to be bringing us some bonus coverage during the break. We're going to be covering some of that 5K side events.
We are. Thank you very much, James. Hello, everybody. We're down to the final 2 tables of the 5K event. I think there are 13 players remaining, so we're going to bring you a bit of bonus coverage for the next 15 or 16 minutes before we get back to the main event. Thank you, Joe and James, for an amazing job, as always. They'll be back later on to take you through till the end of the night. And here is our feature table, and it looks like a huge pot there for our current chip leader. We'll bring you details. So Chris Hunchin, he's got 687,000. And in seat number 2, you can see Kerry Katz. We've got Grant Levy at the table as well, Eduardo Sanchez and Thomas Dean. We've also got some big name players at the outer table. John Rayson is still in the field. He's a former third place finisher at the World Series main event, I believe. Last year's main event champion, Dimitar Danchev, is still in the hunt.
Let me just also say good day to you. As James said, Matt and Mark with you through this bonus coverage. The 5K 8-handed, no limit hold'em. Very popular game these days. It's really starting to pick up now. I think a lot of people are going to take to it. And then we'll be back to the main event. Getting quite exciting now in the main event. We've got a bit of catching up to do. It's quite nice to see all the action, but not so good to see some of our friends getting bust out and some of our favourite players to watch. But all in good time, we will come to that. Right now, it's all about 2,000, 4,000 with a 500 ante for the 5K side event.
So playing short-handed until they get to the final table. They'll go to one table of 9 when they get there, and then they'll lose more, and that'll be the official final table of 8. I think there are 11 players remaining, so we've got 5 at our feature table and 6 at the outer table. Oh, actually, it's 12 players remaining, so they're just balancing, and a player coming into the right is John Raciner, who I mentioned before, who looks like he's coming with a tidy stack. Don't forget to get in touch, guys, if you want ask any questions about this 5K side event or the main event. We'll be coming back with a brand new table after the break as well, which was the former outside table that we had with Lonnie Harwood, Anton Sout, doing very well today. He's another former final tableist at the World Series main event.
Raised to 8,000. All these racks at the table, it's like a cash game. It used to make me laugh, the guys that used to like playing the cash game out of the racks. I don't know why, you know, I don't know if you ever encountered that.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
So I think Vegas seemed to get a lot of the guys would sit down with the racks and they didn't want to take the chips out, they just literally play without the racks. And even if they were there for 6 hours or something, you think, don't you want to play with them? Don't you want to stack them up and look like a poker player?
Nation has got more racks than London Dungeons.
But hey! Tremendous news. And there'll be more hilarious jokes like that in the coming 16 hours. Also, you'll be glad to know we have another drawing competition coming up a bit later on. It was fantastic to see the skills of our viewers yesterday, all attempting to draw a swan.
No cheating today.
No cheating, no cheating. No, we learned our lesson. It was an accidental competition that arose out of nothing. Today there's been a deliberate move. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Just a little teasing trail a bit later on today. Oh. Folded round.
Raised to 8,500.
See John Raciner just sorting out his chips. He came to the table with a little bit more than 200,000. But here we have our chip leader, Panichin, raising to 8,500 from the cutoff.
Call.
He's got one call and has got himself one fold. Sanchez also out, heads up to the flop. Deuce 3-10, 2 hearts down.
Check.
Kerry Katz, American businessman, has position in this pot.
Second 10 and a third heart. Action again on Hunishan.
Betting 5,500.
That'll do the job. He flashed something, I think, there very, very quickly at Katz, but I didn't register. I don't think anybody else did.
Quad 10s.
Quad 10s, definitely. Escape from quads is the follow-up to Death by Quads. James Cameron will be directing Tom Cruise producing.
Do you think the sequel will be as good as the original? I'm not sure if they ever are.
Well, they're saying there's going to be 3 of them, so it's probably the darker one. You know, the middle one is always the darker one. Death by Quads, you know, set it all up. Escape from Quads. Probably the middle film will be darker.
I Can Dodge Quads, baby.
Yeah, exactly. All
Starring
the quotes.
Phil Hellmuth.
And then Return of the Quads will conclude the trilogy. That'll be a Cronenberg film. Won't really make much sense. Scare the life out of anybody under 20. Meanwhile, there was a raise. Under the gun raise from Brasner. Currently getting about as much respect as you could possibly get at the table. Fold, 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 fold. Time for the short stack. Eduardo Sanchez. Excuse me, second short stack to be... Second short stack. Broughton, get it out. On the button. Thomas Dean is the shortest stack here, 30k. In the small blind.
There was a 5-bet earlier, apparently, at the feature table.
Oh,
and no horn.
I bet there was no horn at all.
No, Francesca was very disappointed. They, you know, we have our thing. We have our horns and our alerts. They have their chop pot song.
They have their songs.
Yeah.
They have their ways.
Civilian is asking for the password. The free roll password today is water slide. That's in honour of Matt and I's activities this morning.
Hey.
A bit of water slide action in.
Call.
So that's water slide, all one word. So it's the first we're going to see of John Racing. Battling in the binds with Mr. Dean. Thomas Dean is very short, actually.
Yeah.
5,500.
He's actually standing up by the table. Thanks very much.
Boom, boom.
Thanks. Kick off in style and quality. Don't worry. Just got to get this out of our systems and then we'll be fine. Yeah, got to start being careful about firing into Thomas Dean. Not got a stack that can do much maneuvering wise, but it can certainly do some damage to you.
Hashtag a life-threatening injury by Quads.
Wow.
Says Kate Bale. That was straight to DVD, that one.
Yeah, Kurt Russell, and didn't really get the traction. The distribution company didn't really get behind it.
Ah, it's his biggest role since Big Trouble in Little China. Isn't it?
Very much an actor of the 80s.
So John Winston is asking, this is no limit at 8-handed, but there's only six seats. Oh, we'll get it out.
Gosh, we're
What's
both
up with
having
that?
this problem.
Yeah, we need to get into our flow. That's because there are only 12 players left in the tournament. So there are 6 at this table, 6 at the outer table, and we have an all-in and a call.
Yeah, as mentioned, Thomas Dean, we raised the flag of be careful, and he has indeed got it all in. I believe the bad news for Tom Dean is that he is the player with the ace-10, and it is Grant Levy in the 3rd spot.
An interesting flop.
Oh,
even more of an interesting turn. Oh, wow!
The only problem with the side table is that there's no sense of drama from the dealer. He is there just to do the job.
Wow!
It was. I always say that if ever you get knocked out of some tournament, you know, you get it in with the kings versus the aces, and the dealer just goes flat, 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 flat. You're like, whoa, slow it down. Like, let's have a bit of drama. Let's just at least work out my vague chances of winning by the end of this hand.
We've got a request from Nuno. He wants
Dancing
the
songs.
Nah, he wants the drawing competition at 55 past the hour. Scheduled breaks, synchronized breaks. See what I mean? 5 minutes. He can, if he's 20 tabling, it can be kind of hard to do a drawing of a certain animal.
Yeah. Later on, we'll be getting you to Show us your skills. You can do it on paper. You can do it using crayon. You can get Microsoft Paint up. It's free. I think every single PC in the history of man has one. Whatever it takes, but don't just Google it. We had a winner yesterday who then had to be disqualified when somebody else sent in exactly the same drawing. Dean raising this up from the cutoff. Not really that short-handed under the guns and cutoffs really matter quite. Well, they matter, but they're not quite as key. Min raise has been called by Carry Cats.
Check, check.
Checkity check.
Third spade.
I'm all in.
Oh.
2,000, raising all in.
Well, there was a bet.
Call, table the hands.
One card. 10K. Well.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Wow.
Drawing dead.
I mean, seriously, wow.
Wow, he turned the open-ended straight draw, but he was already drawing dead to the flush. And after his double up, his tournament was short-lived.
Good Lord.
It's just no limit hold'em for you, folks. 1 minute you're in it, the next minute you're out.
That's a really strange, strangely overly aggressive for someone who clearly was a bit patient to get himself back in it. It's just been like, had a complete blowout in the brain.
Pay out, please.
I mean, I'm sure somewhere in an attic there's a portrait of that player getting better at poker, but I don't really know what that was about. That seemed a bit, press the old red button.
I think he still had some adrenaline coursing through his veins after the runner flush to crack the kings before, and yep, didn't stop to think about it.
And he didn't stop to be embarrassed about it. Tom Dean ran from the table. We've got about 3 minutes left of the break. We've got some cracking tables coming up for you when we return to the main event, I got to tell you. Take a look at our secondary table as well as our primary feature tables, all looking good.
So this 5K tournament is one of a number of tournaments happening in the room today. The other big one that's just started today is the 25K high roller. And a bit of news from that, Remco from the live reporting team has reported that they've just got up to 162 unique players, beating last year's record by 1 so far, with registration still open until the beginning of tomorrow. So
it's a good sign.
Yeah, and Vanessa Seltz won that event for 1.4 million last year, so it's going to be another cracking top prize there.
Yep, this has been passively rounded, this particular hand. Just a call from the small blind and the check, so it was blind on blind without much aggression. Checked on the flop. And then a single bet from Cats post-turn. Did the job.
So about a minute and a half until the main event resumes. So this will probably be the last hand that we watch from the 5K 800 event.
Yeah, I was with him for about. Raised to 9,000.
Looks good, this little side table, doesn't it? Quite often, you know, when we've been spoilt by the huge TV table and then you come here, you're aware of it, but actually, very attractively decor. I'm loving the little neon signs. I'm liking the layout. Yeah. I would probably go and sleep there tonight. That's how taken with it I am.
It's like boutique-y.
It is.
It's like a cool little set.
It's like when I hit the lottery and make my own little poker room, I think I'm going to base it on this. Only with my face in the background. where the logo is right now. That'll just be a huge smiling portrait of me, probably holding up the winning lottery ticket. We are going to leave the boys there in the 5K side event. Hope you enjoyed that little insight into the some of the other games going on. We are going to return to our main event as we come back in at 6,000, 12,000 with a 2K ante. It's kind of an obvious thing to say, but anybody that was feeling slightly short-stacked before the break is going to be hurting.
Price of poker goes up and up and up.
That is the way poker works, thankfully. Tournament poker.
Yeah, this ain't no cash game.
It just keeps rolling down the hill, and the longer it's there, the faster it gets. Just a quick reminder before we kick off the action again, please do keep in touch with us. We do like to hear from you. You can email us nuts@pokerstars.tv. Use Twitter to get to us. You can communicate hashtag EPT Live, and also remember to follow @EPT Live. Also, please do check out the PokerStars blog. Lots of great stuff there, as well as the live event updates. Also, check out the Facebook page. Remember, we're also on Instagram. And, of course, there is the YouTube PokerStars channel, chock full of goodness, as well as watching us. A little bit quieter down in the room. A little bit quieter room. I don't think that'll last very long. Here is our new feature table.
We have the 2 chip leaders of the tournament for you to have a look at. Madis Muir from Estonia is the tournament chip leader, far clear, 2.4 million. Anton Sauts is in second place at this feature table and overall with 1.7 million. And we've got Josh Prager still rocking his pink lucky hat. Kyle Sorrell, Mark Ioli, Lonnie Harwood, who was one of the female players of 2013. Very close to so many titles, actually won a bracelet in the summer. Jorge Jesus as well. So lots of chips. And it's quite nice, there's a lot of disparity between the chips, so we're going to see some action.
Bit of dynamics, dynamics. And then this is our second featured table. So you can see Max Silver, the Brit, keeping it real, was chip leader. 1.4 now, 1.4 million for Max. Christoph Edberg, 952,000. And this is another example where, look, we've got people at 450 all the way down to 152 for George Lampert. So going to see some real dynamics. And Alon Allison, which is just a great name, just phonetically.
It's brilliant.
I mean, it's not as good as Jorge Jesus on our previous table, the main feature table, but yeah, some good stuff. And as you know, if you watch our coverage, we will be on our main feature table, but as soon as anything happens of key interest on that secondary feature table, we will bounce right across and bring it to you.
Jorge
Jesus.
Jorge.
Yep, he's got 391,000. Josh's hat is really slowly eating him.
I mean, I can't hardly see his eyes.
It's digesting him slowly like some enormous greedy pink worm creature.
There's Anton Sauts,
Who
final tableist.
It's amazing, a grown man, but as soon as he drinks some soda through a straw, he immediately looked about 7 then.
Did you want to go up and just like squeeze his cheeks?
You go,
Here you go, young laddie.
He's got his little cardi on. You got your can of pop.
Can of pop. Showing your age there. Who calls it pop anymore?
Actually, I don't. Do you know what? I can't remember what the international thing is, soda or pop or fizzy drinks. I don't really know what the international world that's watching us like a can of fizzy drink to be called. Isn't pop a Northern England thing? I think I had a girlfriend in Nottingham that they always referred to their drinks as pop.
Yeah,
like,
pop.
Pop what? What do you mean? What sort of pop?
Soda this side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, I used to drink soda and lime, and that is not a drink you can ask for in America without people just staring at you like, what do you mean?
Which type of soda? I'm really looking forward to seeing Lonnie Harwood play. She is uber aggressive.
Yeah, best part of 700,000 as well in chips, so, you know, plenty of ammo.
She doesn't hang around. And her style of play works out very well for her. Huge amounts of success last year in Las Vegas. Talking of success in Las Vegas, Anton Sauts, former final tableist.
Just those 2 blues, long
World
stacks.
Series main
There's
event.
nothing behind that, right? 2 blue stacks?
It's about 7.
So they are heads up to this 8-7-5 flop.
And again, quick reminder, 6,000, 12,000 with a 2K ante now at this level. Level 21 with 43 players remaining out of the 1,031 that started. Taking my own picture. Always taking two, just to be sure. Thinking I look particularly ridiculous today. I must capture this moment.
All that lucky hat's worked out well so far. It's got him to the final 43 players in the main event.
Sorry, I was going to have this.
Yeah.
25K got called. Wowee, hello.
Sailor.
Hello, Sailor. Welcome to your straight, welcome to your flush, welcome to your repping festival. And once again, Carl Sorrell has checked into the aggressor, Lonnie Harwood, who looks absolutely ready to fire yet another bullet. Oh, just lean a little bit closer. 64K. Which isn't a question to Spanish viewers, incidentally. Sorry about that, I just punched Mark in the knee there as well. Don't ask me how that happened, I was gesticulating.
I thought you were trying to stroke it. I'm kind of glad now to find out there was a punch.
No, in fact, I've really hurt myself.
Okay, good.
No.
My knees,
Your
my knees
knee.
well hard, innit?
Innit? Well, this is kind of just passive-aggressive from Kyle here. Just keeps calling everything. Nice, but the 8, surely if the 8 had hit anybody earlier in the hand, they would have been way more aggressive considering how dangerous this board is. That's my strategy statement. Take it or leave it.
Check there on the river. Sorrell turned the 9, but on such a wet board, he wasn't interested in inflating the pot any more than necessary. Took the safe line out of position.
A little bit kind of, it feels a little bit speculative to me. I mean, I appreciate he did kind of connect in a way with the flop, but considering Lonnie bet 25, I guess is part of his call there a bit of float as well as a bit of speculative drawing?
Yeah, maybe. May well be.
It just seems like one of those kind of reverse implied odds, you know, where so many of the times when he hits his hand, it actually fills up the flushes as well.
Yeah.
But it's worked out for him.
Apparently it's called pop in Canada, so you're down with the Canadians, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And just going to remind everyone, water slide is the password, so I've got a couple more requests coming in for that. So you've got a bit more than an hour and a half, and here we're going to have a look at our outer table. James and Joe brought you the news that Vanessa Seltz was crippled near the end of the last level. She's still hanging in there. These are two Russian players clashing here, keeping our Russian stream viewers happy. And one Russian player took that pot down.
Nice, that's good timing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Karen's on Twitter. She's also with us on the pop thing. And she comments on Josh Prager saying, what a pretty, pretty hat. Sounds like, babe, what a pretty, pretty hat. It is a very pretty hat.
That's my best one yet.
Not a lot of chit-chat going on right here, is there?
Distance, left-handed.
Sometimes you sort of want to give the guys a bit of space in case
Discard.
kick off. This could be at the beginning of a conversation.
We need to get lots of pop to the feature table, get a bit of a sugar buzz going on for them.
I've never discarded like this before, but on one of my tables, they were upset with me because they said I was flashing cards when I was throwing them. But a lot of times you're throwing them over like the button or whatever, and I don't know. So now that.
Oh, is this Mr. Silver involved in a hand at our secondary feature table?
I believe it is. Far left of your screen.
Mr. Olofsson is our opponent in the hand. They've both made it to the turn. Rainbow, Queen 10, Jack 8.
Yeah, Less than a third of the stack
I thought I had
of Max.
9, I only have 8.
And facing a 28,000 bet.
I thought I had 9, I have 8.
Oh, this is a nice juicy looking board and a juicy looking pot, and that's only going to make things more interesting. Or it could slow it right down. Those are your two options, poker.
There's a mighty fine beard in the background. Alon Allison. Rocking the ZZ top style beard.
Yeah. He's got legs and knows how to use them as he steps away from the table.
Boom, boom.
Thank you very much.
Max fires again, this time 52,000. Want to give a shout out to my man Mickey Doft. He's in the background there with a purple t-shirt. The finest chip counter known to man.
There's just been some bad news, hasn't there, Mark?
Very sad.
We've just been informed Mark Ludus is out.
Oh, well, great effort from Marc-Andre representing Team Online very well.
Yeah, it was good yesterday, wasn't he? We caught a couple of hours he was playing, nice and solid. Olofsson has folded that against Max, and Max is on the move. 1.5 million. Must be nice. You see just exactly how far away from his closest competitors he is at this particular second featured table here. And both James Hilaire and George Lampert going to have to start making a move soon. They have, of course, got a full 80 minutes left at this level, so nothing particular to worry about as far as the blinds getting larger. But time is ticking.
Is that Vanessa all in? Or maybe she just received a full double up. She doesn't have any cards in front of her, and they're counting her chips.
And she's smiling.
She's smiling. I think she's doubled up. She has, through one of our Russian friends, Shamalev.
Jonathan was on Twitter saying Vanessa is going to need to run like God right now. Well, if anybody can, Vanessa can. Back to our purple featured table. And meanwhile here, we have actually got ourselves past the flop. Sorrel raised pre-flop, got called by Lonnie Harwood. Carl Sorella's bet 22,000 now post-flop and been called. 128k in the pot on the Jack-Jack 6-6 board. 2 clubs, 2 hearts.
We've seen an awful lot of double-suited boards this week.
That is true. Then again, we have seen an awful lot of boards, so I imagine.
That is true as well.
By the time we get to a couple of days off the final table, you know we've been racking up a fair few hundred of these. Despite the speed of some of the players who have attempted to try and keep our hands per hour down, we have still rattled through some of these. Get ready with your pens and papers, and computer drawing program is going to be coming to you with an opportunity to win a deck of cards.
You're cruel. You mentioned that 1 minute left of the synchronized break for all those grinders.
Oh, sorry guys. Do you know what, we are an island on an island, so we run by our own rules here. Kate suggesting in Scotland people call fizzy drinks juice. True story. I don't know if that is true, but it's quite funny if it isn't. A couple of people also mentioning about Jorge Jesus. It's saying Jorge Jesus is known here in Brazil as Jorge Breda. We do have him down actually now officially as Jorge Breda. I think it's one of those things where we have multiple names. We went for the sexier ones, but actually we do have him now correctly credited as Jorge Breda. But he has not been in a hand actually since we made that correction
I have issue with the Portuguese. The Portuguese language, they're just greedy with their names.
I know.
They don't need 4, 5, 6 names.
I haven't even got a middle name. Yeah. I forget if I asked you, have you got a good middle name like Leslie? Or
No, just William.
William. Oh, that's quite a stout. That's quite a sturdy middle name.
After me granddad. God rest his soul.
$37,000 was the bet from Kyle Sorrell. And now, you said about Lonnie Harwood being aggressive, and she has now bumped this right back up. 105,000 back into the beardy chops of Kyle Sorrell. Ah, there's the beardy chops alert.
Also known as a text message.
Wow. could be an email there.
Could be.
Could be an email. Could be a number of things. I change the text a lot on my phone to the noise when you send a Twitter or get a Twitter. So if I'm sitting on a bus or something, I get a text. Everyone gets their phones because they know what their text sounds like, but they just also think they've got a tweet or something. I like changing the sounds on my phone to upset normals.
You just like messing with people's
I
heads,
do.
don't you?
I'm like David Blaine, only way less successful.
You did a bit of a David Blaine the other day at the poolside, didn't you?
Did I? What, held my breath for 17 minutes?
Well, to talk about that in a minute. Let's get
Hang
back to
on.
this hand. We have some even more action.
Lord above.
3-bet.
Well, I mean, hats off to Lonnie, although she got a hat on. At least she didn't hang about there. And this is something that I think it was our friend David Williams yesterday saying, you know, sometimes it was Klodnicki, wasn't it? He was kind of appreciative of the fact that, you know, Lonnie makes the move here, and as soon as somebody comes back out, she just folds. There's no point Hollywooding or making it like this is a real tough decision, because she's a good player. We would expect her to every now and then take a punt and get caught with her hands in the cookie jar.
Yeah, when I was mentioning David Blaine, you somehow magicked someone's cell phone into your locker. How crazy was that?
That was really weird. That was really weird. Went to my locker and there was a big gang of people outside it going, have you got my phone? And I was like, no. And then I opened my locker and I did have his phone. I still don't know how that happened.
I know, and we've been on the rapids and the slides for a good hour and a half before that. And I didn't see you steal anyone's phone before that time. So.
I still don't really know.
Magic. I don't know how that happened.
I think it must have been up against the inside of the locker room, and I put my stuff in it, flipped down. Because it was at the front on top. It was magical. Anyway, that's what's going on outside. You can see, nice and busy out on the floor. This is our feature table once again. Mur, our chip leader, hasn't got into anything yet. Jorge Jesus Breda is out. Saud is out. Saud is out. Well, this is Mark Ioli. 138,000. All in. Oh, was that a call or was I didn't have? I think that was. It was a fold, but as he threw his cards upside down.
No,
wow.
Me and him
Did
made
you
a
see the
final
reaction
table
from
deal,
Ioli?
so
He was a little bit shocked. I think he moved all in a bit light there.
That's one of those where you've got to really make sure that you said fold as clearly and precisely as possible.
If I ever flip it up like that, it's always fold. Okay.
Got a question from Jorgen Pettersson on Twitter, and this is one that we can both answer, Matt. Where have you eaten the best meal on the EPT circus? Do you have a favourite meal that you can remember, a favourite restaurant?
Yes. Oh, okay.
Do you know what? Can I think on that for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Is this Vanessa again?
It looks like it's Vanessa's table.
Best meal.
You're right, she is all in again. Looks like a touch over 170,000 maybe. Maybe. So Jennifer still to act behind her. And I believe Pascal's also in the hand. We can see him in our foreground with cards. And Jennifer has shoved all in over the top, trying to isolate Vanessa Seltz, see if Pascal's going to fold. He does. So it's going to be heads up again, these two. Jennifer double through Vanessa earlier. Vanessa doesn't look too happy this time. Could be bad news for her again. Try and get a close-up of their holdings. It looks like pocket tens for Vanessa versus ace queen for Jennifer. Queen 7-6. So Vanessa falls behind on the flop. She's going to need to find one of the two remaining tens on the river. Otherwise, it will be 42nd streak for Vanessa, finishing in 42nd place in the main event. And she's gone. 2 pair for Jennifer. Another amazing result for Vanessa, but she's going to feel very disappointed. The competitor she is. That will lock her up. She's locked up another 32,000. Not to be sniffed at.
Well, meanwhile, we've got an all-in and a call on our featured table.
Wow, it's all action.
Yeah, Mark Ioli tried it again with the all-in, having done it on the previous hand.
Good luck, guys.
And did not do so well here.
He gone.
Yeah, for sure.
Ace Queen made the call. It was big chip leader Madis Moore, who's not played much so far. Woke up with Ace Queen, more than good enough to call. 188,000 pot coming back his way. I've remembered my favourite meal.
Yep.
Very, very early on. One of the first EPT lives I did in Copenhagen with Mr. James Hartigan and Jesse May, who many of you will know in the poker community, made some recommendations. We went to this amazing place that did all this amazing meat and onions and beers, and I can't remember the name of it. James may well. It was a right old trek across the frozen city.
Yeah, I think Jesse actually takes people there a lot. It's one of his favourite restaurants.
Yeah, I think it's his standard answer.
Because he lives in Copenhagen.
Because he knows the place well, so I think he just often recommends it.
Yeah.
And so we put on our woolly hats. It was a snowy, cold year.
Yeah.
The only other source of food, as I recall, was over the road was a petrol station that sold like hot dogs.
Oh, the best hot dogs, though.
Best hot dogs.
It's like half a French baguette, and they like drill a hole in the middle and then slide the sausage into the bread.
Exactly, with a bit of sauce in there. I know,
Mate.
it doesn't. It shouldn't be as good as it sounds. If petrol station hot dogs tasted that good where I live.
Gas station for those of you in the States.
Sorry, yes.
That's
I mean,
all right.
it isn't gas. I mean, gas is a vapor. But we'll let you off with it. You're allowed to.
Gasoline.
Well, yes, but they call it gas.
My favourite I mentioned the other day is the Mama Blue restaurant at EPT San Remo. And just for their ravioli with the most amazing sauce. Ravioli.
Now that we've made ourselves starving, let's sit down for another 70 minutes of poker. And, got very excited there. Screen teased me with some inaccurates.
Vanessa's quick onto Twitter. She said lost 10-10 to Ace Queen to bust. Not my day for flips. Good luck, everyone. Oh, that's nice.
Justin's made a joke about the Ace King for Madis last hand, that it was more than enough to call. He's not just a font of knowledge, old Justin Fairbanks. He's a funny, funny guy. Sorrel raising. He won the last fight with Lonnie. She gets out this one also.
Got to cover split.
It is just Moore and Sorrel. A relatively unsexy 4-4-7 flop.
We're just looking for those action flops, aren't we? C-bet's good enough to take it down.
You ready for the drawing competition, everybody?
Bring it on.
Very quickly. Yesterday, you'll know I returned to my room to find that the maid had left me a towel animal. It was a sculpture of a swan. And you all drew that swan for me, and we gave out some signed PCA 2014 cards. I turned up thinking today that can't happen because I've now had my little treat. There was another animal towel creation in my room. Don't forget, hashtag EPT Live. We want your drawings. Draw me the animal you think I had today. If we find that you have just stolen it off the internet, you will be disqualified. Please, please, even if you just scribble it on a piece of paper, take a picture and send it to us. Hashtag EPT Live. What animal did I find made out of various towels? Honestly, my maid, if she spent as long cleaning my room as she did making towel animals, I'd have a really spotless room. They are. Deck of cards up for grabs. The first genuine drawing that is the correct animal will win some of our lovely, lovely cards. And they're very nice cards, by the way. They're not just ropey old, let's make 6,000 of these. They are actually very well worth having.
Yeah, and if we're lucky enough to have a guest on in the next level or two, we shall get that guest to sign it. How about that?
If not, me and Mark will sign them. Practically worthless, but, you know, at least they'll be a bit special.
So Lonnie Harwood raises this up to 32,000 from the small blind. Brader defends his big blind. Ace 9-5. All diamonds. Will they be this lady's best friend?
That's very good.
Yeah, I'm full of them today. $27,000 if you want to call, sir. They look like them be raising chips.
No, they're exactly the same chips as they've used for folding and calling. Wouldn't that be annoying if you had special chips?
When do you put chips in the middle when you fold?
Well, sometimes. Especially if I'm losing, if I'm folding and I have to.
The call muck. It's a strong move. The call muck.
Sometimes.
She's getting beaten up a bit today, Harwood.
Yeah, she's made the C bet here. 27k, but 68k has come back from Jorge. Brazil versus America. Just a cracking football match waiting to happen. Oh,
the first picture's in. I think that might be a recycled picture from yesterday.
Yeah, guys, listen, try, you know, come on.
It's wrong anyway, so. No good, David, I'm afraid. Try again. I'll let you keep an eye on the pictures. All in from Lonnie Harwood. She took her time thinking about it. And it gets through.
Nice.
That's going to make her feel better. We have a new player arriving at the table. Welcome to the party, young man. What a nice smile he has.
Left? Okay, great.
Don't forget, keep your picture guesses coming in. Hashtag EPT Live. And also, don't forget to get involved with the PCA Live free roll, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, in an hour and a quarter-ish from now.
Hey, some old friends here.
Password is what's later? Hello!
Okay.
Happy chat. Antonio.
How are you?
Antonio Pace, happy to be with us. Hello!
I thought his name was PCA free roll password for a while.
Good efforts. No correct answers so far. So don't forget, you can't just say the words.
You don't got much.
It's a drawing I need, Oliver. You've had a guess, but you've not bothered with a drawing. This is a skills-based competition.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Really, Shane, hang your head in shame. That is the least effort I've ever seen anyone put into one of these competitions.
To be fair, though, he looks more like a swan than the winning picture yesterday.
That is true.
of people asking where certain players finished. For all the information you need on the main event, please do head over to the PokerStarsblog.com. They have a live update section, and you'll see the payout tab there. Click on that, and you can see where everyone finished. There are 40 players remaining in the main event.
It's a good lobster from Andy. It is not the correct creature, though. And the first, I think, we've seen of Daniel Gamers on this feature table since we came back from the break. Argentinian in action. Lonnie, she likes to play, doesn't she?
She does.
Which is good for us.
The next person out, the main event will get 32,000. Everyone else after that, 37,600.
Yep.
So you don't want to be busting now.
Well, you don't want to be busting ever, really.
No, you know the point I was trying to make.
I do know the point you're trying to make.
Smart.
No, not at all. Not at all.
King 10-2. 2 hearts.
Half a foot taller anyways.
Game airs continues. $55,000 is the bet. And that's enough to get Lonnie to fold her hand.
Just want to plug again the hashtag that we use, EPC Lives. Don't forget, if you want to follow old conversations, see passwords, there's lots of good stuff on there. And right now, I really do recommend you go there, even if you don't want to play one of the games with us, and that's your prerogative. Check out some of the artistry. It really is embarrassing. Alfred, that is a tremendous octopus you've drawn. It's not right, but it's just smashing. He started drawing an octopus, realized he didn't really know how to finish it, so he's just put a human smiling face on it. Quite creepy. Don't believe for a minute that Jurian drew that himself. Good stuff, guys. Keep it coming. We like to chuck out these little goodies to you now and then, in between hands. Always appreciate when you join in. Oh, and I've been corrected. I was wrongly saying that Daniel Gamers was Argentinian flag. It isn't Argentinian. Flag of Guatemala. Sorry about that. Good spot, Justin. I was right colours, wrong direction.
Have you ever been to Guatemala?
I have not.
Nice country. Been there a couple of times. Been to some Mayan ruins. Been up a volcano.
You are well-travelled, Mr. Mark William Convey. Right, can I
Sound like
just
my
say,
father. I thought I was in trouble there.
It's not an elephant. Can people stop drawing elephants? They're very good elephants. You're very talented people.
So it's not a swan, and it's not an elephant.
And it's not an octopus.
And it's not an octopus.
There's your clue so far. Very good. I do love you, viewers. You are brilliant. Not necessarily the most talented bunch of people in the world, but I do love you. Rory's elephant doesn't look very well, but he's got a PokerStars logo on him, so I appreciate the effort.
At least he's on brand.
He's on brand. He's incredible. Stop drawing elephants, everyone. It's not an elephant. You're obsessed with elephants. So we roll round less than an hour now. We're at 6K, 12K. Your small and big blind with a 2K ante.
Yeah, look. I look like a freaking
Trying to burst through the next level on the money ladder.
Yeah, better to sit tall. You just get that chair pumped up.
I gotta pump it up a little bit more, maybe.
Yeah. I was looking for a way over there, but they have this drape over the regular chairs. Just, I don't know. And I tried to sit on my backpack, but it was too bumpy to sit on. Next time I gotta bring something to sit on. A booster chair.
First world problems for Josh Prager there. He's lucky he's still got his hat. Apparently he was at the pool this morning and he almost had a nervous breakdown because he'd lost his hat. He wasn't sure what he was going to do, but luckily for him he found it in his room.
I thought you were going to say it was in my locker.
Oh yeah, well it would have surprised me. The PCA thief that is Matt Brownson.
Oh no, it's just I've got a magic locker. If you've lost anything, please do come and see me. It's probably in my locker.
Yeah, where did that $2,000 that I left? Is that? Have you got that? Is that in your locker?
No, definitely not.
What about my Rolex?
No, I don't think I've seen one of those.
No. Worth a try.
I mean, I'll have a look. I could be wrong. I was wrong. I felt dreadful. I did feel like a thief having said this. Like, no, I definitely haven't. And then he went, oh, okay, no worries. Then I opened my locker and I had it. I was like, I just feel like a really poor criminal.
Justin makes a very good point about Vanessa Selps. She has the chance to defend her 25k high roller title now, and also the chance to cash in all 3 of the big events this week. The main event, the 100k super high roller, and now the high roller. For a PCA triple crowning cashes. And talking of Vanessa, I think we're going to have a little interview with her. She was kind enough to talk to our cameramen shortly after her bust out.
Yeah.
Interesting to see what she has to say about her tournament.
And what's she going to do next?
I'm really excited to play it. I haven't really looked around at the tables, but I know there's a lot of players registered already, and I think there's over 165 players. So for a 25K, that's a really great turnout, and I'm definitely excited to get in there. Yeah, I won the last longer. Pretty cool with that. Thank you to everybody that supported me in the last longer. Now you know, like, you shouldn't bet on anyone else, obviously. I don't know why you would do that. So yeah, it felt pretty cool to win, and I'll be excited to play online and play in the free roll, and y'all can come claim my bounty.
Fantastic. It's great to see a smile on her face.
Let's move down on you. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Defeat is such a big part of being a professional poker player that you've got to roll with the punches.
Yeah, if you're not... Sorry, I just saw a really tremendous picture. Yeah, if you've not got thick skin, then tournament poker is not for you. Hats off, acknowledgement to Adam Longbottom. That is the worst stroke, best picture of a pig I've ever seen. It's like a pencil with the word pig written on it and some legs and a sort of obligatory tail. It's not the best picture, but it's one of the funniest pictures.
It looks like a child's cartoon drawing from 1960s, or a little finger puppet mouse or something along those. Do you remember those?
Yeah, yeah. So go on. People keep on coming. No one's got this yet.
You might have to give a clue out.
I might, but I'm quite enjoying this. Yeah, I'll give out a clue. It cannot breathe out of water. There you are.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Anton's out here. 3 betting Lonnie Harwood's open.
Yeah, he's been pretty quiet, hasn't he, since we came to this new feature table? But a few of the quieter players starting to poke their head up out of the ground now, like poker meerkats. Keep the animal thing going.
It's a shame we don't get a chance to see Thomas Powell at this table, because I know he wins a lot of money playing poker. There's a little shout out there for one of our viewers.
Yeah, nicely disguised. That's all right, we don't mind giving a shout out. I say it, no one more than I, perhaps Mark, appreciate when you guys are along with us. It's always nice to have that direct contact with you. It's so brilliant, really. Thanks to, 1, the fact we can stream live, and 2, the invention of such wonderful things as email and Twitter. It's brilliant to actually be able to have this direct line with you as we broadcast.
Can snowmen breathe out of water, Matt?
Well, to be honest, I mean, I don't think they breathe at all, so it's probably a moot point, I'm sure. Of course, in water, snowmen don't do so well as far as longevity goes.
No good for you then, Karen Villeneuve.
Sorry, that's a no-win situation.
Lonnie Harwood going straight back on the horse, raising up again, 25,000 under the gun +1. Told her she does not like to hang around. She's cut from the same aggressive cloth as Vanessa Selps. Adam makes a good point. This competition is like an arts and crafts class. I could see you as an arts and crafts teacher, actually.
I have no ability, but I'm tremendously creative. That's a good camel. Of course, again, camels known to mostly drown when left underwater for long periods of time, but you might have already have entered that before I gave the last clue. Meanwhile, this has been Lonnie's raise, has folded the way around. Antonio Pace called. But now, they are just heads up here. Oh no, I do apologise. It's Daniel has re-raised. 81. I thought I'd heard it, but I didn't see it.
This is the first we've seen from Mr. Pace. He's the latest player to join the table. And the decision's going to be on him after Lonnie moves out of the way. Look at the stare down.
He was so friendly when he came to the table. Now look at him. I don't even know what your picture is, Rui. If you're really bad at this drawing business, can you write on it what it is as well, just so I can? I don't know what that is. It's
kind of looks like a sack of money with the bottom missing.
Yeah, which isn't, as I.
Hey, Jason.
What you doing, boy?
I think it's Jason with his father. Both of them came down from Miami for the week.
It's all right. Not the worst place in the world, is it?
He gets through. Oh, so he is a nice fellow, really, Mr. Face. He said nice hand after.
Yeah, he just had his poker brain in, didn't he? $50 minutes to go.
Broken through that mini bubble, so everyone is guaranteed 37,600 now. 39 players remaining. You look excited.
I am. We have a winner at last. I'm afraid the competition has come to a close. Let me just make a note of the winning name before I announce it.
At the Understar Conv, I think, is the the winning.
No, I don't think so.
No? Okay.
No, pretty sure it's not that.
Worth a try. I'll get my hands on some of that swag one of these days. $26,000 is the opening raise from Jorge Breda.
I have just posted the actual towel animal.
I thought that was the drawing.
No,
I thought that's fantastic.
No, that's it was a stingray. It was a stingray. I've just posted on #EPT Live the actual towel stingray I found in my room. Congratulations to Jerome Logu. Apologies if I got that wrong. Well done, mate. We will get a signed deck. If we get a pro with us today, we'll get him to sign that. Failing that, myself and Mark will put our splodge on it. Brilliant response. Can I just thank you, as always, gorgeous viewers, for playing my silly games. We will now return you to your scheduled poker. Some nice seahorses. People really are getting into the seahorses. But there you go. Was a stingray. Please enjoy. Well done, Jerome.
Well done, buddy. Great effort.
When you see my photo, you'll understand why I was a little bit perturbed when I walked into the room and found it there. It's a little bit like a sort of an alien face hugger. And I did sort of have to approach it slowly, just to make sure it was made of towels. I'm being asked, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm over tipping my maid. I have not engaged with my maid in any way. I have not let her know that the swan was used. She just clearly has a lot of time on her hands, or she is really desperately trying to get the biggest tip in the world out of me via art.
Treat 'em mean, keep 'em keen.
Well, that's it. The pink-hatted Prager. All in. Still got a
He's
couple
wearing
of
his lucky hat. Don't call him, people.
Yeah, you never know. Oh, he's going deeper into the hat. It's kind of like, it's like an effeminate version of Judge Dredd. It's like Judge Dredd's slightly camp brother, Judge Barry.
Judge Barry?
Yeah, he uses his first name.
Oh, Bazza.
Call me Barry. It's much more friendly. But it's a look, he is rocking all the way to the bank. Good luck.
And he gets it through. Man is asking, does anyone know the password?
No.
Yeah, I do. I know the password, yeah.
I love the chat, but the hands are going too fast.
Oh, okay, he wants to know the password. Okay, so water slide. Water slide.
You big tease.
Good luck.
It's quite funny that you said Judge Dredd's brother was called Barry.
Why is that? He asked.
Well, because I think we might be getting the bear himself, Barry Greenstein, into the booth shortly. I'm trying to locate him.
Yeah, we're trying to track him down. Needless to say, he's a hard man to find in a room full of poker players.
Me too. I want to
But
stay for a while.
hold tight. We'll give you confirmation if we know for sure that Barry is going to come in, and obviously you can queue up any questions you have for him. Remind you, hashtag EPT Live. It's not just for pictures of animals, and also nuts at PokerStars.tv.
Make them learn it.
I do believe they did pick up the Greenstein trail, though, and are tracking them as we speak.
They did that also to me,
and they might have found him.
I made,
We
Monte
did set
Carlo
several
final
traps
table.
around the place, so we're just checking those traps to see if we lured him in.
Prager. I like the sound of it better. I sound a little more scary, I thought.
People now starting to take me to task about stingrays can breathe out of water. Do you know what? It's my competition, my rules. I've already pulled a winner. So confirmation, Barry is going to be joining us. Don't forget, if you've got any questions, hashtag EPT Live, or you can email nuts at PokerStars.tv. He'll be joining us any minute now.
Oh, Mike McDonald's all in. This is a chance for him to triple up, and he's found the best hand in the deck to go to war with. He's looking very calm. I guess if you're ever going to look calm in an all-in situation, you'd want pocket aces in your hand. Oh, and I think, let's have a look. I think he, oh wow, he has tripled up already. That's why he's looking calm. Little fist pump and a smile.
Gosh, that's an awful lot of blue chips heading his way.
He's going to be an absolute force to be reckoned with in this tournament now. Former EPT champion, looking for the second title. Huge pot going in his way. Ah, Daniel Wyman was a casualty of that hand, and he's gone. Gives us a chance to welcome our guest. We did manage to track him down. Good afternoon, Barry. How are you?
Hi, how's it going, Mark?
Very well, thank you.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Well, I'd rather be in Mike McDonald's shoes, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looked like a healthy sized pot.
Is this the 100th EPT yet or not?
No, that's going to be the first event of season 11. EPT Barcelona is going to be the 100th EPT. So I think we're on 96 now, maybe, and still no double champion.
Right, because I remember Lee Jones telling me he was hoping that for some reason at the 100th one, that would be the first double champion. I don't know why it matters, but looks like Mike McDonald has different plans.
Yeah. We had a competition running before you came in, Barry. And what we'd do, if you don't mind, at some point before we leave, we'll get you to maybe sign the deck or the ace of spades.
That was part of the competition?
That was part of the competition. Yeah, well, I mean, just to get the competition flowing and get the enthusiasm going, we added the extra. The swag wasn't enough, but as soon as Barry Greenstein was going to sign it.
We did promise that we would get a pro sign.
Okay.
And it just seems too good an opportunity to miss.
I'm honored to be the one signing the ace of spades. Anyway, I'm kind of subdued a little bit. I just got knocked out. I was on a side event. That's why I'm late. Just got knocked out. But that's not why I'm subdued. Is I thought Joe Stapleton was going to be here and I could rag on him, you know, which is kind of a good thing to do when you get knocked out, to beat up on Joe Stapleton. And man, you guys are, I mean, I really don't want to do it to you guys because you're both nice guys.
There's no fun, is there? There's no
There's
fun.
just no fun,
With Joe, it's just there's no pleasure like giving him a hard time, is there? But
no, yeah, it's.
Well, we could try and find him and maybe just give him a little kick on the
No,
shins.
I did. I kicked him as I went by when I was coming in here. He was sitting out in the hall, but I mean, he hardly winced. He's so used to it.
All his nerve endings are sort of numb from the amount of punches he's taken. Yeah, kicks.
He's probably that kid in school. Everyone kind of knocked the chair over as they went by.
Yeah. Poor Joe. So what was the side event that you were playing?
It was just the 1K. Actually, I was a little disappointed. I was going to play the 5K, and then when I went to register, they said they only had 70 entrants, and I never liked playing tournaments with fewer than 100 players because it feels like you don't really win many multiples. I don't want to enter something and win 5 times my buy-in or something like that, or have a shot at that. I want to win 100 times my buy-in. So I didn't play in it, and I registered late in the 1K, and then later, of course, as we often have here in the bigger events, the people don't come till late, and there were actually over, I think, 150 entries. So it's a pretty decent event. I would have entered it.
Right.
Anyway, what's going on here?
Well, it was a raise pre from Kyle Sorrell to 25K, and now Jorge Breder has gone all in for just shy of 260,000.
I was wondering, I ripped in 9-10 on ace-9.
Soldier the way back round. There's no instant fold, so.
Was 100? 100?
I expected to see Sorrell deep in this thing, but it was the other Sorrell.
Yes, that'll be Sorrell Missy, yeah.
Yeah, it's confusing. Thank God there's an American flag next to the name, otherwise I might slip in the old Mizzy.
Yeah.
Not 100.
100.
So I was asking for a count of Brader's stack.
Furniture here.
257.
Just a reminder, guys, 39 players remaining. Average stack just shy of 800,000.
Yeah, now Kyle's going to take a moment to judge Jorge's.
This is Kyle?
This is Kyle, yeah. Yeah, with the sunglasses on his head, and then the chap to the far right of our screen.
Kyle's been quite active so far.
Normally, I like to talk about how I felt different people were playing, because of course I played the event and let you know my feel for how they were doing. But since I got knocked out at about the 3rd level the first day, I really didn't have a lot of experience outside of the 8 other people at my table.
That's a real shame. Can't win them all, Barry.
I've been proving that a lot.
Sorry, that wasn't that was an unintentional needle.
I want to go back to winning just one, actually. This would have been a nice one. This is obviously this, you could say the 2nd best tournament to win of the year.
Yeah.
I don't know, the EPT main event, is that better than this?
The grand final is similar, I guess, because it's €10,000 buy and this is $10,000.
Right, but they never get as many players as this one.
No,
Yeah.
no. So I think it's going to be a similar first prize. I think, just with the difference in currency.
Right.
Just while we wait for the decision to be made here, that Mike McDonald hand put him up to 2.1 million.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's going to be 2nd overall in the tournament, behind Madis Muir, Estonian player here at our feature table.
Who'd be him?
So who's the Mirror guy? Is he a known player or not? So you I haven't found that closely.
Barcelona he had a result in, didn't he?
Yeah, we've had him on before. He's got deep in a couple of EPTs. I think he's an emerging player, so he's not super well known right now. But
he's about to be super well known.
Yeah, yeah.
That Lonnie Harwood, she's she's been doing stuff, huh?
She has, yeah. She won a bracelet over the summer. Another couple of final tables.
I don't know why I'm looking at you. You don't
And, yeah, she's a super aggressive player. From the Vanessa Selps mold, just bet, raise. And,
well, I played with her at a final table of the World Series before she won that, but it was the PLO8. She actually wasn't that aggressive then, but I think, and you see this happen, I think the success she had at the World Series has given her some confidence that she can start pushing people around.
Yeah, I mean, Do you find that confidence is a huge factor in the game?
Well, it is, because she's got, you know, unless she threw it away, which I assume she didn't at this point. You know, she's got money in the bank now. She doesn't feel like she has to, you know, what that means when someone has some good scores like that. They don't have to fold to get them in cash. You know, they're not thinking, hey, you know, I need more money to buy into my next event. Now she's, you know, she's tasted first place, and, you know, she knows that's where it is. You know, forget about just trying to eke into the money. Now it's time to bulldoze into the money.
I just wanted to quickly throw a question from our viewers to you, Barry. Ruben was saying, just wanted to say, very interesting hand, Barry, that you posted. Can you talk more about it? Which one was this particularly you put up?
Yeah, well, I tweeted about it, and yeah, I'm going to write it up more fully. You know, I don't want to overdo it, but it was the hand that cost me in this event, and it's kind of disappointing because this is the first big event of the year. You come in here thinking, okay, start of a good year, let's have a deep run in the PCA. And it can really springboard you. You know, it's kind of like that chaos theory stuff, where, you know, you play some hands right, you get a good deep run. You know, it could make millions of dollars and even life-changing difference to a lot of people. Or you make a bad play and now you're, well, I don't want to be too American, but it's kind of like the DirecTV commercials where they say, you know, the guy does something at the beginning and then his life is terrible because he didn't take DirecTV. The whole path is now real bad. And you know, but you know, anyone who's familiar with chaos theory knows what I'm talking about. Is, you know, one decision, it may not even be your decision, maybe your opponent's decision, is the difference between an incredible good life even or a bad or a struggling life. It's scary, but you know, that's how when you talk about chaos, it's situations where, you know, one minute difference can cause, you know, catastrophic differences down the road. And so, you know, again, start of the new year. I don't want to talk over this hand. Let's first see what's going on here. 7-5 deuce. Looks to me like a triple draw hand.
Yeah, Prager raised it to 26,000. Free flop, picked up 2 callers. Anton Sout and Josh Prager.
Yeah, 100K in the pot.
Sorry, Pace called, not Prager. He folded.
Now looks like Prager's going to be the one to take a pop at this. 38,000 into 100. Antoine so hasn't really done too much on this featured table. We've been here for a while now, been here for the best part of an hour.
Well, I read some of the reports on him, and it seemed like, you know, he was pretty aggressive, 3-betting up a storm beyond the few hands they reported.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's the way, even we've had the same feature table just between breaks, and it's just the run of the cards. There's a player that we've just tagged as super aggressive.
Yeah.
And we had David Williams came in yesterday, and there was this guy, Yuri, and he'd just been bossing the table, and we were telling David all about it. He got very excited, and then for about an hour and a half, this kid just folded every single time. We're like, it just seems to be these waves that the game comes in for some of the players.
Yeah, every time I see Antoine Saut's name, I only think of one hand. Now, I'm sure you guys don't think of the same hand, but I think of when Phil Ivey came off the table at that main event final table and told me I just laid down jacks. And I said, really? He said, yeah, that guy 3-bet, and you know, I played with him before, and he never did anything like that. I'm sure I made the right laydown. I said, I don't know, for the chips you had, I think I'd have gone with it. And I remember him saying, you know, you're an idiot. You know, there's no way that jacks were good. He said, maybe at ace-king, but it's either racing or P. And then, of course, later we saw Sue had 2 7s.
Oh, wow. So even the best can misread spots.
Well, everybody does. You know, it's tough. But, you know, one of the things, I think we saw it this year at the main event final table with the guy who came in second. What's his name?
This year?
Yeah.
Ryan Reese beat...
The guy who's like...
should be able to find the stream there.
Has to do
with
Jay
Farber.
Yeah, Jay Farber.
Yeah.
Is, you know, I know he fooled J.C. Tran and fooled some other people. What happens in the layoff, during the layoff, especially a guy like that who's not a professional player. Now, I know Suit is a good player. They talk about the hands, and they're going to try to do something a little different when they come back.
Yeah.
And so I think Jay Farber fooled a lot of people because he had people like Ben Lamb, you know, and Sean Deeb and people like that giving him advice. And of course, you know, they're telling him play like us, which is...
High card.
An all-in and a call.
We still are drawn at the wheel on board for triple draw, so I like that.
Sevens? Oh my gosh.
Wow, set of 7s for Anton's out, it looks like. Yep.
There's the seven. It's funny. They're just,
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Talking about the sevens and the...
What a turn card.
Yeah.
Cold,
the
cold,
spades
cold.
aren't, they're working against Brito as well.
Well, the spades is irrelevant, obviously, because it's just a four of diamonds. Any four of diamonds, I think, will win for Breda.
It's quads or go home, and it's go home.
Wow.
Okay, Breda, can't believe his luck. Yeah, good point from our director. Death by quads has been put back in the box.
But as I was saying, as I seem to talk about 10 different things, Farber changed up his game, I think, and fooled a lot of people because he had some advice over that 4-month break. And you know, probably Sue also, you know, they all, you know, wanted to give it a little different look than people saw on TV. So it's, you know, kind of an interesting dynamic that happens now when we have that November 9th thing.
Yeah, and I remember watching and writing a lot about Anton after his main event result, and everyone kept coming off the table and says, he never has it, he never has it. So that kind of gave him the confidence just to massively expand his game, and he was super aggressive.
Well, and of course, the other thing we remember about Anton Suat, even though he didn't win, he was most people's pick as the guy who played the best at that final table.
Yeah, it was a really talented final table, that one.
Right, and, you know, so... I don't know if I played with him because the truth is, if you put him in a lineup, I wouldn't be able to pick him out. So I don't even know what he looks like.
Yeah,
oh, that's him.
Blends
now?
into that's him now. Yeah.
Okay.
Blends into the background.
Yeah. So I can't even tell you if I've played with him before.
Kudos to you, Matt. Good memory. Madis Mur came 12th, EPT Barcelona.
Okay. Yeah. I remember that being the first time I sort of watched him and talked about him. I knew that must have meant he'd gone deep, but I just couldn't remember how deep.
Yeah.
Okay, in between hands, since that person asked me that question.
Yes, Ruben.
And it'll give people time to think about it. So I don't really like talking over the hands. So in between hands, I'll tell you that
there isn't much time, to be honest. The hands come pretty thick, so you're going to have to probably break that promise at some point.
You talk away, Barry. If there's any action,
if it gets exciting, we'll jump in, but don't worry too much about it.
A guy opened in first position. I had 2 queens. He opened. It was early on. It was 75, 150 blinds, which I don't know was maybe the 3rd level or something. Guy opened for 450, and I had 2 queens. I made it 1,300. Everybody folded, came back to him. Flopped queen 5-3, which looked pretty good. Top set for me, except it was all clubs. So you got that picture in your head? You know, I don't have the nuts. I've top set. There are 3 clubs up. Guy checks. I bet 1,500. And he check raises me to 3,500. So I've top set, and the guy check raised me, so I'm still feeling pretty good. I'm hoping he's got one of the other sets somehow and decided to play it right away.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping he doesn't have a flush and decide to play that right away. But again, he was a guy I hadn't seen do anything of note to this point. I've been playing for a few hours. And turn came blank, came the 8 of spades, and he bet 6,000, which is reasonable size bet. And I had 6 plus another 16 more. Is that right? Yeah, another 16 more. And so now I have a decision of, do I just want to put it all in now, or do I want to just call in case somehow he has me beat with the flush, and save a few thousand to play on?
Maybe.
Or, you know, maybe if I raise, I'll just take the pot down now, and I might be able to make more just calling behind him if he's doing something
Yeah,
screwy.
you don't want to fold out some other sort of...
Or even if he's just got a, you know, kind of a semi-bluff with a club. If he's going to fire again on the river, if you figure it out mathematically, at least chip EV, it's right to just call and let him fire again. You know, I'm in position. So I decided, and I think it's the right play, although in a cash game, it seems like usually in these situations, I just ship it, get it over with. But I think in a tournament, when you consider that, I won't go busted a lot of times. Although I'll have a problem if he ships on the river. If he ships on the river, no club comes. I'm just going to call. If I'm beat, I'm beat. Anyway, I decided to call behind him, leaving myself 16,000. And I'm expecting a 10 or 12,000 chip bet on the river. But a club came off, which is real ugly. I think it was the 10. And now, certainly if he ships, I'm going to fold. And I'm expecting to see 10 or 12,000. I may still fold anyway because, you know, hard for him to bet there because I'm playing my hand like maybe I've got something, you know, like ace queen with the queen. Well, probably ace queen, the queen of clubs, I'd play faster. But you know, maybe king queen with the king of clubs is a type of hand I could have. So I just don't expect him to ship into me unless he's got a club.
It's a bad spot to bluff.
But he does. He makes kind of a ridiculous looking bet. He bets 7,000.
So trying to like.
And I'm thinking, you know, that's really weird. You know, he only bets 7,000. What the heck is going on here? And I'm thinking, did he flop the set? Now he's afraid, but he bet anyway. Doesn't make that much sense. And really, I thought more than likely, he's got like, you know, Jack 9 of clubs, and now he's afraid I have the ace or king of clubs, and he's making a defensive bet. And I'm thinking, if I raise that hand, I think he's going to make a crying call and call me. But it's such a weird bet. That
so
I finally
small.
decided the pot's big enough, maybe I should just look him up. So what I did is I looked him up, and I had some happiness for a few seconds when he said, "Good call, you got me." Then he looked back at his hand and he said, "I've only got the 4 of clubs."
Oh, no.
And he turned over 2 4s. He'd been just bluffing with a kind of a weird bluff, you know, when, you know, we were early position, he was first position, I was like third position. Kind of weird to check raise me on that, but he decided to go for it, and he didn't. I don't think he thought he was semi-bluffing. He thought he was just bluffing, but it turned into an inadvertent semi-bluff, and so it was really deflating because this was a big pot that would have basically got me to more or less a double up early in this event and be able to play. And instead, I'm crippled against a guy who kind of, I don't want to disparage him because he won the pot, but you know, you feel like a guy who kind of almost didn't know what he was doing. And here I'm crippled. So it was a really weird spot, but the more I've played it through since, by the way, I went out not much longer with ace-king against king-queen, where we flopped a king and a queen turn. So, but the more I played through my head, really, one of the things you have to do in these tournaments especially, if someone makes a defensive bet like that, you may not win all the time, but you just got to put your chips in.
Yeah.
And really, you know, to inexperienced players, they might think that's kind of a dumb play. I mean, most inexperienced players are going to say, just fold. There's 4 clubs up. You don't have a club. But really, the answer to the question is, if someone makes a scared bet, yeah, probably if he has the jack-high flush, or I don't know if he has 8-7 of clubs, there's a good chance I can fold him out of that, if that's what he was afraid of.
With the shove and ever
because my shove looks like the ace or king of clubs, probably the ace of clubs, and the way I played the whole hand. But someone makes a defensive bet or a thin value bet, you know, you really have to try to get a hold of chips in these things. You're not going to make money folding in the tournament. You know, if you keep making these good folds, as you know, I put out on some interview recently, you don't win the tournament continually making good folds. It might be good in a cash game, but not in a tournament setting. So here, when these situations arise, you just go for it. If you're out, you're out. But you know, so clearly I would have won this pot because even with the 4 clubs, which he didn't even seem to know he had, you know, he was going to fold. And so, you know, I'm supposed to make that play, frankly, and I didn't. So, you know, I'm sitting in here with you instead of sitting in Lonnie Harwood's chair. Maybe she'd have made that play. I know Vanessa Selps would have made that play. You know, and Vanessa's a pretty good person to channel in these tournaments. If you say to yourself, what would Vanessa Selps do? We all know. She may not even look at her cards. The chips would be in.
Yeah, fair point. Well, it's a shame we're not talking about you, but second best is to talk with you.
Yeah, well.
Probably a bit further down your own personal list of where we come in that.
Yeah.
No. You guys, I mean.
It's funny, actually. It's interesting, one of the phrases you used about channeling someone. When we had David in here yesterday, somebody said, you know, there's kind of like, you know, one of the viewers saying, I have my favorite players that I try and emulate as much as possible. Are there players that you bump into where you spend some time with them and you think, do you know what, I really want to try and take their attitude or their speed or their sort of their approach to the game and try and assimilate it into your own game?
No.
No, okay, that's fine.
well, you got to understand, normally, especially if you think of, you know, since poker's gotten big, you know, it was a small community, you know, back in the day, let's say, and now there's a bunch of young players, so it wouldn't have made sense. It's not like I'm channeling some 23-year-old, although Vanessa Selps is, what, a 27-year-old, for tournaments. But, you know, I was kind of on top for a long time as far as, you know, where these people are coming up, so it would have been the other direction.
Yeah, for sure.
So, But, you know, in poker, you're always looking to see what someone who's successful is doing, and if they're doing something different than you. And it may not be a particular person, but it may be a particular trait. And this is an example where, you know, it's more a tournament. You know, as a cash game player, certainly when I played a lot of No Limit Hold'em Cash, people made thin value bets against me. And it's the first thing I remember when I started playing tournaments, I said, boy, these people make these weak, you know, bets where they try to get value and bet like the same bet on the river they did on the turn. And I would just blast away all the time. It was kind of a natural thing. That's what I did because it looked like such weak play to me. And I had to even get adjusted to these smaller bet sizes in tournaments. And I think by playing too many tournaments, I've lost that edge somewhat.
Right.
And so now I'm, you know, not taking advantage. And you really, like I say, you really have to jump on that stuff. You know, of course, someone's going to say, well, what if you're against a player, and this was someone I didn't know, who has the nuts and doesn't bet that much, he's just trying to get value, which you'll see happen. Well, that's true, but you don't have to be right all the time. If you're going to be right, you know, 60, 70% of the time, that's good enough to get chips those times and be out the other times when you're wrong. That's certainly going to pay off in the long run. That's a much better strategy than knitting your way into the money. You know, to when you're in the tournament, have a good stack is certainly, you know, better strategy. We all know it's, you know, getting to the final table where you get real money.
Yeah. Such top-heavy payout structures.
Right. So you've got to go to build a stack. You got to try to build a stack.
But that's a good piece of advice, is to think of a game of poker as just like one long piece of string. You know, so if you're making the right plays percentage-wise, think about it in the long term rather than just this isolated tournament. Obviously, that's hard if it's one of the biggest tournaments of the year.
Right. Well, it's a lot easier than it used to be. It used to be I played one big tournament a year, the main event of the World Series of Poker. And now for a professional, you get so many $10,000 events that I don't think it is that hard to think in long term, you know, what's a good strategy. And you see the people who are being successful continually are the people who, when they make it deep, they've got a good stack because they've been doing that stuff.
Yeah, they can take advantage.
You know, they're not the people who we say, oh, the guy cashed 7 times. That's, you know, that's not going to pay the bills and not going to pay your future entries.
Well, we mentioned Moore earlier. We're going to get to see him playing a 3-bet pot here. Sorrel open from the cutoff, 25,000. Moore 3-bet to 59,000 is called. 996 flop.
Also, quickly draw your attention, top right of your screen, the password. Lots of people on Twitter and email asking for a reminder of it. There it is. You've got about an hour and a half before that kicks off. No, you haven't. You've got about 30 minutes. I do apologize.
Is the water slide still open or not?
No, they close. In fact, they close about now, I think, 5 o'clock.
No, I heard some. I haven't looked around, but I heard they took a lot of sharks out of this place because they were having problems with them.
Really?
I know they used to have that water slide go through the sharks. Does it still do that?
Ah,
yes,
you were telling me about that,
that's
weren't you?
because there are 2 separate sets of water slides. So that's the one with the really steep slide, and then where the 2 people can race against the clock, and then there's the one with the tunnel through the slides.
The tunnel through the sharks.
Sorry, the sharks. Yeah, tunnel through the slides.
Yeah,
I don't
slide through the tunnel with the
I
sharks.
don't think I've been here like 8 years or something. I don't think I've taken it, but my kids went through that thing.
Cool.
47,000 was a continuation back. It's been check called by Sorrel. He's been not being afraid to put chips in the middle so far.
Check.
From what we've seen. Quick check on the deuce of hearts turn. Malice reaching for more chips. 106,000 is the bet this time.
What flag is that? What country is he from?
Estonia.
Estonia. Well, that's why I didn't recognize it.
Yeah, we've got someone from Guatemala at the table as well. Just shows you it really is a global game these days.
I remember when they had do they still have a regular tournament in Estonia? I know they did. They had a decent tournament several years ago, and people are saying it was kind of like a Saturday Night Live skit where everything was well priced as opposed to where we are now. Everything was, you could, you know, $1 American, you could get, you know, 4-course dinner or something like that.
Yeah, we used to have EPT Tallinn. It was one of my favourite stops.
Right.
Yeah, it was really nice. But when the schedule got reduced to create these bigger festivals, then unfortunately it was one of those that we have to miss out on now. But beautiful city, really nice people, very polite.
Yeah, I know that people spoke well of that.
Yeah.
Check raise from Kyle Sorrell here. Turn was the deuce of hearts. He checked into Madis Mur, who made it 106,000 and has now check raised him to 225,000. Action back to Mur.
What does it all mean? And he lets his card go. Cheeky. So's the old bluff with a king 10. Very good read from Sorrell. Managed to get Madis Mur off a hand. That puts him up to more than 1.4 million now.
And, you know, it's pretty gutsy because those plays tend to work better on someone you have out chip. Going after the chip leader, you know, shows some cojones.
Brave young man.
Well, the word on the street is Max Silver has knocked out another player. This is Renato Almeida. More chips heading back Max's way. Started today as the chip leader. Queens versus Ace-Jack, and the Queens held up.
Speaking of people who don't miss that final bet, Max Silver.
Yeah.
I played with that guy. I mean, I kind of like him at my table, but I mean, he's a beast.
Yeah.
He really is, yeah.
You know, and I'm sure he keeps getting better. I played with him a couple of years ago, and he was in every hand, and didn't matter if he's 3-bet, he 4-bet. You know, it seemed like he never thought about what he was doing until the 6-bet, and then all the chips were in anyway.
Yeah, David Williams was in with us last night, and he was saying a very similar thing, and he's been really impressed with the results that approach is starting to. The results are starting to come with the approach, the aggressive approach.
Yeah, he gets the chips in. I don't think you would ever see him deep in a tournament as a short stack unless he got crippled in the hand before.
Yeah.
Just flat behind me all
Bit of extra information about that hand that we saw Mike McDonald triple up with earlier. It was a real cooler. Dan Wyman, who was eliminated in the hand, had ace-king, and Jason Helder had queens. Helder was crippled. And Wyman, we saw, happened to leave the area.
Word on the street is the free roll is full. But don't forget, some people do unregister if they suddenly realize they can't play it. So keep an eye out on the tournament lobby. Water slide is the password. About 25 minutes before that kicks off. If you want to try your luck and squeeze in there. If you're already in, good luck. Coming up soon.
Got a three-way pot here. Sorrell open to 25,000. Called in 2 spots. His foe, Madis Mur, and Josh Prager in the big blind.
Call.
30,000 continuation bet, thins the field slightly. Prager moves out of the way, not so Mur.
I only recognize one person at this table, the dealer. He's dealt to me before.
That's Sean, the dealer. Another great dealer. This tour is blessed to have some of the best poker dealers in the world. And some of the nicest. Sean's a great guy.
Well, these two are at it again.
Yeah, it's great to see.
To the bluff, no?
And this time it's Madis Mur that
Thought you
takes
could get
it
me
down.
back and then we could be friends.
1-1. It's all even again. We're going to go take a look at Timex's stack.
sexy stack.
Oh.
Or maybe
Lonnie
just
Harwood
2 in a row,
smiling
maybe.
away.
Just have to do it, you know, one or the other.
So Barry, you were talking before about the fact that players have such
Owe you money?
a choice of major tournaments and big buy-in events to play. What plans have you got for the next few months? Are we going to see you back over in Europe playing some EPTs?
Well, I normally play the EPT main event and EPT London. Those are kind of, I think I've played them almost every year. And then,
You got a ticket for me?
You know, I may throw one more in. You know, that's pretty typical.
Yeah.
Kind of depends on what's going on in the States.
Think about San Remo maybe. San
Well,
Remo and
well, I know.
Monaco are back
Well,
to
the
back.
problem with San Remo is I didn't look at the schedule, but someone told me that there was like a week between.
I think they've reduced it. It was a week between. I think there's only 3 or 4 days in between now.
Okay, that might make a difference.
Yeah.
I kind of like San Remo, actually.
Yeah, me too. It's a great stop, great food.
Yeah, it's a good place. And so if there's only 3 days between, those might be 3 days to go somewhere else in Italy, do some sightseeing.
Yeah. And how did you enjoy, this is a question, Reaper, how did you enjoy the UK Isle of Man when you were over there?
I actually liked it. I wrote a blog about it. I had a good time there. You know, being a PokerStars Pro, it's kind of like you feel like you're part of the home team there. You know, so it's there was that element. But you know, and I've gone to Isle of Man a couple times, and each time I get to see the faces of people I've been emailing and see if they look kind of like I thought by the way they typed. But it's a good spot. I think they did a really great job there of setting up the venue and everything. I expect it to be a really big event next time they have it because we had such positive response to it.
Yeah, it was a really, really good fun event. We got an all-in here. Josh Prager, 3-bet all-in for a short stack from the small blind after an open from Sorrel.
You're going to get to see.
And a quick call. Let's see the cards, boys. Looks like ace something for Josh.
Good luck.
It's disappearing further into his hand.
Ace 8. He's not in bad shape. King, queen in the hand for Sorrel. Live cards. Not far off a coin flip.
Prager's got 2 flush draws working for him, obviously.
He has.
Just to be as positive as possible.
With his lucky hat, anything is possible.
It's a good look. I don't think.
All safe so far for Josh.
It's a good start.
Good start indeed. Not for you though, buddy. Oh!
Yuck.
Queen's like a dagger to the heart.
Well, fortunately, he had his hat pulled over his eyes. He doesn't know
Yeah, he doesn't know the bad shape he's in now, and obviously he needs to hit one of the 3 remaining aces in the deck. But we're going to say goodbye to Josh Prager. No ace. That's it for Josh. Great deep run. He's going to have to take his lucky hat. Burn it, because it's not very lucky anymore.
Well,
he's immediately ditching it.
To get to this point, I'm sure he's had a few lucky things happen.
Yeah, we've dropped in him a few times, and he's never had the biggest stack in the world. So I think he's done a good bit of laddering.
And of course, $37,600, not to be sniffed at for his efforts. Superfluous slow-mo. Enjoy it time and time
I'm
again.
not supposed to win that one on the flop, you know?
Going back to your
So tough to
your
win.
emails and the Isle of Man, how good were your email reads then?
I don't know. I was too busy. Fortunately, I went deep into the main event, so I didn't
Sick
get
brag.
to. Yeah, sick brag.
Let's play 6-handed and.
It was a small. What was it? 2K buy-in?
Six-handed.
1K.
1K. Okay, it was only 1K buy-in. Yeah,
Do you have a table?
I've been doing pretty well in these 1Ks. I need to. Of course, usually the competition isn't as stiff as the 10Ks, but it seems like I've run better. Won more races just coincidentally.
Isn't that typical sometimes?
And haven't had people put a weird play on me with 4s as often. At least if they did, I didn't lose.
I think the Isle of Man is, I mean, the UK IPT is going back to the Isle of Man later this year, so hopefully we'll get you over again.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
It's been a few hands since we've seen the aggressive Lonnie Harwood open.
Yeah, she started off this level kind of very much trying to run the table, and it just didn't really seem to work for her, but she's back now.
I don't think she's as aggressive as you think. You know, I've played with her a couple times, and also you guys maybe get a skewed view when you see people at the feature table. Sometimes they pull some moves that they aren't gonna. I generally try to do the opposite. I don't want to show something that I might use when the cameras aren't on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I always feel it's better to have a solid image because you can do more stuff off that. You do too much monkeying around at the feature table, you can't get away, you know, later on.
Yeah.
You know, it's something you might want to do.
Yeah, you might well be right. I did watch her a lot over the summer, but I was watching her when she was going deep in events, so naturally she's going to be more aggressive in the stacks that, in the events that she's running well in and hitting cards. It's a lonely stack and a
in
Bloody
all
Mary.
fairness, she doesn't have a big stack right now, so
No, she started with 770,000 when she joined the feature table, and then did kind of get quite busy. But
what she got, the blinds are. So she's got 30-some blinds.
Yeah.
You know, whenever you're in that 35 blind range, that kind of, you know, puts the stop on you a little bit. It's you know, too much to just ship in and playing loose with your stack, and not enough to push people around with.
Another table's breaking. A few players are on the move. Mike McDonald's being careful. Oh, that's going to be interesting. He's moving to our secondary feature table. Going to have position on Max Silver and his mountain of chips. ZZ Top again there. Who doesn't seem to spend much time in his seat. Every time we come over, he stood behind the table.
you know why?
Why?
Because he's got legs and he knows how to use them. Sorry, that's twice I've made that joke, but it's a good ZZ Top joke. It's the only ZZ Top joke I've got, really.
5 minutes left of this level, then luckily you'll be able to get a break from match jokes for 15-20 minutes.
I promise I'll try and find a new ZZ Top one in case he stays here.
Gonna have a.
Well, we better Google the lyrics or something.
Yeah, there's got to be some other ones. There's got to be something else we can use.
Yeah, we're gonna have some footage of the shark cage. There was a couple of heats that were filmed earlier this week, and then we're also gonna go back over to the 5K side event that we did some bonus coverage of earlier. That will be without comms. Matt and I need to go and have a coffee and a recharge.
Yes, for legal reasons, I have to increase the caffeine.
Yeah, the commentators union wouldn't have it.
So who else is left in this event? Like I said, I haven't been totally keeping up.
I'll bring up the live updates page for you, Barry, and we can have a look.
PokerStars pros wise, first of all, are there any left? Is Vanessa self-stint, or is she disconnected?
No, she's busted. Yeah. No, it's been a bad day for Team PokerStars pros.
Liv went down a couple of hours ago, didn't she?
Yeah.
She was out just
Marcel, Anga Guillen, Marc-Andre Ladisor, all busted today. And this is the top of the counts. So a lot of big names going. Tom Hall, we've seen him on our feature table a couple of days ago. Or maybe
is
the
that the
beginning
Tom
yesterday.
Hall who plays the high rollers, or a different Tom Hall?
No, different Tom Hall. They're
Okay.
both British, but yeah, not that Tom Hall.
Okay.
Yeah, the other Tom Hall is one of the guys credited with starting the big games in Macau.
We got the other Tom Hall. We got the other Sorrell. What is this, like the Bizarro
Yeah.
PCA final table or
Yeah.
something?
Still got Mike McDonald. There's only one of them.
Well, Timex, there's something about relativity. Timex just keeps ticking.
You can't write that stuff. You just can't. Maybe we will see the first two-time champion.
Wow.
Mike McDonald is one of those players who's put himself in position time and time again to win a second EPT title. And it would be fitting if someone like Mike did.
Well, normally when if I follow this, you know, when I get out of here and see what's going on, I root for people who are like the underdogs, haven't been there before.
There you go.
But Mike McDonald's, as far as I can tell, is a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
So,
that's
you know, I
good.
certainly, you know, sometimes you have negative roots in these things, but
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't have a negative root against him because, like I say, he's a good player, good guy, you know, from what I've seen.
New players, one of which Fabian Ortiz, who is Argentinian.
I was going to
this
say,
time.
what flag's that, Matt?
I've got the right colours, and this time they're the right way round. And Fabio Freitas, Brazilian, another Brazilian. Lots of Brazilians here, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this earlier. I think when Howard from the PokerStars blog was on the other day, and he wrote an article that you should have a look, and it's on about how poker in Brazil is still booming. It's been booming for a couple of years, but it's sort of taken on a new level. I think PokerStars got involved and started sponsoring the Brazil series of poker, which is the smaller buy-in event, because we had the LAPT with the stop in Brazil, but that was a higher buy-in. So we've got more back to like grassroots level, and it's really helped inspire the game, and the numbers they're getting for tournaments down there is just
And Andre,
But
Team Pro
that's,
Andre Akari is well involved a lot. as
big
well.
time, yeah.
Right, but they don't have PokerStars online in Brazil, right?
I think they do.
Because I remember that they, you know, fashioned some of their laws after the United States laws. I don't know if it changed. Maybe I'm wrong.
It would be strange to imagine the growth that they've talked about without it being online, but maybe so. We shall double check that one.
Justin saying that I've just jinxed Mike McDonald.
Oh, really?
Claiming he might be the first two-time. Sorry, Justin.
I'm assuming that he's the only previous winner who's left. Is that right?
I think you're right, yeah. I'll have a quick look at the chip counts.
Yeah, I think that's our last hope, if that's the way we want to.
I just want to be fair. If you're going to jinx Mike,
you've got to jinx everyone that could be jinxed. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm sorry, David. Marc-Andre Ladiseur is out.
Daniel Gamez wasn't getting much respect for his raise there. It opened up to 26k.
I can't even remember why. Something came up with her, Lonnie, and her boyfriend when I first met them there at the table, where I said that's kind of like Casablanca. And they said, oh, we've never seen that movie. I said, you're kidding. You should see Casablanca. And I don't know what the situation was, but maybe the lives of 3 people or something don't mean much compared to what was going on that line. And so every time I've seen her, and this is now 2 years worth, I say, have you seen Casablanca yet? And she wasn't a big deal like she is now. You know, she was before the World Series. Then at the World Series, you know, I saw her boyfriend. I said, if she doesn't see it, it's your fault. You can buy the DVD or rent it on Netflix or whatever and see Casablanca. So he promised me. He said, yeah, we're definitely gonna watch Casablanca. You know, next time you see us, we'll have seen Casablanca. So I saw her, and so now it's almost like a running joke. They still haven't seen Casablanca.
Could take a while.
And for those of you out here who haven't, it's a really good movie.
Got to see the classics at some point. Now, we are about to head into our break, so it just gives us an opportunity. Massive thank you to Barry Greenstuff for joining us.
Thank you very much, Barry.
And a big thanks to everyone that sent in their interactions in the last level. When we hit this 30-minute break, we'll be bringing you some bonus coverage of the 5K side event. And also we've got that Shark Cage promo. And then we'll be back into level 22. Guys will be playing 8,000, 16,000 with a 2K ante. But as always, there's always someone that wants to eat into the break, isn't there? There's always someone that has to have a 5-minute pot.
Yeah.
I used to always think you could rob the pot a little better going to the break. Certainly take advantage of someone who looks like they have to take a leak or something.
Somebody bouncing around in their chair a bit.
Yeah, and it's these two players again, Sorel and Moore. It's 1-1 so far. We've seen in their battle. More than 300,000 has already made it into the middle.
Yeah, if Sorel wins a decent pot, he can take over the chip lead. I don't know if tournament chip lead or just the table chip lead.
It's close. Yeah, I think it would be the tournament chip lead still.
also promised we'll get Barry to sign this deck of cards for us so that we can get that on the way to our winner. Congratulations again to Jerome. Thanks again to everyone that joined in our competition at the beginning of this level. More ridiculous competitions as the night continues.
127,000 is the bet from
Boom.
Looks like Murr is bluffing.
He doesn't look comfortable.
Figured they don't have an ace.
Turn 10s into a bluff. No good against
Well,
the turn jack.
no. I think it was value.
Yeah.
I don't think he was bluffing.
You think he would have turned over his hand a bit quicker though if he was just value betting?
I think he just knew the way that Sorrell called him, that he read it accurately, that it was a bad ace or a jack.
Okay.
Well, that is tremendous news for Carl Sorrell, up into third spot on this featured table now with 1.8 million. Still Madis Murr at the top with 2.25. And also some of the guys on the secondary feature table, obviously Mike McDonald after that triple up, 2.34 million, nearly 2.2 million for Max. Teska still very much in it. Poor old George Lampert's going to need to get something to go. One more opportunity. Thank Barry very much for joining us.
Okay, guys.
Pleasure to have you
at
with us.
least do me a favor when you guys change over to Hardigan and staple them, trip them for me or something.
Yeah, God, we'll give him a punch in the arm. Don't you worry.
Okay,
thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
Other than that, guys, join us in about 25 minutes. We'll continue our main event here from PCA Main Event 2014.
Not since Torquemada and the Inquisition has this kind of cruelty been inflicted upon a small Jewish man.
I've done well in poker. I don't like to brag, but you could look it up.
But now all that kind of goes out the window. It's pretty crazy, actually, especially with the first prize like this.
It's all or nothing. $1 million. Who couldn't use $1 million?
Millie ball, ching.
Finally, we get to do something new and exciting. I'm looking forward to putting Scotty Nguyen and Jennifer Tilly in the cage, and I'll be mocking them while they're there.
The Prince Poker Bear, Scotty Nguyen.
Armageddon's coming.
Feels good to do the light stuff, you know? Give me loads of time.
Oh, I don't want to go in the shark cage.
I can't fold this to the toilet.
God damn, don't do it!
Was that a bluff?
Oh, in the cage.
It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
That's called a needle.
We have that cage. We should have like a dominatrix with a whip come out. Like all the in there.
I will fly across this table and beat you with my chip.
promise.
It's not just a dislike, I hate you.
Such an idiot. I'm more concerned about how I get Mr. Grissom over in that cage.
I don't like to do that, Theodore.
All poker should be like this.
They don't even give you a chair in there.
When you leave the room, these things don't work. They only work about halfway. But at least just play now. The batteries will not run out when you come back. And I won't have to start playing poker.
This show's all wiped up now, though. I don't know. I need to tell them, like, I can't tell. I got a girlfriend out there, too.
So, Chris,
Yes,
Unichon,
sir.
you say, how do you pronounce your
Uniken.
Uniken, Kerry Katz, Dimitar Danchev, Mayuroka, Grant Levy, John Racer, Mark Garner, Eduardo Sanchez, Joe, how do you pronounce Peter? Peter, okay. So who went out last time?
Simeon.
Bulgarian guy. Played with, he came to our table for about one orbit today.
One seat.
Two seat now at our starting table for about an orbit, two orbits, and they moved him again. Cheaply to start that.
So you're keeping that's 128. Yeah, 128 and 500.
Okay.
131, 471. Yeah.
He's back.
Down to 9 players. Let me introduce you those players. On seat 1, Mr. Chris Uniken from Costa Rica, 480,500 chips. Seat 2, Kerry Cat from USA, 59,500 in chips. On seat 3, from Bulgaria, we have Dimitar Kamchev, 175,000 in chips. Seat 4, Mayuroka from Colombia. He has 335,000 in chips. On seat 5, from Australia, Mr. Grant Levy. He has 471,000 in chips. Seat 6, from USA, John Reisner, 131,500 in chips. On seat 7, from Mexico, Mr. Mark Dorner, 66,500 in chips. On seat 8, from Colombia, Eduardo Sanchez, 128,500 in chips. And on seat 9, our current chip leader is Joe Kidder, 552,500 in chips. I wish you all the best of luck. Button has been drawn on seat 1, where we start on the blind. 2,500, 5,000, and 500 and cheap. You know, shuffle up and down.
Guys, good luck today. This is a webcast, guys, for those new players, so I am announcing all actions. Okay. Fold?
Is there sound?
Yes.
So they can hear what we're saying?
You're not mic'd up, but they can still hear. Fold. Raised to 10,500. Call. Folds around to the big blind. Raised to 30,500. $30,500. players. Check. Betting 11,000. All in. What do you want? All in for 51,000. Raise to 10,000. All in. For those 20s, all in for 64,500. Call. Turn him out, please. Pay up, please. I believe you take it.
Wait, there's little this thing? Yeah. Traditional dealer took me in trouble with the players taking.
Yeah, I think you turned that in.
Okay, I'll let it know. Pay out, please. Oliver, pay out, please.
I would have busted him. I would have busted him as well. Get ace 10? Ugly for you. Close to us. Okay again.
Mo. I have a payout. Will you grab a floor man, please? All right, guys, same way. 500 annies, please. Yeah, after the hand carry, I'll get them on my shoulders. Yeah. Full. Raised to 10,000. Okay,
you guys want to do me a huge favor and just square up? If I could have you guys all go to your left just a little bit. Yeah, we'll pull a chair out. Thanks, Oliver. Good? Yeah, sure. You guys are going to be on my shoulders. Yeah, that's good. All right, same way, guys. 500. Carry 500. I'm not sure what's that. That's it. Heading 7,500. Betting 21,500. Yeah, absolutely.
Floor, please.
They just want to know if they get a dinner break today, and if so, when it is.
Dinner break, let me check it. After level. I'll check.
Thank you. Big one, please.
Yes, sir. Is there a way I can replace this warm water with cold water? That's great. Awesome, thank you. Is it on me? Oh.
No, you're good. Oh, that's what she said. That was bad timing. Guys, we have the deuce of hearts, jack of clubs. Raised to 10,000.
Yeah, you have a dinner break at the end of level 17, around 6:30. So at the end of the next level, 75 minutes.
Thank you.
At 6:30. Yeah, end of level 17, so end of next level.
Thank you.
Maybe it's gonna be. Yeah, a little bit later, 4 to 7.
After this level, after the next level?
Yeah, after the next level.
65.
So 4 to 7. Not 6:30 because we lost some time.
Raised to 28,500. Call. Heads up. 25,500. Raised to 10,000. Heads up. Check. Betting 10,000.
How you doing? Good luck. Did you say how much you had? 2.2. I got a table. You do? Yeah. I had 2 of them. Sick. I was going to, but I swapped with him in the last time you played. And then I forgot. So I asked him to and he wasn't going to swap anymore. So is he good also? Yeah, he can play well. Yeah. It's only kind of high, right? Huh? It's only fairly 1.39. Yeah. Or I got 10 balls, so I got 1.36. Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing at first it was the backing like that, and then it's a while. Yeah.
Raised to 10,500.
It's pretty high, but. Good buy? Huh? Good buy? Yeah, I bought a lot. Looks like my best buy so far. Yeah, do you have any other people selling? I had Marco Ioli. Really? Yeah, 5 1 day, about 39 or something. Who? Weinman? Ben Weinman? 39? I think so, yeah. So there's only 30 some bucks? Yeah. Or 49, I think that over. Let's go back silver. Yeah. I should introduce myself.
15,000.
No, she busted. She busted? Yeah. Say last old dub,
Onyx Chipley.
Oh yeah, Michael down. He just busted my boy Aces between. Jason Helder, you know who that is? Jason Helder.
Raised to 41,500.
That ain't close to me. I'm trying to let all people say.
All in. Call. Showdown, please. Winds up. All right, thank you.
3,000, 6,000, 1K ante.
Thank you. All right, guys, we now have a 1,000 ante. Blinds are 3,000 small blind, 6,000 big blind. That's good there. Yes, 1,000 ante. Raised to 12,500. Small blind.
Got it.
1K now, please.
Not a big fan of red. Only 30 blinds.
Don't wait for us.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your break as much as we did. Hope you enjoyed that bonus coverage of the 5K side event. Mark, you've got some questions to answer, haven't you?
Yeah, a couple of people just when they were watching it realised that there were 9 players at the table in an 8-handed tournament. What happens is it plays 8-handed all the way through until there are 9 players remaining. That is the only time that it will go 9-handed, because it's really unfair to have one table 5-handed and one table 4-handed on the final table bubble. So you'll see that often in 6-max tournaments. It will be 6-max all the way through until you get to the final 7 players, and then they'll all be on the same table just until one person goes, and then it plays out as an
There you are. So ask and you shall receive, and this is the way you can ask on your screen right now. Email us nuts@pokerstars.tv. On Twitter, hashtag EPT Live gets directly to us, and don't forget to follow us on @EPT Live. Check out the live blog via PokerStarsblog.com. All the chip updates, all of the live updates, and of course lots of interviews and articles and features. Do please also look us up on Facebook.com. It's /PokerStars Caribbean Adventure. Also, we are on Instagram for pictures and on YouTube for moving pictures, or the movies, as I believe the kids call them. Meanwhile, it is a multitude of languages that we're broadcasting out on. You'll notice there's more. There's more as we get closer to the absolute business end of this tournament. English, French, German, Italian, Lithuanian, Polish, Portuguese, Russian, and Spanish. We are kicking off in a multitude of. So please do tune into your preferred there via the links you can see.
You know what, Matt? I'm disappointed. It's our second to last day of work, and I've only just discovered how nice the upside-down pineapple cake is.
Ah, you fool. I did that day one.
It's amazing.
Only because I'd never done it before. This is our featured table. It's as it was before the break when we were here with Sir Barry of Greenstein. Madis Moore, 2.23 million. Antoine Soet, 2.12 million. Kyle Sorrell, 1.8 million. And then everybody else, everywhere from 55 big blinds down to 24. Lonnie Harwood, who perhaps, from what Barry was saying, we've got pegged as a more aggressive player than he thinks she is, but she certainly did do the damage to herself in the early stages. And then second feature table, 2.34 million for Mike McDonald, had that triple up ahead of one-time chip leader Max Silva, and jolly interesting Roger Teska also out on the second feature table.
There are 32 players remaining, and we'll be playing 2 more levels, or until we reach the last 2 tables, which is 16 players. So it's touch and go, which one will come first? So Mike McDonald is making a really good point. I think Joe or James mentioned it to us yesterday, that he believes that really there should be more players left compared to the average stack all the way through this tournament. And he puts that down to the more aggressive pre-flop play that is like pretty standard across the poker world at the moment.
Yeah,
and we've seen lots of 3 betting and 4 betting and the odd 5 bet.
We're actually at another bubble of sorts. The money is about to jump up. We're on 32 players, and right now everyone left in the field will get $37,600. At 31 players, it jumps up into the next bracket, which is 43,300. So a sizable jump, especially if there's anyone here that has not paid full whack to enter.
Yeah, that's another adjustment that the EPT has made for Season 10 in terms of their payouts that I really like. Is that where possible, the money jumps will come when there's an even spread of players across the tables. So we have 4 tables remaining of 8 players each.
Yes.
So therefore, it's a level playing field. Everyone has the same amount of players. They'll see the same amount of hours between money jumps. Does that make sense?
Yes. No. I do understand. I kind of got what you meant. No, I'm joking. Yes, absolutely. Everyone has the same. Everyone is in the same situation as they play to that kind of key jump. Also, just to pick up on something that Barry said, he wasn't entirely sure if Brazilian players were online. Yes, Brazilian players can play on the .com. So we were right. I say it seemed unlikely. I didn't want to argue with the man because he's a legend, but I thought it seems very unlikely considering all of the jumps we've seen, the boom that's going on in Brazil, all the work that's been put in out there. It would seem quite unlikely that that would be the case if it wasn't also supported online.
Did you run well on the 1500?
Time to check in with the second feature table for the first time at this level, where it looks like... actually, I don't know who's this. You see, oh wow! Oh Lord above. That. Wow.
So Roger Allison taking one off Teska. Oh no, Roger Teska had the jacks and Allison had the 10s.
Yeah. Oh, $250,000 in that pot for Teska.
More chips for the colourful character that he is.
Yeah, very close to 2 million. There's nearly 2 million stacks on that secondary feature table. There you see on your
double the average.
Yeah, there you see on your screen, George Lampert, because now we're at 8,000, 16,000 with the 2K ante, he really has got to get a move on. 8 big blinds is playing off there. They've got 3 players top of that table, over 100 big blinds to play with, so full range of chip stacks. There is our bearded Alain. It sounds like it should be a French name. It's not French. Just sounded more interesting to use it in that accent.
What table is this?
We're at table 2.
Cocktails at table 2?
It's that time of day again.
Cocktails when you get a minute. Thank you.
Well, they are. George Lampert's face is just like, oh, okay. Right. They are. So you heard the man. I would suggest you respond to that relatively quickly.
Preston is asking if Mike McDonald will be the first to win an EPT and a PCA main event. If it happens, he will be. He'll be the first to win 2 EPTs. No one has done that. He could well be the first.
Yeah, as Barry was asking, is he the only one? Yes, he is the only one. I think that was a check from Teska there, but it looked a little bit like a double-handed "come to me, baby," which I believe is the official name for that gesture.
Yeah, I believe it's in the dictionary.
Yeah, come to me, baby. Mike sticking with the more traditional check action, but Roger very much his own man.
We're going to see another check on the river.
1 moment.
Oh, 1 moment. Apparently, we're going to have to wait and see. I think that was just a cocktail waitress or waiter arriving.
That was a check.
Check.
Roger didn't even really need to do the ace high.
Taking his time, trying to figure out if he could get away with the bluff, decided he couldn't.
Yeah. Like, I didn't get a chance to
Luckily, the cocktail waitress is here, so it's not all bad news for Roger Teska.
I'm good.
All right. Yeah, would you basically, I don't know what the exact amount is because the internet isn't working for me, but 7% of what I cashed for in the super high roller?
Huh?
All right. You want to just do 14K? Okay.
Don't know what this conversation is, but probably quite detailed and personal and private.
Yeah, maybe not the one that
La
we
la
should be.
la 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 la. Just for Mike's sake, they're just going to sing over that. There you see, nice and busy. I promised you it'd get busier out there again. Lots of empty seats there. It was like West Ham on a wet Sunday.
Lon, you are correct.
Terrible.
Playing 32 left, play to 16. I'm not going to correct you. But if we haven't reached 16 by the end of level 23, then we will finish for the night.
Yeah, it's actually a weakness of mine. I can't do that much business in Miami because I can't speak Spanish. My business is somewhat limited.
This is your business.
No, it's not. For the next 2 days, it is.
I could be wrong, but I think somebody's asking for the password. You might be a bit late, is what I'm going to say to you about the password for the free roll. It started half an hour ago, and prior to that, it was full up half an hour before that. So I'm not going to give you the password, because I really don't know what you plan to do with it, but it can be to no good.
Come again tomorrow.
Yeah.
$1,500 up for grabs every single day we're broadcasting.
Every single day. And today, if I'm not mistaken, is Saturday. That means you've got
day 4.
Sunday,
day 5,
which is tomorrow.
Day 5.
And then you've got Monday.
Final table day.
And that's it. So still 2 more days of giveaways. Happy days.
Antonio setting the pace with a raise to 35,000. All right, I know it's bad.
That is very good. Sorrell's called. Kyle Sorrell very busy in the last level. Not so much the same word for Antonio Pace. He came to the table once it was established for our level 21. But as I mentioned to Barry, we've seen players who are almost unrecognizable from one level to the next. Yuri Martins, you'll remember yesterday, he was like the best thing since sliced chips in one level, and then the next level he almost disappeared off the radar. So be interesting to see who it's going to be this time.
It's raining around the feature table. That board is that moist.
There is clouds of humidity hovering above our 3-heart straighting la-di-da board.
No surprise to see Sorrell betting out on this turn after the check back by Pace on the flop. Even if you had some sort of value hand on the flop, you'd be afraid of the check raise on such a wet board that a lot of time you would check behind, but it looks like he just completely missed it.
And Antonio's raise off the button, everyone's folded to him. You kind of just expect him to do that such a high percentage of the time, regardless of his cards. It's almost a bit of a play the cards blind textbook move hand.
Jude Ainsworth, who's at Ireland's probably been their best online MTT player the last few years, consistently top of the rankings, has KO'd Rudy Blondu. So he's doing very well. Looking to go deep. Rudy went out in 32nd place. So that means a money jump. We're up. Everyone guaranteed 43,300. Congratulations, one and all 31 of you.
Yes, indeedy. 50,900 is the next jump. So that again. very much worth fighting for. Isn't that worth dying for?
Hello, Turkey.
Hello.
And join instant.
Turkey tuned in, have they?
Average Joe never wants to hear that laugh again. I'd call it a cackle. It's a bit over the top. It's my bad joke.
Do you know what? I wanted to kind of give you the support that I feel I should do. You know, as co-commentator.
It was a fake laugh, though, man. We can see through it. You're trying to ridicule me is what you're doing.
I was. The thing is, I'm just trying to keep you, you know your place, Mark. Just, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Antonio Pace raises to 35,000. Trying again. And this time is successful. Takes down the blinds and antes. We've got a new dealer at the feature table as well. Killian. Fine Irishman with the big arms, and he was at our webcast table, wasn't he, before when we were doing some bonus coverage?
Well, yeah, what was that? It was not. It was the was it one of the? Wasn't the PLO?
Yeah, it was the PLO. Was it the PLO?
No.
I don't know. So long ago now.
Doesn't matter. We had some bonus coverage. He was excellent. We had a few people commenting on how good he was at his job.
Brilliant.
I think we had a guest in with us. Doesn't matter too much. But clearly just don't remember him and rambling. Secondary table time. More action. This is Teska in the small blind. Grayson Ramage on the big blind. Facing a raise from our boy Max Silver. Bumped it up to 32. Min raise now, obviously, we're at 8K, 16K. 2,000 running ante. Queen, Jack, 4, 2 clubs down. Seven of diamonds, another diamond for you to stare at.
Pot's relatively small considering some of the 200, 300, 400,000 pots we saw at the end of the last level. Watch out, man.
Yeah,
Don't show your cards.
Our cameraman just saying, "Oh my God, I forgot I was working, and I just wanted to have a look at what he had there." $46,000. Looks like that has been called there. Nice. 180,000 in the pot. Whoa. Hello, Sailor on the river. A third club. The king comes down. Gives us an overcard to the previous board. And, of course, the third club. Grayson Ramage reaching for his chips now. Has come to a decision after a bit of a wait. What was that, 130? No, 103. 103,000.
Just shows you with the blind, as high as they are now, these pots can build very quickly.
Yeah, it's not even like these guys have been particularly overly aggressive. You know, min raise, call. Standard sort of size bets. That's the thing, as this tournament does go through the levels, you have to kind of recalibrate your expectations for the amounts that we're going to see in these pots.
Doesn't look like Silver's going anywhere in a hurry.
However, Teska is playing peekaboo with himself.
Cool.
Has been called. George flips over some paint.
Top
wow,
two.
That's fine. He had the best of it, and then he improved to even better of the best of it. I doubt Max was mucking around there by any stretch of the imagination. Must have had something relatively strong, but not strong enough.
2000. Mine's 816.
Oh, my eyes! Look at that light. I can't see.
Why is
my
light
eyes
so bright? It's the poker players. Turn that off. They'll all burst into flames. Oof. 6 big blinds for George there on our secondary featured table.
Max Silver's in big trouble now. He's dropped below 2 million. He's going to have to make a move fast.
He's going to have to make a move soon. He's only got 122 bigs left.
Similar looking board here. Lots of kings, lots of queens. Jack 10 for a straight.
Dealer, just make sure I show the right thing.
It's good.
Yep, it's good. It's nice straight for Ortiz there. It was 360k in that pot. It was Ortiz that made the raise pre-flop. Muir caught him all along, and then they checked it down on the river. You see on your screen some guest commentary on the other languages. Don't forget, plenty of languages now we're broadcasting in.
David Tierney said he was fortunate enough to play in the World Cup of Poker in 2011 at the PCA. Is it still running? It's not running anymore, but they do have a similar tournament called the America's Cup. So there's various countries from South and Central America that are taking part, and I believe that's going on today. We saw Team Argentina wave at the camera a couple of days ago. They're one of the teams in.
Yep.
Check out the PokerStarsblog.com. They're going to be doing a couple of feature pieces on that, so check out that website.
And absolutely, and while you're at there, also for Travis saying, where can I see an updated list of remaining players? Once again, the PokerStars blog is the place for any of that. If you've got any real questions about the tournament, that would definitely be the place to go, because lots of updates, lots of kind of general overviews, details about how many entries there were, how many on day 1A, how many day 1B. If you've got any interest in the history of how we got to our remaining 31 players, we started off with 1,031, so 1,000 players down.
Yeah, and I also want to give a shout out to all those who helped with the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure Facebook page. So go along there, and there's some huge amounts of information all about all the side event results. It's another friend for you.
Yes, we certainly do have plenty of places for you to go if you're looking for resource. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube channel, Instagram. All the kids are doing selfies and stuff. I don't really understand. I've got gardening to do when I get home. I haven't really. I just like to pretend I'm 60. Probably hit the disco, listen to the latest George Michael tunes or whatever the kids are listening to these days.
Keep it going, Price Jack. Crushing the free roll, 12k at the moment.
Sweet.
I know, 12 clowns left to kill.
Oh! Mr. Pace has raided us again. He is trying to get something going for himself this level. He's been called. Antoine Saut. Barry seemed to have plenty of respect for. And the good news also is, just to remind you, we had that competition, Jerome. Jerome, you will be receiving your deck of cards signed by the legend himself, the Bear. Very kindly sign those for us. Don't forget, any of the competitions we do try and get these things signed for you. Give you a special little treat, a little souvenir from our time here. If you can't be here, we'll do our best to make you as involved as possible. As Mark said, we're in level 22. We should play to the end of level 23, or if we get down to 16 players, whichever comes first. Myself, Matt Brown, and my colleague, Macombi.
That's me. That's me.
With you throughout the rest of this level, and then it'll be the legendary Joe Stapleton and his dad, James Hartigan, taking you through to the end of the night. Word on the street is the 6 big blinded George Lampert has been knocked out on our secondary table by Mr. Max Silver.
Phew, he's all right then. That put him back above 2 million.
Yeah, that was pretty hairy time there for a little while there for Max. Just down to a couple of 130 big blinds or something. Scary spot. Mattis Muir going to raise this up to 33k. As Mark discovered, made it down in the last 20 of Barcelona. All in from Lonnie. Phew. Had enough of this then. 349,000 for Lonnie. Shortest stack at our table. Not the shortest stack in the game by a long way. Gets that one through. A little bit of a message to the rest of the table here that says Lonnie is prepared to get behind her stack right now.
Oh, there is George leaving. Thanks for coming, George. Fantastic effort.
Yeah, and good news for him that he had already tipped over into that $43,500 payout zone. Just surviving through that last level has gained him a few extra thousand. It's a bit like a bit earlier on when we came to jump in for Joe and James, just as poor old Liv had been knocked out and was sitting out there with Mark. But a cash is a cash is a cash. There are far more people here that didn't cash than will. So in such a decent deep field, you've got to feel pretty happy for any cash.
Yeah, and when Liv was in the other day, she's been working on a lot of part of the game. She was hoping for a much better year this year, and she did say that, you know what, it's a great start to the year, I can't complain, and if it's a sign of things to come, then 2014 will be much better than 2013 was for Miss Boré.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point Barry was making, wasn't it, when he was in here, is that I think that's the thing with the PCA. It's like everyone has Christmas, New Year, and then the first date in their diary, PCA, it can be the springboard that just launches you off into a smashing 12 months of poker. Obviously, we know for the full-time pros, the mental aspect of the game is such a key part of it. So even though we know we're not meant to look at poker in these short blocks, we're meant to look at it as, you know, the long run, your whole life sort of thing, is that, you know, it's the way we're designed, isn't it? We look at things in calendar years and give ourselves these cut-off points. So it's always nice if you can get January off to a bit of a flyer.
Some more news from the outer table as well. Jennifer Shahade, unfortunately, has been eliminated. So Lonnie Harwood is the last lady standing and involved in a pot here. And she's not out of the danger zone just yet.
Danger zone! It's not really my thing, but I heard Joe do it. He really commits to it. He really does commit to it. That's the thing with Joe is, I mean, that is why you have to really respect him, brackets pity him, is because it doesn't matter how lame things get, he always commits 103%. This has slowed down clearly. This hand and pot were getting big enough. Lonnie raised pre, got the call from Fabio Freitas. Check on the flop. That is all that Lonnie needed as far as incentive to get. I thought for a minute she was going to show a card there.
I don't know.
Teska and Mike McDonald at it again.
Yeah, they both came from another table when it broke. Couldn't shake each other off, and now they can't shake each other off in this hand. Looks like Teska's led into McDonald on the turn for 125,000. It's a very wet board. 3 cards to a straight and 3 cards to a flush. Does make the call. Ace of hearts on the river.
Superb t-shirt action from Mike McDonald. Kudos. Quick reminder of what the chip nominations are. Thousands, the Sunlight, Deep Lagoon Blue, the 5,000s, the Moscow. Teska's got some stacks of there hidden behind his blues.
Yeah, they should really be out in front of his stack.
Just having a noisy drink. I think I'll have strawberry.
Mike McDonald is an example how the stack should be done. Most valuable ones at the front.
Pretty sure you're calling. I'm just not sure whether or not I got the best hand.
It's kind of becoming a caricature of himself in a way, is Teska.
Let's have a little bit of fun with it.
It's turning into Heath Ledger's Joker. Why so serious?
You know I'm drunk, right?
More.
It's all an act. It's all an act.
What did he say? You know I'm drunk, huh?
We've all seen this before. That's just spicy tomato juice, I can assure you.
I'm aware, said Mike McDonald.
This guy on the end of the table, he's just pissed.
Oh, I thought that was you talking.
No.
I thought that was you talking, Matt.
Blue shirt. You can see him through here.
I don't know who that is we're hearing, but somebody has only twigged the situation.
50k gets it through. Amazing.
Yeah, there was 478,000 in that pot.
There we go.
Yeah.
Good work, Jenna.
Yeah, I do.
No one messes around at her table, I can assure you that.
8.
She runs a tight ship.
We'd have had a bit of fun if you raised too.
Somebody said on Twitter, and I forget who, I apologize, but somebody said, kind of waiting for Roger Teske to get moved to the feature table. He's the man you love to hate. I don't know. I think he's providing us with something we haven't had so far in this tournament, certainly from an entertainment point of view, and it sort of throws people off to play against him. Look at those guys at the top of that, though. 135 big blinds, 134 big blinds, 131 big blinds, all over 2 million.
He's a polarizing character, that's for sure. We've
Yeah.
got people love him, people hate him. And you're right, he has brought something new to the tournament we haven't seen. Tomato juice.
Tomato juice.
Thank you.
And Tabasco, mostly. And it appears like the hand that we just left, we just caught the first bit of action, which was, of course, under the gun, Teska raising.
Lucas on Twitter is asking if I'm going to be down to see him next week. He's a buddy of mine who lives down in Melbourne. He used to work for Full Tilt Poker. Fortunately, I'm not going to be down for the Aussie Millions, Lucas, I'm afraid. Even though it's sun and shining down there and the tennis is on. I'm going to go to Edinburgh instead for the UK IPT. And then on to EPT Deauville. That's my schedule.
It looks like we might pick the wrong feature table, because now Mike and Roger Teske are at it again.
These two again?
So it's a great dynamic. Super scary players. The added bonus of Roger being in bouncy mood.
Ezra saying this is beautiful. Opposites butting heads.
Yeah.
This is some unusual bet sizing going on.
Yeah.
Teska.
That last hand, most definitely the strangest bet to pot size ratio we've seen all week. It is such a contrast in styles.
Yeah, that's what
you know, Roger's playing with his chips, he's splashing them in. Mike is just like static, pushes them forward. Jack of hearts.
He's closing in on 2 million. He's just been killing us. Yeah, Mike McDonald came with 2.1 million, and he's playing on his left. And he's just killing us. He's playing every hand. He's like John used to play backgammon tournaments. The way John used to play. The only difference was it wasn't $2 million for first place.
Brilliant commentary here.
That's funny. That's excellent.
I think we can just take another break, Matt.
Yeah, we'll pop back when these boys are finished. Well, Teska does the job again. And that's going to get him up just above Mike with that hand. 2.16. In fact, that takes him above Max as well. So 2.16 million for Roger. Max Silver on 2.15. And Mike McDonald just close to 2.1 million. It's almost like no one else wants to get involved in this. But, of course, this is where the seat draw comes into it. There's just no way for Mike to avoid this guy. Not that I'm sure Mike hasn't seen this before. But
Fantastic. Ah, so it was ZZ Top who was that was who we could hear doing some commentary for
Oh,
us.
really? Okay. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I guessed it was one of the guys down the 1, 2, 3, 4 side of the table.
Yeah, because we know he likes to move away from the table, doesn't he, Mr. Allenson?
Yeah. That is fantastic. Lots of fun.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Mike McDonald needs to harness the power of Ron Burgundy to be able to take on Teska.
Trying to kick it to your square.
A whole wheel of
Yeah, no,
cheese.
just wasn't paying attention.
So this is now Roger Teska's big blind. The good news for Teska fans is that he is almost certainly going to be in this hand. Max Silva steps up to the Oki. Or plate, if you would prefer. Allison has not checked. You can ignore that. He is folded.
Max Silva's turn to take on Teska, it looks like. These two are going to battle in a heads-up flop. Pot to the flop.
He's all about the eyebrows, Teska.
Yeah, he's got great expressions.
He's out of position, first to act. It's 86,000, so only the Lord knows what bet Teska might make when he comes to do it. He's checked it this time. Really could have been anything. Actions on Max. Max bet. Roger folds.
You got it, my man.
Thank you.
If Teska does go on to win this, he might be the first person in the history of PCA to win the PCA without remembering playing in the PCA.
Well, at least he'll have these videos to watch. When people say, no, really, seriously. They go, you sure? I remember there being some palm trees and that's about it. I'm just waiting for him to ask for an additional card. All the old tricks.
Francesca's running like Teska in the free roll. Up to 13,000. Easy game when you flop 2 pair. Keep it going, good luck. Creston's letting us know that Ole Shimian's one of the chip leaders in the 25k. Well, that's a surprise.
That's good.
Not. Another raise from Silva.
So funny already, just with this brief, really, relatively brief bit of coverage, already the Twitter, don't forget hashtag EPT Live, is already starting to split down the middle 2 ways. Some people loving this. Clearly everyone loving this table for sure. People a little bit wary, yeah, it's all fun and games, was Paul Walsh's point, but depends, these things never tend to stop escalating. We shall see, it's all under control. ZZ Top is off. Mr. Allison is off for a roam.
They playing the 27 or something, or playing 24?
Hey guys. It sounds a bit like Stapes Cam.
He's just been given some misinformation.
Yes,
told him he's
I heard
playing
that.
to 24. I hope he doesn't just leave.
Gently. There is nothing more frustrating than hearing somebody saying the wrong thing over and over on a mic and you're going, no, that isn't true. Don't tell him that. Teska and Silva. Well, one of these names is always on our screen. Teska's certainly playing more than his fair share of hands. Once again, out of position against Max Silva.
$100,000 is the bet. And this time, he takes a pot off Mr. Silva.
Yep, they swap it back again.
Score draw.
Well, other than Teska got 316,000 in his hand and it was 128 for Max in his. Not that we're keeping score. The chips do that for us.
All pots are equal. Some pots are more equal than others.
Nice. Bit of literally whatnot there. We're very highbrow.
In it.
In it. 2,000,008, 2,011,000, 2,025,000. That's how things are looking. These three at our featured secondary feature table, just juggling stacks backwards and forwards. Needless to say, I'm sure we will be back to that secondary feature table in no time at all. Meanwhile, back to our main feature table. It is Madis Moore.
When the case isn't on, they break easy.
Made it 33K pre-flop. Took that one down.
If it lands on the glass
uncontested.
You have a knife on? Oh, because the screen's in.
On this hand, it is Lonnie on the button, Fabio and Antoine in the small and big blind. Folded around to Carl Sorrell. Green and blue, green and blue.
It's the blue call. These two are going to go heads up to the flop. We've seen them tangle a lot so far today. King, queen, deuce. Sorrell checks over to Moore. It's an invitation to bet, and it's an invitation that he's going to accept.
Couple of our views cashing in the free roll. Well done to Pieter. And also Travis cashing 2 nights in a row. Don't forget another one tomorrow.
Get it quietly.
No, don't get it quietly. Tell us all about it. It's a gargantuan task to take on 30,000 people in a free roll. So I do tip my hat in your direction. There was a time where I just could do nothing but chase every free roll I could find, and now I just don't have the stamina for it. So congratulations to you.
So Sorrell called that bet on the flop. 6 of clubs rolling out in the turn. They checked it to a 4 of clubs river. I'd like a club in my hand right now if I was one of these two guys. Just saying.
All right. Yeah, preferably I would like you to have the queen and I'll have the ace.
Check fold. Got a read on your kid.
No, you didn't see it. You didn't see it coming. I squeezed you for value. I get extra 56k out of you.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Green, yellow, blue.
56k, I think, actually.
What did you put out?
Do I have to show?
56k.
How funny
Oh
is that?
my word!
See, I know my bet sizing.
Mystic Matt.
I know how to get value. How funny is that? Well, they are. 56k was the magic number.
It wasn't 9 of clubs.
Huh?
10 of clubs.
No, I didn't.
You'll be glad to know the high roller that we mentioned, Ole Shimeon, doing well in. Joe's been out and about, and this is who's in there.
Sylvain Loosely, November 9er, sat alongside Jason Mercier. There is Ole.
Oh, what a table.
Gives away, volley.
What a table.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, hang on, Jonathan
Duhamel
won as well. Elke, whose hair goes there?
Tim West.
Great tuner.
Darnie Stern. Tom Marchese. Troinovsky, who came second in this tournament last year to Vanessa Selps.
Antonio.
Hopefully some of these players will be on a webcast set tomorrow. We'll hopefully bring you some bonus coverage. Chris Josephine, David Peters, the stars are out. Chris Brammer.
Wow.
Max Altergott.
Yeah,
He
Mr.
does
Altergott.
pretty good in these high rollers. The Greenwoods. Jennifer Tilley. What a voice.
The Greenwoods.
Tim Riley there with his headphones on his temples for some reason.
Nice. That's, well, again, we were spot for choice ambassador with the super high roller. There is the high roller. Needless to say, attracting the best in the business. As Mark said, bring you some bonus coverage tomorrow during our breaks as we continue our coverage of the main event. We might just be able to bring you some of that as well. Between that and the kind of secondary feature table we've been enjoying today, I think you'll agree it's not bad.
It's been all right.
Been all right here at PCA, hasn't it? It's been all right. There's been some players. Daniel Gamez makes it 41,000. And that is good enough.
I wonder if they're watching a live stream on the rail. Give us a wave. Give us a wave if you're watching the live stream, Mr. Man with an Apple computer.
Mr. Appleman? No, he's
No.
close.
Oh,
No,
maybe he's got shy. He's like, oh my god. Look, he's looking up at the camera. Give us a wave.
He's probably just listening to some Daft Punk, or he's probably trying to do something hip.
Oh, look how big those iPods used to be.
I know, he is so retro. All in and a call on our secondary table of action.
Is this Eric Olofsson?
Max looks like he is called.
Yeah, Max versus Eric Olofsson.
265. Yeah. Not a classic race, but it is a race.
Jack of diamonds.
7 still good.
Not for long.
Oh, opens up the straight draw.
That's good.
7's hold up.
Yep, nice little double up there for Olofsson. Very welcome. And takes Max down to under 2 million. Not for the first time this level, but no real trouble for him. 1.829 million. It's still the interesting player, Roger Teska. Top of this table, 2.33 million. And Mike McDonald just over 2 million.
We're halfway through level 22.
That went very quickly, to be honest, didn't it, that first half of the level?
Time flies when you're having fun. You're just such good company, man.
Do you know what I am? I couldn't agree with you more. Meanwhile, I think it actually might be more down to the likes of Roger Teska and Mike McDonald and Max Silver, for that matter. They've really transformed our secondary feature table. Lots of people shouting, swap. We don't need to swap. We can bring you both of them. That is the beauty of our setup here, as we can bounce backwards and forwards as the action dictates.
Like range. What's called range or something? The kind of hands I can have. Or something. King, queen. You know, in that general range of hands.
29 players. We're also actually approaching the next money jump as well.
No. No? Which one's better?
Kyle Sorrell's giving Daniel Gamers
8's better than king queen? Yeah. Oh, okay.
a lesson in ranges.
For you? I don't know. Now I know. Now I know 8s. Now I know 8s are better. You just taught me.
No, I'm not saying that.
I learn fast. Don't teach me so much.
No. Don't be smart ass.
I'm just messing. I'm trying to have fun, man. Probably never be here again, so I'm gonna soak it all up.
Really?
You'll probably be here
You're
next
like
week.
a supernova elite or something.
Look up my name. And everything I've been telling you, you'll realize is true. How many poker players would even sit next to you and talk to you? None. Isn't that enough?
No, but it's better.
Is that 36?
36,000 indeed.
Call from Kyle Sorrell. Heads up to the flop, ace high, ace 7-5 rainbow.
You win.
Easy game.
You pay 5?
What'd you say?
5? 5,000
fold.
Okay.
3,000 fold. Nah, maybe 3,000 I'm gonna call. But I don't have to give up a blue chip. I don't have to give up a blue chip, I'm in.
Hello, Max. Unlike you to be raising. $32,000 called by Olofsson, who just doubled up through Mr. Silver.
What are you guys doing? You didn't play? Nothing, got it. Nah, thanks. Nah, I'm good, thanks. Should be pretty done. We got like 7, done pretty soon. We got like 780. We're only playing down to 24, so. What level?
going to be interesting to see how Teska deals with two players. All the pots we've seen him so far have been heads up with either Mike or Max. Max has bet 56,000 into these two players on a Jack Deuce 7 2 spades flop. What's gone on here? Is this a fold out of turn?
No. No, Olofsson folded and then it was on Teska. Teska just happened to be taking a sip as Olofsson folded, and then he turned around and said to the dealer, "Is it on me?" And she said, "Yeah," and he took a couple of seconds and then folded. We were just staring at the wrong end of the table, to be honest.
Gotcha. Good eyes. Or good sense.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm on a roll after that 56k, and now understanding what had happened, I feel like a god. You notice Max also bet 56,000, yeah? Everyone knows that's the magic number.
It's the magic number.
Yes, it is.
Taken over from 3.
Yeah, well, it was the magic number for years, but I mean, there had to come a time.
Man, so I get a pee again, no?
Needless to say, actions on Roger Teska.
I reckon 99% of the time he's going to raise it up.
Yeah. I mean, raise or a bit more. Couldn't quite see as the chips flew forward there.
I like Grayson Ramage's watch. Stylish.
Come and get it.
Yep. It is nice.
Cool.
35 was the bet called. Jack 7. Bling.
Problem.
Is this another interesting bet size, or is this pretty standard? 84,000 in the pot.
It's the minimum.
16. I do like this, to be honest. I quite like this.
Messing with opponents' minds. Yeah, it's a lot of metagame stuff going on here.
Well, actually, I don't think it's quite as clever as that. I kind of know that actually on paper it is a lot of metagame stuff, but I think it's a bit like if you ever play online and you just type in 55555. You know, sometimes when you just put in daft numbers, it's kind of metagame, but it's not quite as constructively considered as that, I fear.
It's not that deep.
No, it's just because I want to bet here, and I'm just sort of gonna keep mucking around with my bet sizing. His stack is a bit wayward there. We've at least got the greens up the front, and then there's some fives, some of the blues all kind of hidden in the sunlight chips. So 116,000 in the pot. What do we get this time for our troubles? We've spun the Taskatron.
And that bet was good enough.
35,000 was the number. And that was magical. Roger, 2.36 million now. Still just over 2 million for Canadian Mike McDonald. And the Brit Max Silver pretty much got himself back up to the 2 million mark, having dropped down to 1.8.
Still in the danger zone though.
Yeah, still in trouble. Everyone else has kind of disappeared off this table. It's just so heavily dominated by the 3 big chip stacks. It's Grayson obviously got involved in a hand. Olofsson just doubled himself up, but it's hard to remember when we last saw Christoph Edberg get involved.
Mike McCauley IV is asking who the dealer is on this table. Her name is Julia.
Something has happened on our feature table while we were gone. Lonnie.
Sorry about the read.
Wow, she's gone.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Top pair run into a set of 4s. Still, great result.
You
Finishing
flat
in the
the
top
jacks with
30.
me, and now you hit
Amazing.
a 4 or...
Yeah, didn't really get her day going too well, did she? Well, actually, tell a lie, she didn't get the 2 levels that we tuned in for her. Didn't really happen for her.
Christian, we can confirm they are playing down to 16 players today. All to the end of level 23, which is the level after this one. It's going to be touch and go which one comes first. I expect the rate of eliminations to slow down because they are quite deep. And there is no redraw at 24. We'll just redraw at 16, but that will be the end of the day, so that will be the redraw for tomorrow.
You didn't do with Carrie Hubbard's shout-out request, did you?
No, I replied to her and said that if they were on, they would be able to give her a shout-out.
I mean, I don't know if our shout-out's good. Carrie said, can I get a shout-out from my mum watching the webcast? The only problem was it was directed at James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton, or James Stapleford, as I believe his real name is.
You know, Carrie is part of the production team here.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I don't think our shout-out is going to... And plus, like, you think she would know who's on.
She would know, exactly.
It's 32 pre-flop,
So,
right? Can you answer that?
I mean, you can have a shout-out. Hello, Carrie's mum, but, I mean, your daughter really has no idea what's going on.
And Natalie Bassati, a.k.a. Doris, is saying that we should be nice for once. Or maybe I think she's directing that at me. No. Maybe.
35 minutes left of level 22. 8,000, 16,000, 2K ante. Once again, we find ourselves staring at our secondary feature table. It has been an exciting place, and you'll notice you're probably getting screen burn on your monitor now from where the words Tesker and Silver have been at the bottom of the screen. I know. Have a little sip of that. It's just spicy tomato juice. Give it to me, baby. That's a check. Dealer was not happy with the give it to me, baby. Wanted a full proper check knock. 218,000. And I am going to guarantee that if Max checks here, Mr. Roger Tesker is going to throw about 22,000 in the pot or something ridiculous. Yes, that is a check.
Double pointed check.
And Ace King looks good.
Ace King is good.
Nice. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. That's the way these boys look like they're going to be fighting. And that is the hand that takes Max back into the 2 million mark.
Phew.
Him and Mike McDonald's are very, very close. 2.043 million versus 2.045 million for Mike McDonald.
I'm in. Can you move?
Erica is asking,
I want to see how many
can we tell her how Vanessa is doing?
27.
She gone. Apologies, I probably spoke over something interesting that came out of Tesker's voice there. But yeah, if you do want to... he was just asking to see the clock, so nothing to worry about. Yeah, if you do want to find out about Vanessa's exit and all the other exits today, then please do head over to the PokerStarsblog.com. Or alternatively, you can rewind us. And we did bring you some of Vanessa's doubling up and then going out earlier on.
Yeah, she certainly did all she could to keep herself in this game. We also had a nice little interview with her on her way out. Well, actually, she seemed pretty perky.
A little bit of a string there, right?
But you made 25 and then the rest, so it's a good chance. 16.
So Roger went to raise there, but did it in a bit of a sloppy way. So in fact, it went in as a string bet, and it's just a call. And looks like that has invited our small blind into the gig. Edberg also along for the ride. So it looks like, well, interesting that Edberg did that anyway, knowing that Tesker looked like he wanted to raise pre-flop. A little bit of accidental additional information. See, now you check to the perceived pre-flop raiser, who kind of, I mean, he didn't do it as to gain any advantage, but he kind of does have that implied image, if such a thing exists. But you know, you kind of think this is the guy that did want to raise it up pre-flop and accidentally didn't.
Yeah.
So again, it wasn't done as a move, it was just a bit sloppy on his part with his chips. But he's got that little extra bit of gravity behind him. It was 30,000 into 62,000, so half pot bet. Oh, Max also coming along. This is an interesting little line here by everybody.
Yeah.
Kind of shows quite a bit of strength, really, from everybody. I mean, actually, no, that's a lie. Teske, you would expect to do that because of the pre-flop shenanigans.
Yeah.
But both the call from Edberg and then, more importantly, the one from Silver.
4 diamonds on the turn. Okay, so this time Max is gonna lead the turn.
How much?
72,000 is the bet. It's verified by Julia, our French dealer. Carrie Hubbard's apologised, so I'm going to give a shout out to her mum. Hi, Carrie's mum. Thanks for tuning in. Sorry, I'm not Joe or James.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not Joe or James. But hello anyway. Francesca's out of the free roll. Unbelievable. Thanks to Wayne Lawrence for actually picking up on my old school gag about screen burn. I don't think anybody has monitors and CRTs anymore that suffer from screen burn.
I wonder what that was about.
Are you not familiar with screen burn, Mark?
No.
Really? Oh, really? That's so funny. In the old days, this would have been a dreadful thing to have on your monitors because the fact that there's stuff constantly in the same spot. So there's always the pot, there's always the name, and it would be burning an image almost permanently into your rubbish old telly.
Breaking news. Tesco's folded.
What?
I know.
No, I want to recount. Rewind. If you're watching on the stream, can you rewind for me and make sure that he did?
What? That was great. You're out? Yeah.
Get some flying toasters on your screen if you've got screen burn. For some reason, that used to do the job.
That's him.
You young kids, you've no fun. Technology is all sorted now. Back in the early days, when we were just trying to work it all out, it was really quite good fun. It was groundbreaking, but still rubbish. Roger Teske, he is Lord of the Rings. 139 big blinds, 2.2 million, 2.1. Just over 2 million for Mike. I feel like I'm on auto repeat because I just keep saying these three players round and round at the top.
Yeah, and everyone else is in deep trouble.
Everyone else is just, well, in fact,
that's
just a good statement to actually give you an overview of this tournament. There are 3 players on that secondary feature table. Everyone else is in trouble.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
it.
I mean, I appreciate we've got a player here over 2 million. We've got a player very near to it. Doesn't matter. Everyone's in trouble because Max and Mike and Roger are coming to get you.
Back to our feature table. Sorel in another hand. This time against Ortiz. King 9-7. Rainbow.
I've got to be really honest with you. I am genuinely quite gutted that we're not going to be taking you through the last level of the day or down to the 16 players because our feature table has given us some hands, but that secondary feature table is just ridiculously good fun. I don't know why people want Teske on the feature table. We've spent more time on the secondary feature table. It's not like we're not bringing you this.
100,000 was too much. Too much. Sorel takes that one down.
Antoine so feels a little bit like a ticking time bomb. Is good player, lots of chips. Kyle is doing a really good job here, and of course Madis Mer we know has previous. So actually we've got a lot of players in this remaining 27. Just scary as hell, to be honest. Be interesting as tables break, you know, once these players are moving down, and see how our new player configurations, see how many of these get landed facing off against each other. Deep stacks.
35,000.
Freitas is out. He's not really managed to get much going. It is Antoine Sout. This raises us up to 35k. Fabian Ortiz is out. Daniel Gemez also out. Folding. Lots of respect.
Yeah.
See, this would never have happened on the secondary feature table.
No. Anton's would have been probably is one of the better known players at this feature table. Certainly got the biggest results. And as Barry said, very good player, especially after that World Series Poker final table. And let's head out to our secondary feature table again. And Max is in the action again.
Route to the bathroom. I'm going.
Sweden?
Taking on Sweden. Taking on Sweden on two fronts.
Where's
to the left, to the right.
Where's Teska?
He's gone to the bathroom, apparently.
I see. I've never seen this camera view because we've never actually had this much action down this end of the table. That's. I've never known what Edberg really looked like.
Good old Jay for bringing us this shot.
Yeah.
Okay, so Max has defeated the Swedes to the east. Probably to the west, actually, from his point of view. The Swedes to the east. Much harder to deal with. Putting up a fight. 5 diamonds on the river. That brings in the flush. Doesn't scare Max, though.
Nothing scares Max. Straight out the in-betweeners. Ready for battle. 76,000 chips. The day somebody thought of making the chips worth more than just one must have been great, because can you imagine if he had 76,000 chips? I mean,
stop it.
That was just. Somebody went, I've just realised if I write 5 on this, I don't have to put 5 chips out. And then somebody went, well, let's not stop there. And then of course Graphical Nick was born, as was Colour.
Graphical Nick wasn't born; he was written. He's a program of a human being. Yeah.
Wow. There you are. Nice one for Max. I'd also like to acknowledge Paul Walsh picking me up for being so old with my screen burn. Okay, Matt, was the broadcast originally sent out as punched cards when you started? No, we used to actually just burn the vibrations into a wax cylinder. So it was before YouTube, and that we would just leave these wax cylinders in the center of every major city, and people could come up and hold a needle to the wax cylinder and spin it, and they could hear myself and James Hartigan just talking about an imagined game. It was a work of creativity. Mark's looking slightly worried.
I'm worried for your mental health right now, yeah.
I'm actually on a high. I'm feeling quite good. I've finally caught up with jet lag just in time to do one more day and go home.
And then you'll be...
This is what I'm like normally. This is me on full steam. It just took me 5 days to get there.
Mike McDonald had a raise.
Yeah.
35,000 chips.
No, you should have gone 35000. You are rubbish. Oh, do you know what? I thought I'm not going to join in because I don't want to steal your gag. Oh, Mark.
You should have.
Do you know what? I so should have come over the top. We could have high-fived like James and Joe. That would have been awesome.
Up top.
Up top. Joe is just completely Americanified James. 92k in the pot. A rarity, ZZ Top. It's Canada on Canada. Alan Allison against Mike McDonald. 3, Queen 3. Oh, putting the glasses on. Suddenly remembered he's in the pot.
They're both from Canada, eh?
Nice. It was a check from Alison there. We missed this. A check and now a bet. 92k in the pot, and the bet looks 40k on the nose.
The clubs on the turn.
Goonface asking how many players are left. 27. 27.
Okay, so this time Alison's going to come out betting. 40,000 from McDonald on the flop when it's checked to him, and now he's facing a 40,000 bet on the turn. And the famous Mike McDonald stare comes into force. He's a rock star. He's not gonna fall for that, Mike.
I was going to say, he's the dad of the guy out of Nickelback. You can't stare at the side of his face. He's been there, done that.
And Mike McCauley the fourth. Stay tuned. We've got a treat for you coming up after this hand. No one need to miss out on it.
Gets the call. 252,000 in the pot. 9 of clubs. And I say that last bit with gravity. Clubs. Scare card, repping card, actual hit me card. Check, check.
Checkity check.
Some cards. Sevens. Sevens are good. Well, you can understand why Alison found that pretty tricky to play post flop and turn and river.
Yeah, out of position. Couple of overcards.
Interesting check call from Alison on the flop. Nonetheless, Mike McDonald down to just under 2 million and Alan Allison over 1 million.
And this is for you, Mike McCauley. You're asking to see the VPIP, especially from Mr. Tesco, and you can see he is top of that VPIP with 64%. Max Silver, still very aggressive, 40%.
I mean, that's the interesting thing. I mean, 40 is quite a high number, really. 16 for Mike, but 64% VPIP. That tells the story.
George Clyde Smith is asking, is Tom Hall still in, guys? We think he is still in. We'll maybe try and get Joe, our roaming cameraman, out to having a check on his stack, give you a shot. Thank you, Olaf, for your kind words. We'll try and keep up the great job.
I feel like I'm in
if you think we're doing it.
It's been a good session, hasn't it? We've been blessed with some fantastic play, some great tables. We had Barry in with us last level. It's been a good day for sure.
Yeah, and there's that shot of Tom Hall for you, George. I hope you saw him there. I mean, that was the wide shot. Of course, George Clyde Smith, so close to the final table last year. I think he bubbled or was he's either 9th or 10th as a qualifier. Turn that into a 100k score.
This hand went Mur raising to 33, calling by Antoine Saut. Check, check, post flop. Check, check, post turn. And now with the Queen of Spades on the river, Antoine Saut has made it 56,000. It's the magic number.
Hit quads. Can't be too careful until, you know, he's sure he's got a lock on the hand.
Yeah, wanted his opponent to catch up. All the cliches from poker commentary rolling out. But now doesn't want to miss out on a bit of value.
Good fold, good fold.
Yeah. Good fold, yeah.
Yeah, quads.
Escape from quads again in your cinemas, June 2015.
Stevie Allenson's asking where my accent is from. I'm from London, mate. You know, I'm a London geezer.
Right, dodgy geezer, isn't you?
Dodgy geezer.
Ah, it's all in, innit? Missy is asking how many players are you going down to with this broadcast? Well, potentially 16, but if that doesn't happen by the end of level 23, which is the next level, that is where today's play and broadcast will also end. So whichever comes first, 16 players or the end of level 23. We have got just over 15 minutes left on this level 22, and then there'll be another 15-minute break. All in and a call on our feature table outside.
Classic race underway.
It's a classic race. It's Ace-Jack versus Pocket Nines. That is not a very helpful block.
It looks like it's Mike McDonald up against one of our Swedish players.
Yeah, we know that they were all looking a bit low.
Edberg versus Mike McDonald, and it looks like Mike McDonald's going to take the scalp of Edberg, and he does. Pocket Nines hold up.
Thank you.
That's nice and respectful.
Nice to meet you. Here are my chips.
I want to know if anybody thinks at any point in time today I was out of line. Anything I've said or done, or I've slowed the game down.
I've been around all day with you, though. You sometimes slow the game down, but not substantially. Like, it's not like...
Sometimes you just don't have. That's not even but they grab my ante and I think them.
Or stuff like not knowing the blind level, and then like missing
I asked the question.
But it does slow the game down. Not like, I mean, there are other people in the tournament.
Not as much as these cameras.
Yeah.
Not nearly as much as these cameras.
Interesting conversation.
Oh, so George Clydesmith got back in touch. Said he came 11th last year, ran queens into aces. Of Dimitar Danchev, who went on to win the title. Still a great effort though, George. Hopefully see you in Edinburgh if you're going to be there. I know you were there last year.
I'm on your side.
I formally request an interview with whoever's broadcasting this stuff upon completion of this day.
Get him in here.
Should we ask him to sit out for an orbit and get him in the booth? That would be unfair.
No, that would be unfair. Look at his chips. His chips are a mess. Come on now, man. Have some pride. Actually, that's fine. You can see what's going on there. He is out of this hand, remarkably. Mike has made it 32. Got the call out of Grayson Ramage.
Sorry? 26. We got 2 more to go.
Yeah, 2 more. And then they'll do a full redraw for tomorrow as well.
6-5 deuce, 2 hearts down.
These will change.
My girl. You know what? Keep the whole 20. They might come take that away from me. I'm not sure.
I think you're all right, Roger. I think you're all right.
Boy, I'll have a field day with that interview.
I'm not sure that you're going to get it.
I don't think I'm going to get it just because I want it. I have 2 conditions. 1, that they post the entire dialogue. And 2, they ask me why
That's 1 again.
I was penalized at the beginning of the day. Apart from that, they can ask me any question they want, and I'll answer truthfully.
Ask him how he plays jacks.
Do you want a lie detector then?
27 times, 144.
Any questions?
Any question.
I wouldn't volunteer for that.
As long as the entire dialogue is posted, I'm in. As y'all can see, drunk, not stupid.
Get that T-shirt printed immediately.
Huge like letters. Drunk, not stupid.
I think that's a fair appraisal. So Mike has raised this to 40k. Round to the man, the legend, the T-shirt.
The 3-bet.
The 3-bet. Roger Teska banks it up to 100,000. No, thank you. Back round. To Mike. That's where the flop will go, in case you're wondering. 236,000 in the pot right now. 6 deuce 4 2 diamonds. A check from Mike McDonald that was the original aggressor, who then ran into the aggressor of Roger, who is not going to miss this opportunity.
The aggressor.
The aggressor.
Technical term.
75 into 236,000. Yet more interesting bet sizing from Roger Teska.
You gotta love it.
I gotta be honest, I am quite liking him.
Give the man an interview, says Bart. Should be fun.
I'm well up for that.
75,000 called. Mike McDonald staring away as the turn comes out. Slowly arches his head back towards community cards. A 3 makes a straight here, Matt. Did you know that?
Thank you.
Live
I'm
card
glad
to the
you're
right.
here. No, thank you. Expert commentary and analysis. You're watching EPT Live.
That's why I'm here.
There are no more cards to come. This hand is effectively over from a cards point of view.
What about 6th Street, 7th Street, 8? Oh,
Wrong
game.
You're thinking of upside down, pineapple, Irish,
stud you like.
Monkey, wipe.
Chickadee check on the turn, 9 of hearts on the river, which apparently is the last card.
Here we come. Come on, Mike. Give the man something proper to think about.
That's a proper sized bet if ever I've seen one. 250,000, that's a man sized bet.
Yeah. 386,000 in the pot. And there it is, 250,000 to consider. Feel free to stare at Mike. If you can see more than one, it's an optical illusion. I love this. I love this deliberation. It's like Candyland is a bit Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm just going to take my time.
Why so serious? Even the Russians are laughing next door. He's got to them. Oh, he's drinking vodka in that drink, so...
Well, that's why.
That's why.
He has their attention. He can't even quite do that little card thing. But, nah, fair dues. Hats off to Mike there. Nice. Nice.
Mike's handling really well, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that's why Mike doesn't... I mean, obviously, if you heard that, Roger just said...
If I get that interview, can I reference you, Mr. Mike?
Saying what?
That you're an honest guy and that you spent a good number of hours with me at the table, and you can vouch for whether or not that I was anything other than respectful and courteous to dealers, staff, cocktail waitresses. The only people that I had anything rude to say to were the camera staff, because I saw them as my point of anger.
You can use me as a reference, and I will give my fair and honest.
I believe that you will.
Well, yeah. Don't need to add anything to that.
No. Not needed.
Interesting times, boys and girls, eh? 8 minutes and 36 seconds left on level 22 as we return to our less bonkers featured table. Although we did miss Fabio Flatus going all in on the last hand. Did not get called, so he is still with us. On this occasion, it's Daniel Gamez who has made it 36k.
Wakey on the rail. It's a big yawn there.
That was enormous. I felt the hairs on my ears suck towards the screen as he did that. Thank you again for everyone that's being pleasant on Twitter. Glad you're enjoying the broadcast. It's a good one. We have been blessed with some fantastic poker and some good personalities.
I mean, it's easy. It's easy.
It's easy.
Yeah, our job's easy when it...
Obviously, I think probably the Stingray competition probably was a little bit of a high. Obviously, Matt Barry Greenstein, again, lovely bloke. I think is going to do very well at poker. He's clearly got some ability.
You need to keep your ego in check, Matt. getting too carried away with these competitions, as fine as they are.
Do you know, I just love them.
It's your niche. I'll give you credit. Credit's due. You know, you are very good at them.
I just wind up our incredibly talented artistic audience and let them go, and then they just amuse each other. This is quite juicy. So Gamez made it 36, then Mur made it 84. Now we've got ourselves an 188,000 in the pot.
Our producer makes a good point. Game show, Matt. I could see you, you know, afternoon, daytime TV game show. Jeopardy.
Do you know what?
The Chase.
It's there. It's there. I'm available. I'm available. I've literally got nothing in my diary after PCA.
Ace, 9, Queen, couple of diamonds. Dealer versus big blind battle. You see this a lot. Murs led into Gamez, 66,000. He 3-bet pre-flop and now he's leading the flop. It doesn't look like Gamez is going anywhere.
Doesn't matter.
Buena. Nice answer.
Gracias. Thank you.
It's nice to see these players being polite to each other. Manners don't cost a thing, but they mean the world.
Am I small button or small blind?
So only 2 players outside of the danger zone there. Everyone else in real trouble. Not really, everyone's still really deep. Teska's dropped below 2 million.
No, it's a macumba.
And our secondary feature table.
I don't think I've seen our audience so split by a player since the likes of Luke Schwartz. Lots of love for our friend Roger Teska and lots of people hating him. We shall see as this tournament progresses, because right now he's got enough chips that he's going to be with us for a while. Let's see how things progress when we get through this remaining 5 minutes of this level, then a 15-minute break. And then James and Joe take you through the rest of level 23, unless we get down to 16 players. Roger Teska is going to be a feature of that for sure.
It's going to be close. I'm not sure we'll get down to the final 16 players. I reckon we'll 18.5 players is going to be my guess. The 0.5 is obviously Teska. Raise and take.
I don't have a hand.
You would have had a chance to double up.
Easy game. Sometimes.
You're gonna call me for sure.
Sometimes.
That time.
See, I'm with Patrick. I said this a little while ago. I think Teska does look like a chunky Leonardo DiCaprio. And especially when he has a drink and he thinks about things, he makes me think of, if anyone's seen Django Unchained, he looks like Monsieur Candy. Welcome to Candyland.
Welcome to the second feature table.
Good accent. It's
Thank
one
you.
of your strengths.
I know. Not.
I thought you were about to say I'm going on the road with my one-man show.
Yeah.
Catch Mark in a very small civic centre near you soon.
I literally can, like, from one syllable to the next, I can go from anywhere from a Welsh accent to an Indian accent and anywhere in between. It's quite extraordinary.
Just refer to it as an international accent, and then just whoever says it's a bit Swedish, but there's also a bit of Israeli. Exactly, anything you need. Silver making it 32, folding, 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 folding. That is how you win poker, along with all the other things that you do. Al on his back, stretch his legs. Not much business for the massage girls today. I've hardly seen anyone getting any massage, unless it's their day off. Ordinarily, one of our players is being pummeled within an inch of their life while the game's going on.
Sorry? Yes, 40 stars.
fabulous screen grab someone's done about how to deal with Mike McDonald's stare.
Brilliant.
Have a nice big swig on your beverage.
Who posted that? Was that?
That was
Stake Me.
That was Stake Me Unbroke. Hats off.
ZZ tops off and away again. He doesn't like staying in his seat for long, does he?
Yeah, it's funny
Mr.
that.
Allinson.
I wonder why that's about. Unless he's just got a friend with him and so they're chatting in between hands and he doesn't want to do that at the table.
Team PokerStars blog in the background there. Stephen Bartley stroking his tune next to Howard Swains.
Could have been worse. He could have been stroking Howard's chin, which is just clearly against the rules.
Maybe he did because Howard's off.
Yeah, well, he saw it coming. He thought, this is how it starts. Steve strokes his own chin and then he starts moving on to the other attractive members of the blog team.
Give us a wave, Steve. Give us a wave.
He's not listening.
Oh.
He can't hear you.
It's Paul Ornstein from Bluff, Ricky Doff from Poker News. All the guys working hard on the floor.
Yeah, these are the people that bring you all these updates we keep telling you about. Meanwhile, here it's gone check from Ramage, check from Olofsson. Round to the Stairmaster. And I just realised there's no one ever called him that before.
Luckily, you're only here for another 45 seconds.
It's a shame. Guys, before we do head off, thanks ever so much for being with us these couple of sessions today with myself and Mark. James and Joe are going to take you through the rest of today's play.
And apparently, we've crushed match of the day tonight, which is boring compared to us.
Oh, really? I've got that taped for when I get back.
Gary Lineker in your big ears. Get out.
Yeah. You know what? We are to Alan Shearer and Alan Hansen what cheese is to dessert. I don't know what I mean.
Yeah, anyway, 60,000. I'll save you. Don't worry, I've got this.
Thanks.
I'll take over.
Thanks so much.
60,000 from Mr. McDonald.
While Olsen think about this, very quickly to Adam asking where I can watch the full Q&A sessions that pros did. Lee Jones talks about this. Don't forget, always check out the blog, always check out the YouTube channel for anything you want to catch up on.
Check back call, 7 of hearts. Check.
Keep it up. Break up for the thing.
Mike McDonald taking his time. David's asking what are the white badges that the players have at the table. That's got their media ID number on. So all the different media outlets that are here are covering the tournament rather than asking players' names while they're trying to concentrate. They can have a look at that number, refer to an Excel spreadsheet that Madeline Harper puts together. And then everyone gets a mention in the blogs. 100,000 is the bet for Mike McDonald.
Yeah, this is forming into a sizable pot to end the level on if this continues. Still one street of betting potentially to come.
Yeah, and Olofsson's only got 357,000 chips back.
Yeah.
So this is a really crucial junction for him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Right now, if he goes with this, especially knowing that we're about to turn a level and the price of play is going up.
Yeah, he'll have a little bit more than just half the pot left on the river.
Yeah.
Look at that stare down.
Looks like he's not done with this. He was the pre-flop raiser, not that that means too much. He's coming along for the ride. He's not going to raise, but he is going to call. We've got 445,000 in this pot now, and only 257k back for Olofsson.
10 of hearts. Maybe Olofsson has something like, a pair and a flush draw maybe over the 9 of clubs with another club. Who knows? It's just one of the range of hands he could be on.
Yeah, I guess to be calling there, you'd seem as... I don't know. Yeah, possibly so. It's just such a patchy board, isn't it?
Yeah, if he just had a bare flush draw, then I think he would have played it more aggressively out of position.
You'd think he'd need something else to back it up, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't think he's got just a bare draw. I think he's got some sort of value hand as well, or maybe just a value hand without the flush draw. Checked over to McDonald's. All in. So this is the problem, playing out of position and giving up the initiative in the hand after being the aggressor pre-flop. Put yourself in a world of trouble because you're kind of just guessing where you're at because you don't have as much information as if you bet into McDonald. With time it sniffs the weakness, he's going to try and exploit it. If you've got a chink in your armour, he's going to try and open that chink. You can see the all-in is for 2.2 million, but really it's effectively 257,000, which is what Mr. Olafsson has behind. Here we go.
Let's see the damage.
King, oh, is that King 10 of clubs? And he might have hit the 10 on the river. Oh, wow.
Well, it does make total sense, but
Jack
it's bad
9.
news.
Yeah, he did have just the value hands. Bad news, though. What a horrible river for him.
Well, better to go out with a bang than a whimper. He gave it a good shot, and it's understandable from both hands how that went down. But bad news for Olafsson. At least he hasn't got to wait 10 minutes to come back with his dwindling stack, because he just gave it all to Mike McDonald.
And I think his elimination means that we're down to 24 players in the main event. They'll be coming back in 10 minutes' time after this break.
Yeah, and as you can see, that has a massive impact on Mike as he gets ready to come back for the last level of the day. Just shy of 3 million in chips now. Max still holding his own 2.3, and the ever-interesting Roger Teska just shy of 2 million. Other than that, Alon, who's hardly been at the table, is still doing very well. And this is what's happening on the Fidge table. While we were away watching that hand, we actually lost Jorge Ribeiro. But this is how it stands. 2.1 million for Antoine South. Fabian Ortiz just over 2 million. Also the shortest stack, Fabian Freitas. That's it from myself and Matt. Sorry, I'm Matt. Myself and Mark.
It's all about you.
But Joe and James. Matt and Matt. Joe and James will be back with you in about 9 minutes' time. Enjoy the rest of your day with those guys, and we will see you very soon.
Good night.
The second you join our table, you know things are different. This is poker as it was meant to be played. With the whoosh of the deal, the chips hitting felt, and the raking of the pot. Because we didn't just create another online poker site. We used the sights and sounds of poker to bring the game to life. FullTiltPoker.net, it's where we play.
Not since Torquemada and the Inquisition has this kind of cruelty been inflicted upon a small Jewish man.
I've done well in poker. I don't like to brag, but you could look it up.
But now all that kind of goes out the window. It's pretty crazy, actually, especially with the first prize like this.
It's all or nothing. $1 million. Who couldn't use $1 million?
Millie ball, ching.
Finally, we get to do something new and exciting. I'm looking forward to putting Scotty Nguyen and Jennifer Tilly in the cage, and I'll be mocking them while they're there.
The Prince Poker Baby, Scotty Nguyen.
Armageddon's coming.
Feels good to do the light stuff, you know? Give me loads of time.
Oh, I don't want to go in the shark cage.
I can't fold this to the toilet.
God damn, don't do it!
Was that a bluff?
Oh, in the cage.
It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
That's called a needle.
We have that cage. We should have like a dominatrix with a whip come out. Like all the in there.
I will fly across this table and beat you with my chip. It's not just a dislike. I hate you.
Such an idiot! I'm more concerned about how I get Mr. Gruesome over in that cage.
I don't like to do that, Theodore.
All poker should be like this.
They don't even give you a chair in there.
I love traveling, I love exploring. I've been homeless for the last 2 years, and it's the second time I've been homeless. And by homeless, I mean all the other professionals go home after the tournament. I stopped going home, and I just decided, why don't I go explore the world? So usually when I'm done playing an event, I'll go, visit a country nearby, or sometimes I meet someone at the tournament who lives in a country I've never been to, and they'll offer me their couch or their guest bedroom, and those are the opportunities that I live for, and I love those types of trips. Earlier this year, I went to Thailand, and I went to a Buddhist monastery where I couldn't speak for 10 days, and it was probably 10 of the best days of my life. We meditated for about 10 hours a day. We slept on wooden bunk beds with just a straw mat. The shower was just a tub of water and a scooper. The point of all that was to get rid of your attachments. At first, on day one, people are kind of freaking out that they have to live like this, and by the end of the 10 days, you kind of realize it's not that big of a deal, and it just becomes normal. Then you get back to your real life, and you realize, you're constantly desiring all these things, and you want more and more, but, it's all relative. When you live like that, it's okay, so now all this other stuff just seems like extra. I think after the retreat, it kind of made me realize that I'm trying to do too much at the same time, and that I actually just want to more like sit back and relax and just focus on one thing, and that's what I've been doing, and I'm a lot happier with that. And I've actually decided to focus more on poker for the time being. Better to do one thing really good than try to do 2 or 3 things half-assed. The way I choose to live my life is I like extremes, so I'll do 2 months of non-stop poker and nothing else, and then I'll do a month of fun, exploring, just completely ignore poker.
You said you wanted to see the dynamic between Max Silver and Vanessa Selbst? Internet, you're welcome. Silver raised pre, Selbst 3-bet. Check on the flop. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Delayed C-bet from Vanessa.
Funny thing about Max Silver, his name, Max Silver, would indicate that he's silver, but he's not. He's actually human person colored, Caucasian. He's not silver.
Max Silver calls the 54,000. I'm sorry, Lee. I try to control it.
I didn't know if I was supposed to say anything or what.
There's like 6 people out there who know what I'm talking about.
Listen, the last time I tried something with Max Silver, I tried to do something with Max's Silver Hammer, and it just like went nowhere.
Yeah. Happens.
Reference a obscure Beatles song.
Check. Vanessa checks the river, which is a 9.
What? Here we go.
Those are little stacks of 5K chips.
I think 107 is the number.
A little bit of yellow icing on top.
No, I'm wrong. It's 100 and it's 25 more than that. It's 132 if I'm not mistaken.
You know, he took all that time to stack it out so carefully, drops the blue chip, and then just sticks it on top. Come on, Max, take a little pride in your work.
Well, I've heard of the cycle. This looks like a yawn call from Vanessa. She does call.
Wow.
Got there.
Oh, well, he had diamonds on the turn.
Wow.
Smile.
Wowie.
They're winning.
We've seen Vanessa
Check raising.
lose 2 big hands in a row now.
That's some bad news.
She's down below 600,000. Max Silver increases his stack. He's now playing more than 1.5 million.
Thanks. He and shove for his last 63K.
Rob says, James, sorry buddy, you can't pull off the rap verses. Love the coverage, but rap is not just your thing. Using my correct Twitter handle is not your thing, Rob.
Boom.
Hey-o.
Sorry. You were.
Is it due to ask for a count?
6.5 big blinds. I mean, not even.
Calling it.
Jude calls. Small blind folds. Isaac Barron folds the big blind. Showdown.
Heard A7 for one player.
That's what Yen shoved with. Queens, that's what Jude called with.
So I think Jude's asking for a count to sort of maybe try to get someone to come along behind.
I don't think you really need to ask for a count though. You can just wait. I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's like, you know, 2 stacks, but whatever. Whatever you can to make somebody else behind you. It's not a slow roll or whatever.
No, it just seemed pretty obvious, like that it was super short, and if I don't know what hand you would like need to have a count with.
It's almost you trap people less if you ask for it because it's so obvious. It's just like, oh, so you want people to know.
Oh, ace on the flop, but Ainsworth turns a straight.
Can still chop, yeah?
Nice hand.
2 pair on the river, not enough. And Daniel Yen sent to the rail.
Thank you.
With fewer than 45 players remaining in the tournament. And as we come back from the break, the tournament clock says 27 players remain in the 2014 PokerStars.net PCA main event. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies, back for the last level of the night.
And I say with a certain degree of confidence, Joe, that we will play a full level here. Highly unlikely that we'll lose 11 players during the last 90 minutes, although the tournament clock is a little bit behind. We're down to 24. We're actually down to the final 3 tables. Not beyond the realms of possibility that we lose 8 players during the last level, but I still think that we're in this for 90 minutes.
I mean, it's certainly possible with 5-handed play at one of the tables.
Well, obviously, there'll be 3 players joining this table very soon.
Right, of course. Sorry.
But these are the stacks of the players currently seated at that table as we get play underway again with the blinds at 10,000, 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. Level 23 of the tournament, final level of the night. And Joe and I are joined right now on our live stream from the PCA by PokerStars head of blogging, Brad Willis.
How are you guys doing?
Now, Brad, can we be friends tomorrow?
I hope so. I mean, as much as I'd love watching Colin Kaepernick play. I'm a Carolina man. I've lived in the Carolinas for 14 years now, and I took my son to his first Monday Night Football game this year, and we got to watch the Panthers beat the Patriots.
Due to a controversial non-call, but in the dying moments of the game.
Yeah, but as far as my child is concerned, that was clean.
But if I know it aces, I'm going to fold.
I think, if anything, Bill Belichick deserves it.
I don't know why he raised.
I shed no tears for him.
I'm stupid.
Well, it looks like whoever wins that game tomorrow is going to Seattle. A bit of a blowout.
What's this now? Hockey?
Yep. And that's it?
Football, Joe.
Oh, it's a beautiful game.
No, not soccer.
TV
football.
Said it's 16
football,
guys
football.
Is this level?
Real football.
Are you ready for some football?
Yeah, and then it's
I don't think so.
So as you can see, a table's being broken. So we are going to be 8-handed at the main feature table, 8-handed on the secondary table. There'll be a third table in play as well. And we're getting close. This is the point in the tournament, Brad, where the race is on to the final table. And the players now really see that final's in sight.
It's fun to watch it, because at this time yesterday, all the people who were still here about this time were very excited just to be in the money. Now you realize the people you see here, they're no longer thinking about the money. They're thinking about the final table, and once they get to the final table, they'll realize they're up for $1.8 million. So with the exception of just maybe a couple of people in here, it's a quiet, fairly tense experience.
Now's when the real poker starts.
By the way, remember, if you want to get in touch, you can tag your tweets EPT Live. You can email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Rob King says, as I sit here watching Seattle crush New Orleans, I'm wondering if you're going to be on the stream during the 49ers game. Trying to work it tomorrow, Rob, so that I can see as much of the game as possible.
Seeing Isaac Barron getting mic'd up right here. We did not recognize him for the first couple of days. He's lost some weight, and he was wearing shades through most of the tournament. As much as I've watched this guy play over the years, I didn't recognize him.
Well,
Look, as far as I'm concerned, there's only one Isaac, and it's Haxton.
He's an Ike. Besides, Lee Jones was with us earlier on, and he actually thought we had it wrong. He was like, that is not Isaac Barron. I'm confident that's not Isaac. Oh, it is Isaac Barron?
Yeah, I think
he's
so.
clearly been working out.
820, 920.
Do you know the...
No. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Seattle crushed him 23-0.
Andre Williams tweets to say, you are guys. We are indeed.
And my boy, John Cake, tweets in to let us know he's in the final 300 in the PCA free roll.
701.
My boy, John Cake.
Tasty.
2701.
2701.
And that is Pascal Lefrancois. Looks like he's back at the feature table as well.
My name?
And these are the other two tables.
Oh, okay.
Tom Hall.
So he's probably, do you think he's probably
on the
good?
third table.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you think you guys could get away with writing a blog about team pros that are dropped and then go really deep in tournaments?
You know what? We probably could get away with that.
Because Jude
actually.
Ainsworth is here. If you remember the fellow who won London, I think it was last season.
Ruben Visser.
Ruben Visser was a former team pro. That might be kind of a neat little thing. You know what? You can have that.
You know, thank you. Thank you for that. It'll make us happy. We were actually talking just yesterday and going back and playing a little game in which we were thinking about former team pros and seeing how many we could name. And it went on for a while, and it led to a discussion actually of, you know, when's the next time we're going to see somebody who's maybe a previous team pro who comes back?
It was strange because I think it was in Deauville last season that Ruben Visser actually did a guest spot on EPT Live, and we talked to him about the fact that obviously he had been signed by PokerStars, and he said, look, during that time I just didn't play well, I didn't get the results. Totally understands why the deal wasn't renewed, and bizarrely not having that pressure of wearing the badge kind of made him play differently, and then he started getting results again, and of course a couple of months later went on to win London.
It's amazing you talk about the responsibility of playing, whether you're playing for the responsibility of your family or representing a company. You know, you have that situation where you're not just playing for yourself anymore, and that can add some pressure that you don't necessarily want.
Pascal Lefrancois has worked his stack up again. He sits down at our feature table with 2.7 million. The two other big stacks, Antoine Saut with just over 2 million, Fabian Ortiz on 2.1 million.
I once watched Fabian Ortiz come back from a small blind, one single small blind at a final table, and win the tournament on the LAPT.
Really?
I did.
That reminds me of this phrase that I came up with a few years ago. And people sometimes butcher it, but it's all it takes is a chip and a chair.
You know, that was you that came up with
Yeah,
that, wasn't it?
that was me. 2009.
Yeah.
All it takes is a chip and a chair, and it's exactly stories like you just said, like Fabian Ortiz.
I'm glad to know somebody like you.
Well, according to the live updates on the PokerStars blog, Mike McDonald is the current tournament chip leader with 2.9 million. Pascal Lefrancois, the second biggest stack, with 2.7.
Y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard that all in.
We heard it, and that is
Fabio Freitas
shoving for 194,000.
I just want to say for the record, at the beginning of day 3, when Mike McDonald did not have a lot of chips, I predicted he would make the final table. Thank you, Mike.
If he doesn't make the final table, will you come on the show?
If he doesn't make the final table, I will come on the show, and you can say whatever you want to me.
No, I want you to say it to yourself.
I say it to myself every night, alone in my room, staring at a popcorn ceiling.
The shove gets through. Freitas adds blinds and antes to his stack. A reminder that we're now playing 10-20 with a 3K ante. So obviously, Brad, I mentioned the live updates of the main event. Important to say that people wanting to follow the 25K high roller today can find live updates of that event as well.
That's exactly right. We have live updates on the PokerStars blog for both the main event and the high roller, which has just got a ton of people playing it today. It's insane to see that thing go off. And we just, as always, we also have features from both events from all our PokerStars blog writers. They can all be accessed from the front page of PokerStarsblog.com.
And just to answer a common question that we've been getting about whether we'll be showing the high roller, maybe some bonus coverage tomorrow, but the schedule's slightly different this year. It used to be that the high roller final table was played the day after the main event. This year, the final tables are on the same day. So the high roller won't be televised at all, and there won't actually be a live stream of the final table of the high roller. Certainly not cards up, dedicated coverage.
Gonna check out some of the secondary table action. Looks like a sloppy wet board.
Max Silva was the pre-flop raiser, got 2 calls. As we head to the turn, it's McDonald v Silva. Max did not continue the flop. It was Mike who bet 70,000. Silva checks a second time. The board Jack 10-10-6 with 3 hearts.
Two big stacks, the two biggest stacks at the table.
Bet is 200,000.
Mike betting again. He started the hand with 2.9 million, as we said a few moments ago. Max Silva started the hand with 2.3 million.
Big bet here on the turn. More than 2/3 pot. Maybe Mike really wants Max to pay to draw.
Call.
Silva check calls a second time. We go to the river. 4 of clubs, unlikely to have changed anything.
Check.
Silva checks a third time. Do we get the third bet from Timex? By the way, Maureen McCarthy has chimed in on Twitter. Have I told you lately that Brad Willis is the best writer ever? So good to hear you on the live stream.
Thank you, Maureen.
Maureen, you're the best viewer ever.
It's a good thing my mom can hop on Twitter, right?
Here comes Mike, loading up. And he empties the clip.
450,000.
450,000 into a pot of 544,000.
So another just bomb here. You know, and this bet is fairly polarizing. You know, it's not quite pot size, but you do expect Mike to have an absolutely huge hand here most of the time, or maybe some kind of missed draw. Maybe he's betting so big on the turn, you know, with some kind of semi bluff. Maybe he didn't want to get called on the turn. And I just think in general, most of the time when players are betting this big, they are value betting.
Interesting.
But this is the same thing that Max is wondering right now. Did Mike miss, or was he already huge?
Sorry guys, we need a few minutes here.
Announces that he's going to need a few minutes. It's already been close to 2, I'm guessing. We will see the timer pop up once he has reached 2 minutes.
I'll make Mike sweat that spot there.
Thank you, Graphical Nick.
Water supply is now depleted.
I guess we could talk a little bit about Max's hand and what he might tank this long with. Not sure if he tanks this long with a 10. Maybe. I mean, this is a tough spot, I think, for anything that's not a full house. You're not completely sure about it.
Okay.
Well, Silver lays it down.
Good time to show a bluff, though. Really good time to show a bluff. If I had a bluff, I'd show it. Yeah.
Bullshit. No.
That'll be Roger Teska.
Welcome back, Roger.
Pretty sure I've never shown a bluff.
Well, that's bullshit too, but you wouldn't have.
Okay.
Mike McDonald consolidates his chip lead up to 3.24 million.
TV. That's why I tanked. Just like I was sure it would make TV, you know, so I could see your hands.
Not sure I agree with Max's logic there, but
That doesn't make TV.
my guess is it's got a good shot at making TV at this stage of the tournament.
2 big stacks tangling, 2 known players, I'd say.
In response to me saying we're not sure whether or not Mike is huge, Nathan says Mike was already huge, but does he have a big hand?
But Brad, I wanted to ask you a quick question about the work that you, Howard, Stephen, and Kira are doing right now. At this point in the tournament, does your job become easier in the sense that with fewer players, now is the time to really tell the story of those players?
I wouldn't necessarily say it becomes easier, because at the beginning of the tournament we have such a large field from which to draw stories, and we can pick out the stories that we really, really want to tell. Now it becomes a matter of actually learning about very specific players and learning more about their lives. And a lot of the times when we get to a situation like this, you have guys that really don't necessarily have an interest in taking an extra 5 or 10 minutes during their break or after the day to talk to folks like us. And that's not saying that some don't, or not saying that we won't try, because we certainly do. But it's a little bit more difficult as we get toward the end. But you know what? It also gets a lot more exciting for everybody.
As we get to the business end of the tournament. By the way, everyone is now locked up. $50,900. And the money jumps start getting pretty severe over the course of the next few bust outs. So Teska's pre-flop raise, called by Max Silver in the big blind. Check on the flop. Board pairs on the turn. And with no c-bet from Teska, Silver leads.
Call.
Teska calls. The river card is the Queen of Hearts.
And that queen is going to hit a lot of hands that are going to stick around here with a turn on the bet, a bet on the turn.
Max fires again.
And plenty of hands that may have been semi-bluffing the turn as well.
Max betting 130,000.
You think he's doing the pee-pee dance over there?
I can confirm that number one, he does have bathroom issues, and that he's been trying to find shortcuts to the bathroom every once in a while, much to the chagrin of some of the security who are around here. I can also confirm that very leg bounces about 98% of the time he's sitting there.
Trying to get a read as he picks up the calling chips. Not exactly Antonio Sfondiari over there with the chips, is he?
Call.
He calls.
Two jacks.
Pocket jacks, the hand for Max Silva.
Had a good hand.
And Teska mucks. Silva adding 261,000 to his stack. Teska now down to a 1.7 million.
Wonder what he called with. Hope it wasn't much worse than a 10.
Now, one thing we always do when you're in the booth, Brad, and throughout the day, and whenever we speak to you guys, is encourage people to follow @PokerStars blog on Twitter, because that's where we learn when a new article has been published on the blog. And I see that there's a piece about Jake Cody just gone up, because of course Jake is celebrating his 1-year anniversary as a member of Team Pro.
It was so fun having Jake join last year. You know, he's a wonderful human being to begin with. Yeah, he's you know, fatherhood is going to do great things for him. And this morning, he got together with a bunch of his team pros for breakfast and had a chat. And our Stephen Bartley went in and spoke with Jake. And so I know that Stephen's been working really hard on that story all afternoon. And you should definitely take an opportunity to read it, because Jake's a very fascinating human being.
And we were speaking a few moments ago, we just took a case study in Ruben Visser and the pressure he felt when he was wearing the patch, and the fact he didn't have any results during his time as a member of Team Pro. Jake responded completely the opposite direction. He's had an amazing year.
I mean, he came out, it wasn't but just a few weeks after signing with Team Pro that he hopped over, and I mean, given it's the UK IPT Series, it's a smaller buy-in event, but he went, and the very first UK IPT Series event, he won it.
And let's not forget that he made the final table, arguably the greatest final table of all time, at the grand final in Monaco, as we have an all-in at the secondary feature table. Mike McDonald raises to 40,000. Anton Erlovsky moves all in and gets called by Timex. Mike with ace-king. Queen's the hand for Aronofsky. And that means there is a classic race underway at the secondary feature table.
The classicist.
And this was the hand that saw Liv Bourrie eliminated from the tournament earlier today. Queen's lost to ace-king. And there is a king on the flop.
The classic king on the flop.
Irolevsky will need to see a queen on the river. No help.
No classic river suck out.
So he is out in 24th place. We are down to 23. 75 minutes remaining on the level, 75 minutes remaining on the day. Everyone who survives this level will come back for day 5, the penultimate day of the PCA main event. Tomorrow is when we do play down to a final table, play down to the final 8, and then on Monday, 8 play down to a champion. And our coverage on Monday will be slightly different. Being a final table, will bring you whole cards up on a 1-hour delay.
Just the final table, not tomorrow.
Now, Brad, I want an honest answer from you to this question. It's okay. You're allowed to have an opinion. Views expressed on your own, not those of your employer. How do you guys feel about the fact that we ask and you oblige us to actually report off the delay rather than in real time?
You know what? There is a great deal of discussion that goes on about that at the PokerStars blog. And I can tell you that the opinions are often split. There are members of the blog team that would very much like to be able to report in real time. And there are those of us who don't necessarily care as much. I like to think that as much as, and I've told you guys earlier this week, I hated when you guys started doing this this broadcast because it took away from a lot of the people that might read us for our live updates. But again, you guys have become so good at what you do that we now serve as a companion to you, and I think we work together pretty well symbiotically. But
I hope you guys really think that, because I'll say that y'all certainly help us out.
Well, we enjoy coming in here, and we enjoy you guys promoting our stories, and we enjoy promoting you at the same time. I will say, however, that after our... Oh, we lost one.
Yeah, from the outer table. Another man down, taking us down to 22.
But as far as the delay goes, the only thing that I really, truly dislike about it is that when the work day is over in the tournament room, we can't officially post anything until an hour after it's passed, which keeps us an hour from slipping into bed and going night-night.
I appreciate that.
Such a great feeling to be stacking chips at this point in the tournament. I mean, a good feeling at any point, but just every pot's so crucial. Now is when the money jumps, you know, actually start to mean a little bit more. 24th place to 23rd place is another jump in prize money. It goes up 10K from 24th to 23rd.
Well, just heading back to our main feature table, let's just recap the action here. Daniel Gamez raised to 46,000 pre-flop. Antoine Sout defended his big blind. Check on the flop. On the turn, Sout led out for 47K. Gamez raised to 94,000, and then we get the 3-bet from Sout to 187K. Decision now back on Gamez.
Wow, I mean, this is kind of weird that a hand would play out like this to begin with. We very rarely see the action go this way. And it would be, you know, we haven't watched much of these guys play. If they're not monkeying around, my guess is they probably have like pretty similar hands.
Both have an 8?
It's possible. I mean, Gamez raised, was the original raiser from under the gun +2.
Well, here comes the 4-bet.
I mean, it could be, the way the action's going, it could easily be like 9s versus an 8. And Sout was monkeying around, it looks like. Did he call time, or did he push his cards in the middle?
I guess he folded because the pot is being shipped towards Gamez. Yep, the 4-bet gets through, and Gamez chips up to over $1 million.
So maybe just a 9
Couple double ups
for Antoine
I
Sout.
had a 1,800 when the blinds were 500,000.
Wow.
Well, here's a question on Twitter, Brad, from Adam. Is it too early to start talking about Mike McDonald becoming the first 2-time EPT champion?
And you ran it back up, huh?
Well, it's never too early. We start talking about that at the beginning of every tournament. And anytime anybody makes day 3 and they're still a champion, we talk about it. You know, it's fascinating because we're heading headlong into 100 main event champions for the PCA. Not the PCA, but for the EPT overall. And it's funny because the very first champion of the next season is scheduled to be the 100th champion. And if Mike McDonald somehow manages to win this one, he's going to mess that up.
Mike's come close before to being the first 2-time winner. We talked earlier on about the fact that he final tabled Dortmund, the event he won the very next year.
It was before anyone even cared about there being a 2-time winner, though.
Oh, no, we still cared back then.
Really?
Oh, the idea of someone being a 2-time champion. Bear in mind, most tours, you get a 2-time winner in the first season.
That's what I mean, yeah.
So by season 4, by season 5, we were already thinking, this is weird. Never thought we'd get to season 10 and not have a 2-time champ. But no, Mike nearly doing the Dortmund double was a huge thing. And then a year later, in Deauville, he made the final table, got down to the final 3. This was the event that Jake Cody finally won. So Mike's been on the cusp of being a 2-time champ a couple of times.
Nothing scared you.
Back over to the secondary feature table. Looks like a button raise from Timex.
Your boy, Roger Teska involved.
He's called out of the big blind. We can confirm that 22 remain, even though the tournament clock reads 24.
Check.
They've just updated it. They obviously heard me.
You ask, they do it.
So check, check here. No c-bet from McDonald.
8 of clubs on the turn.
I think that's a board that Mike's probably going to continue a lot, so the fact that he checked is a little interesting.
I watched him play against Teska for about 30 minutes today, and the amount of checking Mike did against Teska was a lot different than the amount of checking he was doing against some of the other players.
That is 50,000.
Teska betting 50,000.
I love this guy.
How is Teska going to respond to the patented Mike McDonald stare down?
With one eye half closed.
He may just nod off.
Call.
Mike calls. Jack of hearts on the river.
I mean, you'd have to think that Mike would continue most of his air hands on that flop, so maybe he just wants Teska to be the one committing chips.
I was thinking that very thing when I watched for that long period against him earlier.
Bet 100.
And yet it never came to pass.
125K on the river.
Mike just kicks it in. Maybe he did just check his air, knowing that, hey, maybe the guy who's got liquid courage in him since the start of the day today, maybe he's not going to fold to a lot of c-bets.
Yeah, I want a pot.
Well,
chip it in.
I promise to look at you every single time we play hand together from now on out.
All right.
And no, guys, this man is not from a European country. That is not an accent. He is American, but he is 3 sheets to the wind.
It's a dialect we call Bloody Mary.
As we take a look at this overhead shot, just look to the left where Max Silva is sat next to Adrian Bussman. Les PLO says, does it tilt anybody else that Max Silva's stack is so close to the guy on his left? So cramped. No, just you.
Mike gets in touch to say, correction, Joe, wouldn't the classicest flip pertain to ace-king suited versus queens with live suits if we are indeed talking classicist? Mike, I'm going to answer your question with another question. What was it like reminding the teacher that she forgot to assign homework at the end of the day?
Mike, don't do that again.
Call.
So it's our friend with the beard, Alan Allison, who's raised here to 40,000. Mike McDonald calls in the cutoff.
65 minutes. Can you call cocktail? What table is this?
Two.
Cocktails at table 2.
We raised all.
Refill. I'll have another Bloody Mary, darling. Make it spicy.
He is making this table spicy.
We have an all-in, by the way. Jeremy Ray has shoved for his last 124,000.
$150-ish.
It's 175, 180.
The original Razor folds, Timex calls, putting Ray at risk.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Fours for Mike McDonald.
The way I'm running, you'll probably need
Queen Jack for Jeremy Ray.
to
There is a classic race underway at the secondary feature table.
The classicist.
You shoot darts?
Ain't that right, Mike?
You shoot darts 187 total.
Ray needs to hit one of his overcards or some kind of straight combo.
Keep dropping shit.
So far, so good for Mike. Right. Looking for some help on the turn. Maybe a 10 for a sweat. Oh, it's a 4. It's a full house for Mike, which means that Jeremy Ray is drawing dead on the turn, and we've lost another player. Down to 21 with the elimination of Jeremy Ray in 22nd place.
The classic set on the turn.
That's how I run most teams.
Mike is smiling for good reason. He is now up to 3.8 million. And he has been running incredibly well for the last hour or so.
He almost looks embarrassed about it.
Probably like 5 or 10 times a year, I have like a dream that I'm deep in the live tournament and it just goes like so stupidly well that it's just like not fair. Like I've like legitimately feeling like that. It's just so sad.
I told you, it's gonna be you and me.
That's the first time you told me that, but I would be down for that.
You lose, but second's not too bad.
Honestly, I'd be happy getting second to you.
I don't think that's true.
Great story.
A lot of people...
Two-time winner, denied.
A lot of people actually enjoying
won this thing before?
Watching Roger Teska play.
Before, but
oh yeah, they count this as an EPG.
Roger that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And a lot of people hoping that this, if he wins the PCA, it might lead to the hashtag drunk poker boom.
My biggest fear is that he makes it to tomorrow in the final table and for some reason stops drinking.
What do you think the chances of that are?
Well, you know, the human body has limits.
I'm not sure his does. I will say there was a very honest discussion had in the poker room a little bit earlier today about how much of his antics are real and how much might be a put on. I can't necessarily say that I know for sure.
I don't think any of it's a put on. I've seen guys do the put on. I've seen guys who sit at the card room at Caesars when Pure pours out and pretend to be drunk club goers. I've seen that, and sometimes they're pretty good at it. This guy's way too convincing.
Don says that was the 5th consecutive all-in coin flip that Mike McDonald has won. Guy is on fire. Not as much as our qualifier, Tom Hall. Silver versus Teska this time. Teska raising the button. Silver defending the big blind. Silver check calling the flop for 20,000. Let's see if Roger continues on the turn.
Don says, excuse me. Leo says, surprised they won't cut him off. Leo, if we could explain this to you. Roger's bar tab has now earned Atlantis 11th place money in this tournament. There is no way they're cutting him off till they get up to like 6th or 7th place money.
Go.
$50,000 apiece on the turn, and the 6 of diamonds on the river.
Check. Showdown, please. Shows us a pair of 4s.
Pair of 4s, the hand for Silver.
Okay. Shows us a pair of jacks.
Pair of jacks, the hand for Teska. Jack 7 against 9-4. Two monsters there.
Kind of a loose defend there from Silva.
Which kind of echoes what we were saying in Prague. He often defended his big blind very light.
And you have to take into consideration who he's defending against.
I mean, he did his absolute best to have a cheap showdown there, and he got it. He only had to call one bet, the bet on the turn.
1 hour left on the day, with 21 remaining in the PCA main event. So what have you guys got in the works, Brad? Obviously, Stephen Bartley's just published his piece about Jake Cody. What other articles can we expect to see in the next 24 hours?
Well, I know just a moment ago I saw our Howard Swain standing at this very table, table 2, and yeah, he for many years has done what he calls a round width, where he does one simple orbit. And you know, obviously for those of us who've been watching here, we've seen a lot of these hands, but he's going to delve a little bit deeper into the hands that have taken place at this table. We just put up a video from Sarah Grant just a few minutes ago talking talking about some of the big players' pet peeves at the table, which coincided nicely with some of the things that have been happening here at table 2. And I know Rick Dacey is currently working over in the high roller section with some features there, and our Keir Mackay is covering the America's Cup of Poker right now, and we'll have a full wrap up from that in just a little bit.
Remember, 39 events at this year's PCA, and full coverage available on the blog.
Brad, what's the America's Cup?
The America's Cup is, think the World Cup of Poker, which used to run here every year at the PCA, but limited to the Americas. So you'll have your Canadians teams as well as all of those from Central and South America who have competed to be here, and a great many of them over in the far corner of
The United States of America included in that?
I believe not. I believe not.
Oh, well, sounds like the America's Cup to me.
I don't have anything to say about that.
Huh. So we're going 3-way to the flop at our main feature table. By the way, just before we left the secondary table, you would have seen Madis Mur, the former tournament chip leader, being moved to that table. He no longer has that honor. Timex, of course, is the man leading the pack right now. This hand started with a raise from Pascal Lefrancois, flatted by Gamez, and then 3-bet by Carl Sorel. 2 calls. And Sorel does not continue this queen-high flop.
Yeah, but what's Tesca up to?
Good summary, Brad.
I've been paying very close attention.
Action is checked to Gamez on the button, the guy who just flatted the original raise, then called the 3-bet, and now fires in 150,000. Meanwhile, I'm hearing that we actually have a record field in the 25K high roller. We've beaten last year's record of 209 entries, 186 players, plus 23 re-entries among the players who reloaded on day 1. Steve O'Dwyer, Sorel Mitzi, Tony Gregg, and Greg Merson.
Isn't that exactly 209? 186 plus 23?
I guess we've equaled it, and we're certain to beat it.
Oh, I think last year it was 186 is what they're saying. This year we've had 23 more.
Raise.
Raise is coming.
We'll just focus on what we can actually see here. Choo choo! 3 stacks plus.
Well, I was interested why Lefrancois, Sorel rather, why he didn't continue. And this is why. Maybe he smashed this flop so huge that he feels better to put in a check raise. 350,000.
All in.
All in, he says.
All in.
Gamez moves all in.
You flip it, TP. Think.
And Sorel folds.
You can pull that back.
So that's a couple of hands we've seen Gamez play very aggressively.
3,000.
And both times he got his opponent to fold.
20. Thank you.
And here's the table we haven't been focusing on at all. Jude Ainsworth, Tom Hall.
You see how big this room is right here. I'm impressed to know that this room is so big. Not only does it host big superstar musicians and comedians like Jerry Seinfeld, for instance, but it's big enough that they hold basketball tournaments in here.
Yeah, and the section of the room you're seeing right there on that other shot, by the way, is only probably the back 1/3 of the room. There's 2/3 that our camera zoomed past in that shot.
So back to the secondary feature table. It's the table that everyone is asking for on Twitter. I wonder why. Adrian Bussman raised the button. Mike McDonald defended his big blind. Check, check on the flop. McDonald checks the turn. Do we get a delayed c-bet from Bussman?
Check.
No, he checks again, and we get 3 of hearts on the river.
Will Mike McDonald be the first player to crack 4 million when he gets there?
When are they gonna televise these hole cards? Oh, okay, some big. Okay.
There has been some confusion, by the way, and I totally understand why some players have been concerned about being on a televised table, thinking their hole cards are going out to the world or on a slight delay. Mike McDonald showing Queen 4 as this gets
I'm just gonna win it.
shown at Showdown. And both players playing aces and queens with an 8 kicker.
Open rip. Yeah.
The 3 not playing. So this will be a chop pot, you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Chop pot.
Thank you very much to Brad Willis for that. And thank you, Brad, for joining us.
That was really lame on my part. I'm sorry.
No, that was perfect. We enjoy your participation.
Thank you very much for your time, Brad, and we look forward to seeing you again, hopefully in the next couple of days.
I'm going to work on my chop pot singing while I'm gone. I'll see you in a minute.
Thank you very much, Brad Willis, head of blogging at PokerStars. Remember, PokerStarsblog.com is the URL to bookmark. At PokerStarsblog is the account to follow on Twitter.
Some folks have been tweeting in asking about the status of Tom Hall. He's got around 1 million.
By the way, just to clarify what's going on in the high roller, last year, Joe, it was 204 entries. So yes, this year, 209 entries, 186 players, plus 23 reloads. So we broke the record from last year, currently at 209, and it will probably go up.
If you hold, I don't think they really care.
Okay.
Let's stick with the secondary feature table.
First time I forgot all day.
Forgot what?
40,000.
To order a cocktail?
Pass. Call. Heads up.
Bussman raises for the second hand in a row. Gets called by Madismer in the big blind. King 9-6 with 2 spades.
Bet it's 55,000.
Murr checks. Bussman continues.
Call.
So 55,000 apiece on the flop.
Check.
4 diamonds on the turn. Murr checks.
Murr maybe just giving up at this point. Bussman takes over the betting.
6,000.
What am I talking about? Bussman's been betting the whole way.
Yeah, fires again for 106,000.
We gotta get off the Bloody Marys. Murr started the day as chip leader, and I think he had about the same stack then.
Check.
So Murr calls the 106,000 on the turn.
Max
Checks the
Silver
river.
was the chip leader to start the day.
Yes, he was, Joe.
And Bussman
That is 258,000.
fires again. Spades just came in. And he doesn't seem too worried about that, especially once action's been checked to him for a third time.
Call. Showdown, please.
And Murr just stations him on every street.
Shows us a queen and a jack.
Queen jack.
Triple barrel bluff, missed the river, bet it anyway, and yeah. Pretty routine call down for Murr.
Stations him with top pair.
Murr kind of lucky there that he knew his opponent well enough that he was going to bluff the river. I guess when the spade hit, he didn't want to all of a sudden start betting and then maybe get raised.
Not too bad.
Kind of a thin spot for value.
Ladies and blinds.
Luckily for him, Bussman continued to fire into top pair.
Big blind.
You got it, man.
Well,
let's head back to the main feature table for a hand or two. Antoine Saut raising from the cutoff. Pascal Lefrancois calling out of the small blind.
Lefrancois checks. Saut, bet Saut. 51,000. Don't think this board's going to hit the small blind defense range too often, but Lefrancois is sticking around. One more 7. Lefrancois checks again. So probably wondering what kinds of hands could call there on the flop. Probably also realizing that if Lefrancois was calling with a 7, there's no way he's folding it now. So it does keep on firing though. And Lefrancois finally lets his hand go.
Now, prior to today, Joe,
yeah,
at Arteska had not tweeted for 243 days. Today, he has tweeted, I know he said this out loud earlier on in the day, I request an interview with Poker News if they will agree to 2 conditions. 1, they post the entire dialogue. 2, they ask me why I was penalized to start day 4. I promise not to say or do anything that could be considered vulgar. Mike McDonald has just retweeted Mr. Teska.
I kind of feel like that's one of those situations that if someone has to promise not to say or do anything vulgar, that makes me wonder, like,
Well, you say that we've now won the
Why are you
phone?
promising that?
What's that?
We've probably now won the phone, right?
I hope so. I don't know.
I want to start wearing this patch already.
Yeah. Same.
Still on our secondary featured table, Mike McDonald raising here. Makes it 50,000. Holds around to the small blind.
2-6. Jack.
Grayson Ramage, who folds.
Nothing.
Max Silver in the big is going to defend. And we know that Silver could be calling with a very wide range here.
Card dead. No.
Ace 8-7 on the flop, 2 spades.
Yeah.
And although in Prague he did defend his big blind pretty wide, you know, no matter who was up against, I don't know if he'll be defending against Mike McDonald as wide as he'll be defending against Roger Teska. Silver has checked to the razor. And Mike's continued for 75K, which Silver's promptly called. So 2 flush draws on board now with that 4 of diamonds. Lots of flush draws, lots of straight draws. You know, we know that Max does defend his big blind pretty wide, so he would certainly defend with suited connectors, and those hands are all over this board. This time Mike checks behind. And it's another 8 and another diamond on the river. It's obviously Teska keeping his phone close to his microphone and not even a little on silent. Silver checks for a 3rd time.
Do we go to showdown? Or is Mike going to put another bet in?
Mike was raising with an ace. This isn't the best run out, but it's not the worst either.
You have quads? All right.
Max Silver announces
The
quads.
I've got the straight. No, I'm kidding. That's a good hand.
Good check, Mike. Very good check.
Tell me something really good, like ace queen, you know?
Yeah.
Really get me into it.
Pardon me?
Just tell me something really good, like ace queen.
I don't want to say what hands I had.
I mean, just lie. Just like say you had ace queen.
I had ace queen.
Thank you.
No problem.
So remember, when it comes to actually making the TV shows, we do have 2 TV tables in the sense that we can have whole card information. One of them is
Let's
the...
play a big one before the end of the day, huh?
If I have quads, then sure. As big as you want.
One of them is...
I don't care if there's like a straight flush out there or not. I'll still play it with you.
Straight flush.
One of them is the main feature table, but the other one is the secondary table, which does employ RFID technology, the scanning technology to read the player's hole cards. So some of these hands will make the TV edit with whole card information.
Ooh.
The other one was a deuce. Red deuce, I promise you that.
Well, members of our audience have now started tweeting at
That might have helped me.
Roger Teska.
Sort out your image, you know?
It truly might have helped me.
I was not expecting you to be folding any of those.
Alan Allison getting involved for the first time since I've been here, raising under the gun as well.
There was one more hand he got involved in, but there was an all-in and he quickly folded.
I'm a little surprised.
And Busman defends his big blind.
If I
I've been nothing but honest.
Allison has announced his continuation bet.
Stupid.
If I had as many drinks as you did, I would probably play that hand. Actually, I would probably not be awake right now.
I'd be dead.
Yeah, I might be dead.
I'm a total lightweight.
Yeah, I'm a horrible drinker.
I haven't even drank that much today. I drank a lot yesterday, though. Felt terrible when I woke up.
You start drinking again.
That was the only solution.
And Allison continued, and it looks like Busman has check raised. Sure did.
Unbelievable.
The check raise, the price of drinks. What do we think he's talking about?
I don't want to be famous, but that's gonna make me famous.
Bloody Marys
Please
can make you
give me that
famous,
interview.
people, not just reality TV. There's another one. Tom Robinson pointing out that we're doing a lot to improve the number of followers that Roger has on Twitter.
We got to get this guy in the booth. So do we think that Busman could make this raise here, knowing that Allison is likely to be the tightest player at the table, and likely won't proceed here without the absolute joint? And Allison does fold. You would think if Busman really had a hand there, he might just call that bet and let Allison keep barreling.
One of you two. Let's play a big one.
Have to pick
I don't even care. I don't even care if I'm the underdog. I just don't want to be dead. It's supposed to be nice tomorrow, and I want to go fishing.
The Wookiee Way chimes in. Remember, hashtag EPT Live on Twitter. He says, I took a nap. Has Roger Tresca been drinking all day still? What do you think?
You're a good dealer. Thank you. I appreciate wallet.
Let's go back to the main feature table because we do have an all-in. Pascal Lefrancois open with a raise to 45,000. Sorel and Barron called. And then Fabio Freitas shoved for 111,000. Action is back on the original raiser, Lefrancois.
So this all-in is for only a few big blinds. And it looks like Lefrancois is going to do more than just call. Looks like he's got a hand that he doesn't want to take a flop multiple ways with.
Showdown. Ace-9, the hand for Freitas. And he is the player at risk. Pascal Lefrancois with 8-10.
Well, he just wanted to isolate the short stack.
Actually, I misclicked.
Well, Freitas is at risk, but ahead.
Smile.
Live cards for Lefrancois. Don't buck yourself, buddy. Ace high, still good, but Francois does have a gut shot.
And pair outs. So double gutted now for left Francois.
Yeah, big card. Big card. Big.
There is the double up for Freitas.
People up.
And it looks like that, yeah, it's a more than double up for Freitas.
Of course.
Now I'm happy.
And he probably has left Francois to thank for that with that isolation move before the flop.
And that looks like the elimination of Jude Ainsworth from the third table. A good run for Jude, but it ends here, out in 21st place.
Well, if those railbirds are waiting for him, things can't be that bad.
And that's good for $60,700. Now we get another money jump. Everyone's now locked up more than 70 grand. 70,700 to be precise. Dragan asks, what about a live stream for the 25K high roller? Maybe some bonus coverage tomorrow, Dragan. Possibly bonus coverage on final table day. But remember, it does play in tandem with the main event. This is the tournament we've been following since day 1B. And so we are going to see this through to its conclusion on Monday. This will remain our primary focus for the rest of the PCA 2014 festival.
Peter has tweeted at Roger Teska to say, can you put your phone on silent, please? It's annoying the cameraman. Don't make requests to Mr. Teska on our behalf. Our cameraman hasn't said a word about Roger's phone going off. That's you, my friend.
We're back to Teska's table, the secondary feature table. He's in the big blind here.
Greg tweets in to say, I just saw a man drinking orange juice straight. Ew.
Alan Allison gets the action started with a raise from the cutoff. Just 31 minutes left on the clock, by the way. 31 minutes until day 4 of this tournament concludes. How many players will we end the day with? We are currently at 20. By the way, should we get 4 more eliminations in the final 30 minutes of the day, we'll call it there.
James, I love you, but let's just watch Roger here.
Well, Mike McDonald has called the raise. Moore has folded in the small blind. It is Teska's action now.
He's going for those Moss Gardens worth 25K each. There's the 3-bet. Makes it 200K. You know, your standard 6X, not quite 6X, your 5X 3-bet. It's big. It's a big 3-bet. And this 3-bet is for, you know, a big chunk of Allison's stack. All right, I'll silence it.
Well, I was actually going to say that Teska's phone, strictly speaking, should not be on the table while he's in a hand.
All in.
Allison responds by moving all in. as an attempt to sober up.
What has he got there?
Teska getting almost 2-1. Teska kind of put himself into a weird spot with that large 3-bet.
What's in the middle? Will you pull the monies in?
If I were him, I might want to make this call if I'm gonna before the tournament staff realizes my phone's on the table.
Yes.
How much is that?
603,000.
Teska obviously, like I said, painted himself into a bit of a corner here by 3-betting so much. And it looks like he did eventually make the fold. Couldn't have been much of a hand.
Yeah, like I've been
That would be
playing
best.
that
If you
way.
showed like an offsuit deuce, how cool would that be?
That'd be sick.
I want to bet my entire net worth against a $100 bill that he had the best hand.
Is that bad?
I'll take that bet.
Like, I'm not actually offering it if you put up a dollar bill.
No doubt in my mind that Alan Allison had the best hand there.
I have no debts.
I'm just kidding, but that would be the good angle.
Yeah, cleared. Yeah. Paid up my mortgage.
How to get $1.
Paid up my mortgage. I had aces.
Not entirely sure why I raised her. Just I gotta blame it on the alcohol. $45, yeah.
Mike McDonald once again coming in for a raise.
He's the tournament boss. Stack of 3.5 million. Makes it 45,000 from the cutoff.
Action back on Roger. Plays by his own set of rules.
Hey, not a boy, Brock.
No, I wanted to call.
Huh?
I wanted to call.
Did you?
Aces.
Oh, Alan Allison telling his rail that he had aces on that hand.
All right, on.
Were you Vancouver? Okanagan? Not a boy. He almost
That's promised, my
No,
friend.
he had nothing. He said afterwards, he said, I won't bet.
Teska's 3-bet a little more reasonable this time. Only slightly more than 3x.
150,000. And Mike folds. Francesca asked, what's all the screaming? I'm going to hazard a guess. 2 words.
Just as long as
Latino
you remember
poker
that I
players.
remember.
America's Cup.
Because sometimes people think I'm drunk.
Yeah. I'm aware that you're drunk, not stupid.
Mike's still the chip leader. Silver and Moore, the other 2 huge stacks of this table.
Johnny says, what about Teska's stack position? He's constantly holding his cards in the inner circle. Isn't that muck? Johnny, in this case, I think that he's perfectly entitled to hold his cards where he is. partially because A, he's holding them, and I think that a lot of times to call it a muck, if you don't release them, there has to be some kind of forward motion with them. And his stack's just big. He's on the end of the table.
And this is where things get really confusing. The white line, the so-called betting line you see at the table, it's not actually even enforced.
Purely cosmetic.
So an ace 8-7 flop as we go three-way here. Bussman's under the gun raise, called by Moore and Silver. Moore, the player in position.
James, when it comes to the TV shows, do you think we're going to be doing a lot of outer table hands, or are we going to kind of shy away from this guy?
Part of the tournament. Our viewers think he's great entertainment. I think he's going to be a part of the show. Francesca, you misunderstood me. The America's Cup is nothing to do with the NFL. That's the divisional playoffs. The America's Cup is a team poker tournament being played here at Atlantis. And Brad Willis from the PokerStars blog was with us earlier, and they've done a write-up on the America's Cup and a description of the format. So do check out PokerStarsblog.com.
It's being played by a group of nations that are very passionate.
Really getting frustrated. I was really getting frustrated. I know you were.
So Bussman bets 65,000 on the flop. Got a call from Murr, Silver folded, goes check, check on the turn. And that's a third 7 on the river.
Pretty good hand for everybody. 3 7s with the ace-8 kicker.
I wonder if Roger's phone blings every time he gets a new Twitter follower.
Nah, I think we'd be hearing a lot more of those.
60 minutes ago, he had 30 followers. He's now up to 117.
So, Bussman check calls the river.
Both players with an ace, both players with a full house. This is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say, Joe? Everyone loves a chop pot. Especially Roger Teska.
So ace-jack started with the best of it, got out flopped, and luckily it came running 7s. Then this hand and a chop.
A really cool name. I like it.
20 minutes left on the day with 20 players remaining.
Going. Your name is?
Well, my name's Brock. My middle name, I go by Brock.
Okay,
when you
sorry.
said Alan, I didn't know who you were
sorry about
talking
that. I'm sorry. I just saw the update on Poker News and I was like,
he looks like a Brock.
You'd be like, always be first on the alphabetical list.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I like
that's
that.
English. That spelling is English. Hey, Alan. I don't know if you see that much in London, or that's
not really. You wouldn't really. Nice to meet you. I'm Max.
Brock Allison.
Do you guys think they would allow me to go drink for drink with Roger tomorrow?
Ironically, a few of our viewers attempted that today. They're no longer able to tweet.
Fred Daft writes in to say, looks like a lot of phones on the table. I don't know, Fred. Sounds like your last name may be not exactly that accurate.
And just to clarify the rules on phones and all electronic devices, you're more than welcome to use them when you're not in a hand. But obviously you should not be looking at your phone when you actually have cards in front of you. And I believe the rule is that phones should not be placed on the actual rail of the table. Or on the table itself, for that matter.
You know, one of the first articles I ever wrote about poker was about drinking at the table. And about how there's that certain point where, for a lot of players, it gets them to loosen up a little bit. You know, your inhibitions are lowered. Maybe you're able to make better bluffs. You don't think about the money as much. But then something happens that I like to call poker beer goggles, which is similar to regular beer goggles, where you decide that things that maybe don't normally look very attractive to you start to look a lot more attractive.
Like Jack 4 suited.
Exactly. I think my exact line was, when Jack Deuce starts looking good to you, a lot like a jacked up deuce and a half.
Let's just pick up the action here. Moor's open 3-bet by Ramage, and Moor has responded with a 4-bet to 155,000. Ramage the effective stack here. He starts the hand with 604,000. And putting a kind of all-in or fold spot, and he elects to fold.
50,000 green, will you oblige me? Thank you, sir.
I think I've come up with what tomorrow's game's going to be. Maybe the final table, depending on whether or not your boy Teska makes it.
We look forward to that tomorrow. Remember, live coverage of Day 5 starts at noon Eastern Time as we play down to the final table. Final table plays out on Monday. Whole cards up coverage of that final as we crown a champion here at the 2014 PCA. 16 minutes of action remain on Day 4.
Tilt. Don't tilt. Oh,
Teska, first man in here, raises to 40,000. Grayson Ramage all in for 512,000.
All in. What did I bet?
Okay, hold on, Roger. Let's wait for action to be on you.
Brock gives up his big blind. Now it's on Teska.
That's 40. Got it.
The all-in gets through.
And we haven't heard much from Ramage for a while. He may have very well wanted to call there.
Feeling? I'm very excited. Yeah. Exciting implications. At least 2 cards there I can cool with.
We haven't heard from him much at this level.
Simple math is kind of my thing.
So the clock's been paused, which means we'll be drawing for the number of hands left in the night very shortly.
We await the announcement from the tournament staff.
You got a fucking mom there, huh?
Raises under the gun. A min raise to 40,000. Free bet from Teska, 125,000.
And he said he wanted to play big pots before the end of the night. So his 3-bets are slowly getting smaller. This one just over 3x.
Nobody there though.
And typically when you 3-bet an under the gun raiser, you're supposed to be super strong. Looks like Murr is gonna 4-bet this. Yep.
Yeah, look at that. $277,000. You wanted big pots, you got big pots, Mr. Teska.
People been beating up on old Roger a little bit here in the last level.
You know, we're watching this online.
All his 3-bets. Getting
You
4-bet shoved on.
Talking about this guy, saying he's got beer goggles on.
Call.
Cards kind start to look better.
275.
Teska calls. So we're going to a flop in a 4-bet pot with 605,000 in the middle already. And a 10-10-9 flop with 2 spades. Andrew says, Stapes, can you tell the cash game announcer to quiet down?
We have a lot. He don't care. And Murr's just gonna keep on going here.
He had the pre-flop betting lead and he continues the flop. 202,000.
Probably looks like 404,000 to him.
Actually, there is replays. You can watch the replay. You know what the deal with these patches is? Like, where do you get?
I think the information is. I'm not sure what it is.
Oh yeah, that's
I think there's definitely a chance they can try and make it where it's to the end, but
yeah, probably will.
Juan, the floor man, confirming that they will play 3 more hands after this before day 4 concludes.
I guess I would have to wear
Now, I would have to have a really strong hand to not be afraid of Roger Teska here, because I don't know what he's capable of 3-betting and calling a 4-bet with. We haven't seen many showdowns from him lately.
Miller slows down, he checks the turn. Got a 1,000,000 chip pot here. Looks like Teska wants to take over the betting.
He says, come on, and then checks. 4 on the river. Should be an inconsequential card.
You know, those are the kind of hands that break you, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Like a deuce 7.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there was a lot in there as well. You had to check.
Going check on the turn. Moore loading up for a bet on the river.
You know, we don't know what Murr's hand is, obviously, but I think that I would be pretty comfortable betting most of my value hands once Teska reacts the way he does on the turn.
Selwyn says the dealer on Teska's table has mad skill, so slick.
Hey buddy, happy birthday. Oh, thanks, man.
Even Teska commended this gentleman on his dealing skills earlier. So 377,000. Roughly a third of the pot.
No, I'm sorry, come on guys. 200%. I got a lot of money. I'm pretty screwed. No chips.
You got it, man.
You know, I'm trying to make a call right now to convince me that I should.
He said he wanted to play before. He said, I don't care if I'm an underdog.
Just how hero-y is he thinking of being here? An ace-high hero call? I think that's very ambitious.
Not that much. I would say like a minute. Really? Like
Him hearing with ace-high here would be more impressive than the fact that none of the drink just came out of that glass.
Enjoy. Happy birthday.
Ed says, kings for Murr, jacks for Teska. I wouldn't be surprised if Murr had any sort of overpair to this board, but
can I listen?
I don't know about Teska being that strong.
What about this one from Vader Nader? Murr makes it 277,000 pre, now 377,000. Subliminally messaging that he has pocket sevens for a full house?
Maybe.
377,000. Roughly a third of the pot. Teska has been in the tank for the better part of 3 minutes.
90 seconds of that was spent drinking, though. Make that 100 seconds. I think if he's thinking this long about calling, it's like a hand like 2 8s maybe.
Remember, they're still going to play 3 hands after this.
There's the call.
And Mattis Murr, table's pocket queens.
Gotta be good.
Teska mucks. A huge pot for Mattis Murr.
Sorry, Roger, they go side by side.
And it looks like we were having some trouble reading Teska's hand.
So Murr now up to 3.5 million. He reclaims the tournament chip lead just ahead of Mike McDonald. And Roger Teska is now below $1 million, 913,000.
Here's the question. Does Roger somehow find a way to get it in the last 3 hands of the night with just 46 big blinds left?
Adam says, boom, I nailed it. He put Murr on queens. He had Teska on jacks or 8s. Again, I have to wait for the TV show.
Oh, Lex has tweeted the photo he owes us, James.
Yeah, thanks for that, Lex.
I noticed it's nothing but a bunch of empty chairs, so he must be out there with all his friends.
So the first of 3 more hands to be played on day 4. And it starts with a raise from the cutoff. Adrian Busman makes it 40,000. Action on Mike McDonald in the small blind.
So Busman raised from the cutoff. McDonald just flatting from the small blind. Well, looks like we got it wrong. It's a 3-bet from the small blind, which makes a lot more sense.
I'm going to bed.
Busman shoves.
Seriously. Please, somebody back me up. See you guys tomorrow at noon.
Teska is calling it a night.
I'm out of here.
Decides not to play the last 2 hands. Says, back me up. I'm out of here. And let's see how straight this line is as he walks out of the room. So far, so good. Say the alphabet backwards while you do it. You guys, I think he's fine. I think he was faking it. Watch the blonde. Oh, well. That could explain the early departure. He just told her, hey James, he decided that he was done for the night. Met up with one of his massage girl pals, headed right out of the room. He said, bag me up, everybody.
Well, that's one way to avoid going broke on the last 3 hands of the night, just to leave. Well, one thing's for sure, Roger Teska will be returning for day 4. Action's concluded, by the way, at our main feature table, so we'll stick with the secondary feature table, as we have done for most of this level.
My stacks weren't shot by 1 at the end of the day.
Pardon me? Nice.
That is the literal worst feeling ever.
So this is the penultimate hand of the night.
Pretty good if that's the worst feeling ever. True.
You know the only other player I've seen make that move is Phil Ivey.
A lot of people saying that was probably a smart move. Victor says the best decision Teska has made all night.
And it looks like this hand's shaping up to have a couple of chips go in.
Busman raises to 40,000. Allison calls and Murr 3-bets to 117k. Gets a fold from the original raiser. Action now on Allison. And have we actually seen Murr show down a hand that was not a winner?
Not that I can recall.
Have we shown Murr show a hand that was not a premium hand?
Not that I can recall.
I'm not saying the guy's not capable of making moves, and this would actually be an awesome time to do it, because every single hand he's shown has been a monster.
I mean, it is a pretty decent spot to make a squeeze, especially based on his reputation. James, if you noticed it, obviously a lot of the players at the table noticed it. We know that Busman is a little bit more aggressive pre-flop. Allison just calling there, you know, we know that he does fold a lot to 3-bets and plays relatively snug. So if you were going to make a move, that's a pretty good spot, especially with only 1 hand to go after this one. Because, you know, Allison seems like the guy who really wants to make it to the next day.
So they're bagging up at the main feature table. All those guys coming back for the 5th and penultimate day of this tournament. And we've got one more hand to play on our secondary feature table, and if no one goes broke on that hand, 20 players will return for day 5. So that's how it finished on the main feature table. Pascal Lefrancois playing 2.5 million. Antoine Sout on 2.3 million. The shortest stack there, Fabio Freitas, who makes it through to the next day with a 10 big blind stack. When we start the action tomorrow, we'll be on level 24 of the tournament with the blinds at 12.24 with a 3K ante.
Ted says over/under on Tesca being hung over on the live stream tomorrow. If I had to set the line, it would be at yes.
Good job, guys. Look. You too. It's a full redraw tomorrow, right? Pardon me? Should be a full redraw. So, yeah. Cool.
Looks like it was a raise and take it from Bussman for the last hand of the night at our secondary feature table.
You want 2 racks?
And that will do it.
All right.
Color them up and bag them up. We are done for the day, and here's how it finished at the secondary feature table. Looks like Mattis Murr will be going through to day 5 as tournament chip leader with 3.6 million. Mike McDonald also over 3 million. Max Silva on around 2.5 million. And no super short stack though, although remember, the blinds will go up tomorrow, 12.24, 3K ante. So Grayson Ramage will have fewer than 30 big blinds. So once again, we are going to begin our live coverage of the PCA main event at noon Eastern. Day 5, we're going to play down from 20 to the final table of 8, however long that takes us. So a nebulous broadcast day tomorrow, possibly some bonus coverage of the high roller as well. And remember, on Monday it's final table time, cards up coverage. End of day report, live updates from the high roller, available on the PokerStarsblog.com. Follow the guys on @PokerStarsblog on Twitter. So we are back tomorrow, noon Eastern time. Thank you, Stapes.
You bet. Can't wait for Tesco Watch 2014.
For now, from me and Joe Stapleton, it's good night from the Bahamas.